Just enter in my card, so after your class, if you want to just grab your keys or something.
For sure. I have to go away for that.
Who has
Put it
babies?
in there.
So you have babies in school?
Yeah, I have their papers.
Hello. Oh, hey. I know what we're doing this afternoon. Hey.
All right, good luck, though. Good luck.
I didn't even count class.
It's in the office. We have all those golf holes that we have. We're gonna start playing some golf. We're gonna start playing some golf, man. We got golf holes in the office,
Or
right?
When you have golf,
That's happening. We're gonna start doing this.
I'm totally videotaping this and sending it to my dad.
Okay. Yeah, you work.
That's the only reason I joined Jaguar.
You work in the coolest office ever. We have a little 9-hole in the office.
My dad would come and see me all the time if he lived here.
I'm surprised nobody just does that randomly.
Well, that's what we decided. We were like, I actually said this. I said, I want to start some just random fun in the office.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so golf holes. And so, Gina, she's like, I'll get some putters. I'm like, we'll get some balls. We're going to start. It's going to happen. So when you guys are frustrated, guess what you can start doing?
And golf.
Putting,
Zen golf.
It's really relaxing.
I like it.
right? Although short games can make you insane. Not going to lie. And I need short clubs, but that's a
so
whole
how do
nother.
I figure in handicap?
No, I know. I don't even know. I don't know. Okay, so Stephanie, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
I've got my open house this weekend.
Great.
The agent said both days, and then the seller said Saturday only. So
Okay.
Saturday only.
Okay,
That's fine.
that's fine.
And then I picked up my little things from Home State. I'm all set.
You're ready to go. Okay, wonderful. Marianne, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
I was scanning the MLS to reevaluate this upcoming listing.
Right, so you're really trying to work on a good price point.
Yeah, and I'm going in for more details too, like specifically I just want ranches and I went over, I took in another area. It's gonna help a lot.
Okay.
And of course I went down 200 square feet, up 200 square feet. I gave myself
A little bit more of a range.
Yeah.
Give yourself a band. Yeah.
And I picked up my flyers and I found, I knew my house is going, listing price is going down. So
Okay.
it's a good thing. And it's interesting, it was 144.9 and she listed it at 139.
So $5,000 drop. That's huge. If you only have $150,000 that you're selling and you do a $5,000 price drop, that's big.
This seller, these people retired out, he's flying up from where they're at now, they're retired on Sunday. So it sounds like, let's get this done and maybe I can move all my stuff out.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Okay, Megan, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
So I'm still continuing to transfer my clients and emailing. I'm mailing all my clients letters that I've already closed deals
Great,
with,
great.
giving them my Jack White cards, and oh my gosh, it is time consuming
Yes.
to write a letter. And I don't want to write just something super small like, hey, can you pass out my business cards? I do want to, with those people, I do want to write, I hope you're still enjoying your house and
Good.
stuff like that, And so I've gotten 2 or 3 down, but I mean, it's been taking 30 minutes to write the whole page. And they're super cute little cards that I got. But other than that, I'm putting all my old clients into Jack White.
Okay.
And then I was
Into our CRM.
yes.
Gotcha.
And then I emailed 25 people yesterday. Hey, I just want to let you know I
Good.
moved over to Jack White.
Good.
And that was really time consuming too. So that's what I'm starting on. I'm just moving all my old clients into the new system and saying welcome.
I know, and you know
something
what?
like that.
Here's the deal. Anytime I have a excuse to touch a client, and I mean that, and when we say touch a client, you obviously know we mean that in the appropriate business sense. Okay, thank you. Touches means that we are getting in contact with our clients. I just wanted to let you know. I want to ask anybody else besides me. Does anybody know what this is right here? That is a tax bill. Does anyone know who it's from? The municipality of Anchorage. So I just got my tax bill in, okay? So what does my tax bill tell me? I actually think this is great that this came in. because we're going to review these, okay? Okay. Because I want you to know exactly all about tax bills, okay? Does that sound great or what? And it's extremely informative, and you guys, it's super informative because this is something that you can chat with people about, okay? There's all kinds of information on here. Also, do you know in the tax bill, they give it a free dump pass? Did y'all know? A free pass to the dump.
No way.
Yeah,
No way.
yeah. If you're a homeowner, you get a free dump pass. Do you want to use these?
Yes.
And if you're not going to use them, what do you want to do?
Give me customer.
I want to give them to my clients,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so that's something I'll talk to you about. And then they're talking about they put this little thing in there about the government, which I think is interesting. We'll talk about that. So I literally went out to my mailbox this morning and I got mine. So that means, what does that mean?
Everybody else is getting theirs.
Within the last week, everybody else has been getting theirs, okay? All right. So I think this is really, and if you've never, has anybody ever studied your tax bill before? Oh, good, you're gonna learn a lot of information. It's gonna be very interesting. Do you know what we pay the most taxes on?
Your house.
Schools, 50% of your tax bill. 50% of what you're supporting is your children going to school. 50, or everyone's children going to school. Isn't that interesting? 50% of your municipal tax goes to schools.
So people, when they retire, they want to go far away from the school district.
It doesn't help, it doesn't save you because taxes in other areas are the same. 50% goes to schools. So even if you don't have children, if you own a home, you're supporting schools. Okay. Another thing that's very interesting about the municipality of Anchorage that's very different than other cities, we place a very high premium on two different things. City services, we place a high premium on Parks and Rec. Okay. Isn't that interesting that we place a premium on Parks and Rec? I think that's when you are taxed on Parks and Rec. And we also place a very high premium on fire and safety. Okay, as most cities should. Okay, so we left off yesterday. Does anybody need a copy of the purchase and sale? Oh, and I'm sorry, Aaron, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
Shown probably almost a dozen houses.
Okay.
Two different clients.
Okay. How does it feel now that you're showing houses?
Yeah.
I want to talk about what your clients are saying when they walk in the door. What are they talking about?
Oh, like what are their primary concerns?
Or whatever. When they're walking into houses, I want you to be very candid about what people are saying. Because we're in two different price points, I would imagine.
Yes.
And then I know we're looking in two different areas.
Surprisingly, kind of the same area for
Okay.
both clients.
Interesting.
They're kind of the lower hillside, south and east side.
Are they looking at the same price points?
Pretty close.
Pretty close, but a
Um,
little bit different?
The other set of clients, I have my brother.
Mhm.
I'll just refer to him as my brother.
That's fine.
And then the other clients, they have some flexibility. They can afford a lot, but they don't necessarily want to. They have
Okay.
properties in Minnesota that they're selling off right now, and then they're gonna list their condo next month because they just want to liquidate those so they can buy like their estate,
Okay.
their Anchorage estate. is what they
Interesting.
want, Yeah.
So they're kind of thinking that they want
This is going to be like their final home until they retire, and then maybe they'll think about a vacation home or a retirement home, but they want to be full-time Alaskans.
okay, awesome. And then are we able to share their age? I want to know what
Yeah.
full-time Alaskans.
Late 40s to early 50s.
Okay.
They're both Anchorage School District teachers. They're language teachers. And so they kind of go back and forth from Minnesota to Alaska in the summertime, but they've decided that they
They want to be here full-time.
Exactly.
Okay, so they're kind of looking for that magic bullet.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's been kind of difficult for that reason
Okay.
because there's so much pressure on them in their minds, and I'm trying to alleviate that a little bit, that it has to be the one. And of course, we want it to be the one, but they're starting to realize that there's going to be certain compromises.
Good.
They've got some conflicting desires, and
Gotcha.
we're starting to, now that we've seen enough homes, I think we're starting to really focus in on what they really, really want.
Okay.
And it's
And
always-
are you able to share that? I mean, what?
Yeah. They want something really light and functional. They have a really efficient 3-bedroom condo that's just, it's cute. It's going to sell really quick. And they kind of want the same thing in a small house, 2 to 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, maybe 1,500 square feet. They would love a ranch, but we've been looking at a lot of tri-splits,
Or splits with walkout, or like a house with a walkout basement.
Right,
Where
right.
in theory, it's a ranch because you can live all on one floor, but you're getting the bonus of a
Yes.
second
Yes. So we've been looking at those, and I think we're getting much closer.
So with what's on the market, I want to know when they walk into a house, what are they looking at?
They're looking at the first thing we're
She
doing.
goes straight back to the.
I noticed that.
She lets you do your
Reel
reading,
us in.
but she's
Yeah.
holding it. And she's smart like that. She has the same question.
The first thing that we're doing now is opening the windows. We're
Oh,
going in,
interesting.
we're opening the windows, and we're just standing there for maybe 10 seconds just to get a sense for like the area noise, because that's going to be a huge thing for them. The husband, all year long, sleeps with the window open, whether it's winter or summer, doesn't matter. He's German, from Germany.
Yeah, from Germany. Kyle.
And
Gotcha.
he grew up on like a 9-acre farm, built his own ski trails. She grew up kind of poor, but in a small condo. So she's very price point concerned, and he's more concerned about privacy and space.
Interesting.
And so they're both on the same page for functionality, and the way that they live, they're on the same page. But what he wants is going to cost a bit more than she's comfortable with.
Gotcha.
And even though they can, they're comfortable spending $420, they want to keep it under $350, so they can,
Gotcha.
because they are very kind of quirky, unique individuals, so they want to definitely personalize it. And,
Sure.
and
And
put a
you
lot
don't
of
want to
investment.
be, house poor, right? You don't want to be house
Yeah.
poor.
That's one of our main concerns, because they know they want to do flooring. The first thing, they just want to rip out whatever is there, even if it's new. That's something that they're very adamant about.
Because they want to put in something very specific? Or?
Right. They want, the flooring is what's going to make it theirs as far as she's concerned. And they also have pretty bad
Allergies, did you
allergies,
say? Yeah.
pet allergies.
Okay.
So they can smell smoke before we even enter the house, that sort of thing. So,
Oh, yes.
I
Smokers
don't
won't buy
mind.
at their smokers' houses. I told you. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
They hate it. They'll go right out. They're
I
like, nope,
wish,
they smoked in this house.
Or the worst thing is you've got somebody who's smoking in the garage.
They
you know,
smell that
because
too.
Yeah, and they're just like, I can't buy this house.
yeah, it doesn't isolate in the garage. It's not like,
No.
oh, it's just
No,
in the
it
garage.
it's on your, it's in your
Everywhere.
skin, it's in your clothes,
Yeah.
baby.
Isn't the intake for the furnace in the garage?
Could be too.
Usually, yeah.
Well,
Now that you
Because
said,
just last week, we smoked in the garage, and just last week, I don't know what was going on with Lori, but we go upstairs and she says, I think, and the furnace came on right then, and she was, I think I see cigarette smoke coming up from there.
Huh.
I couldn't smell it, smoke
Yeah.
is usually.
right, because you're smoking.
Well, she is too, but she's saying she smelled it.
Oh, no.
oh,
Yeah.
yes.
The intake it's not in the garage,
I
right?
believe it is.
Mine is, mine's at home.
I can't answer.
I know that our furnace is in the garage, but I don't know.
You can get a home inspector to come check. No, I'm just kidding.
Right, now, well, no, actually, you don't want a home inspector because they can't tell you that. They're gonna recommend that you get it.
Oh, true, true.
All right, a HVAC guy. Okay, so keep going. So you've got this really unique, quirky couple, and then you're working with your brother. Let's contrast it. What is your brother and his beautiful wife looking for?
Well, it's they're looking for their kind of level up home.
Yeah.
They both have great jobs. My brother just got a promotion. His wife owned a ranch house before they got married, and so they're going to sell that and kind of buy their next house. So we're looking for something between probably $315 to $350, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. They want to be kind of on that Lake Otis to Elmore, Dowling to Abbott Loop area.
Okay.
So given what they want and what they're looking at, we're kind of limited. So I've asked them to kind of expand their search a bit. So we're starting to look now over into kind of Diamond area, going a little bit over to the west side a little bit more, because they really were focused on the schools. They wanted, because they have a 3-year-old, and so they want him to go to the same schools that my brother went to, and he grew up on that side of town. So
Oh, interesting.
that's
Is that really true, even though, like, people want their kids to go to the same elementary school that they went to?
that's
Oh, that's.
My mom
It's a
wouldn't let me
big-
go to anywhere besides Service High School.
Are you guys serious? It's very,
Yeah,
very interesting
she
to me
would.
because some of them are not that great, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
I went to high school and I was every grade in Anchorage, Alaska and college, so. Okay, keep going.
yes, so I've been sending them school district information, like information on the school, so they can do a little bit more research and realize that, okay, Abbott Loop Elementary isn't the end all, be all and end all of elementary schools.
We can look at other stuff. Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. We can look at other stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
you asked
Lights
them-
and Lagodas?
Well, yeah,
Or is that on 80th and
that one, yeah,
Lagodas?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I always get those two mixed up, but that's the ABCs.
I think it might be.
Agencies on development.
Yeah, Dowling and Lagodas, that's what I thought, yeah. I said Northern Lights. I meant Dowling.
Well, actually,
It used to be.
the end of the other lights over by Minnesota.
Yeah, it used to be, I actually in Spencer, right, in Woodland Park, yeah. Okay, so they're very concerned with schools.
Concerned with schools, but that's, I mean, they'll tell me that,
Yeah.
but that's their main concern. And so when we find something that hits all the marks and is in that school area, there's still something that detracts or it becomes a bigger issue than the schools were. So it's a little bit difficult dealing with family because they don't want to take me as seriously as they would, a professional stranger that they've hired. So when I'm giving them advice, it's not landing as hard as it should. It's kind of something that they're like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll consider that. And I'm like, because we put out a couple offers, they've been contingent, they weren't strong, and the whole time we're going through this, I'm letting them know, like, this is most likely going to get rejected, or it's going to be countered this way if it's countered at all. I want to prepare you for this inevitability, and they're kind of treating it like, oh, let's just throw things at the wall and see what sticks. And I'm trying to break them of that and really make them understand, like, we shouldn't be looking at houses at all outside of your price range, what you're comfortable with. Because the last thing they did is they found a house that was they're marginal on, and they still wanted to put in an offer. And I'm explaining all this to them and like, hey, maybe we should take this away because we're already asking for something similar that is just kind of compounding the demands.
Well, you're doing what we call a tic-tac-toe in real estate. You're asking for the sun, the moon, and the stars up front. You're not giving a seller availability to work with you because the offer itself is so objectionable. So one of the things that you're going to find a really hard time with, okay? And I'll give you an example, and I think it mimics if I remember correctly, if you're going to reduce the price, ask for all your closing costs paid, and then on the front end, ask them to do something to the house because it's objectionable to you, that would be what I would call a true tic-tac-toe. And if I'm asking, if you just look at a tic-tac-toe grid, right, you're asking for things, right? And if you do it correctly, you might be able to get it. But you have to recognize that people can't, and especially I believe the house has been on the market for a few days.
One of them, yeah.
One of the houses has been on the market for a couple days.
Yeah,
So it's just being exposed to the market. That is not the time to come in with a lowball offer. When's the time to come in with a lowball offer?
He's 60.
Yeah,
Right.
but whatever, you need to go look at your statistics.
At
and
least
start
past
looking at,
45.
start
Yeah.
looking at the band of what it is, because you have to be specific, you gotta get in the neighborhood, you gotta look at the price points, and you gotta say, okay, what's an average sales price house? Okay, here I am, what's the average days on market? Okay, there we are. If it's more than if it's been on the market for less than the average days on market, these people are not ready to get sucked in the face with a lowball offer. And they're going to be the word would be offended by a lowball offer that they can't look at it. However, if the property's been on the market for a while, okay, and if the property's been on the market for a while, you're going to go look at the history. Why are you going to go look at the history? You're going to see if anybody else has made an offer and it's DFT, right? Okay, so if they haven't made an offer, these people, if they haven't come together on an offer, you know that they're at day 45 or whatever day it is, that's our average days on market. What do I already know about a seller? They're having anxiety because people are not making an offer on their home. So that when that blessed offer does come in, guess what they can do?
Finally, I'm gonna counter though.
Well, they can read it. They can take it in because their anxiety level. The difference is when your house is first on the market, you're excited. You're expecting offers because you have an awesome house. When your house isn't getting an offer, then you move into anxiety. And then when you get an offer, you can look at it. Okay? And savvy real estate licensees can help them counter a bad offer. Because remember, one of the things I need you to understand when you're a listing licensee, this may be the only offer you get. And I am not kidding. It might be a shit offer, it might be terrible, it might be hard to take, but it might be the only offer you get. So there is an old axiom in real estate: always work the offer you have until you can't work the offer anymore. And tell your clients they got to get out of their ego, they got to get out of their way. There is nothing that a counter offer can't solve. See what I'm saying? You got to get out of your own way. But go ahead. Did you get rejected outright?
Well, on not the one that was up for just a couple of days, but can I give you the second one, the most recent one? It's a 365, tax assessed for 359. They have to leave basically at the end of June, and they've already been on the market over 60 days.
Yeah.
And so knowing that, we still came with a contingent offer asking for closing costs and an offer of 350. Not super strong, but thinking that, you know, they do have that anxiety. Wrote a buyer's letter, and my brother had actually met the homeowner at an open house because the homeowner was hosting an open house without the realtor.
Weird.
It was really weird.
Because they didn't feel like their realtor was doing their job.
Right. And when I wrote the realtor, I said, look, please review this offer. I understand it's not super strong because it's, it's all contingency, but, let's work it. Keep the communication open. We want to get into this place. We know that your buyers want to get out, so let's see what we can do. Nothing. Just got. Here's your rejected offer. Is what I got the next day. Nothing. So
Not even a counter.
not even a counter.
Okay, so
But they dropped the price down to 357
Gotcha.
the same day.
Yeah.
So they rejected our offer, and then our offer must have,
made some leverage point with that licensee saying,
hey,
Yeah.
we're getting a 350 offer on day 60.
and and here's the thing, and I remember that house, it was very interesting when we went and looked at the history of this house. The owner who bought it made a absolute lowball offer and got it.
Hugely low.
Yeah, like made a offer that was $20,000 less, I believe, than the listed price. Something, some
It was
large.
It was 369. They got it for 335.
Yeah, so,
Wow.
but literally got it,
Yeah.
so $25,000
Yeah.
less. So what was really interesting, so this is just fascinating to me. You yourself wrote a lowball offer and got it, and you received a lowball offer,
But you're not gonna,
but you wouldn't look at it or counter it.
why couldn't they counter back at 57?
I know, they could've.
We probably would have worked it too.
Right,
Yeah,
because
if they
that's
were
only
close to contingency.
$7,000.
Yeah. But isn't that interesting? That I find this to be fascinating. That a buyer will get a deal, but yet they wouldn't do the same thing for someone else, knowing that they actually leveraged that same house for that same what somebody is trying to leverage with them.
Unless they pull out work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Just that's
Right.
bad.
I don't.
Juju for him.
I think
That's
the
karma.
attitude.
He's gonna get karma.
Yeah,
I think the attitude is probably like, I know what they're doing. I'm not going to let them do that. I've done that before. you know?
Yeah. Well, but here's the deal. Here's the really good news is that the longer that house sits on the market, guess what?
You might be able
The
to get
minute
a better
and
deal.
possibly, if one of the only thing that you really have to worry about is if you can remove that contingency all of a sudden, and that is the hardest thing, guys. This is when your buyers have to sell something, and Erin at least has got the smarter buyer where they're willing to put the house on the market, okay, and then go look for houses. Okay, a lot of people won't do that because their fear is, and I probably recognize this a little bit, although I absolutely believe in, kind of like what you were saying, karma. Like I know if I put my house on the market, the right property for me is out there. It's just waiting for me to find it. I know this because I know this because I know this, right? But people have this really big fear of putting their property on the market without finding their perfect house, not understanding that they're actually screwing themselves because they're contingent, and that's already a downer for me to look at a contingent offer. Does that make sense?
Well, they fear the catch-22
They fear,
if I buy a house.
what if I buy a house and I can't sell mine, or what if I
sell mine and
sell
I
mine
can't
and I can't find a beautiful home that I'm interested in? Yeah, those are the two positions on contingencies. But the smarter way to play it is to get your house on the market. Because we can always extend out, once you got an offer, I can always extend out the closing. But But what's really scary is my house is on the market, I don't have any offers, and I'm looking for houses, and then I find the right one and I'm putting offers in. Okay, so interesting. So with your buyers, with your teacher buyers, are we any closer to finding the unicorn?
We thought we were last night, and I feel like we're back to square one.
Okay, so what happened?
Well, we found this great place right off of Waldron.
Yeah.
And it's close to the schools that they work at. They literally like could bike there, walk there if they wanted to. But it was just a little close to New Seward to where they could hear that noise. Only from the back windows. You know, we did the whole window test and everything. It was kind of the right price. It needed some work, but it was the kind of work that they wanted to undertake. And they were so excited about it. And then when they realized that it was a little too noisy, I feel like that just kind of like
Deflated them.
Exactly.
So do we ever talk about anything like noise canceling machines, or do we ever bring up stuff like this? Like if you have a really big, so I've worked with buyers who the light in the winter, the light in the summer, like kills them and all this kind of bullshit. And I introduced them to this little box of magic called tinfoil, and
Right.
They're the kind of people, though.
That's not going to get it.
Well, if I suggest, I mean, this is going to be their
Right.
30, 40-year home. They
Yeah.
don't really plan on doing anything else or moving
Right.
out of it. So they really,
So that's an
want us to
objection
be
that they
perfect.
can't
I
overcome.
was like, if I were to say, just, get some noise canceling headphones.
That
it'd
might
just be
go be
like,
negative on you.
right. They might be offended by something
Right.
like that. Yeah.
No. Well, I'm just like sometimes we try and fix other people's problems by coming up with other solutions.
Definitely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I'm not trying to be flip, or I would never be flip, and I would never be, condescending or joking with somebody who really, really has something that's very, very important to them. But I would also be like chatting about, have you ever been in, obviously you've lived your entire life like this, and you must have been in certain circumstances. What did you do to overcome this problem? Maybe their answer is I'm moved. That could be their answer. I don't know, but
That's part of the reason they want to move from. I mean, their condo is great.
Yeah.
It's just it's right off of Tudor
okay, so it's the
and
noise.
Piper, so it's the noise and yeah. It's
Tell
all
me to
good.
move on.
So this is so important that this is one of those things that we really do have to address this concern, if nothing else.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's primary. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. All right, interesting. I'm just, what about your brother and his wife? What are they doing when they go into houses? What are they looking for?
The first thing they're going to is the kitchen.
Okay.
They're big on entertaining.
Okay.
They like to have gatherings. So the flow of the kitchen to kind of the backyard space is
Okay.
really important. So a lot of houses that we've looked at where it didn't have like an adequate like backyard egress or deck or sliding door has just been like canned. Yeah.
Killer.
So that's kind of what they're really focused on.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do they care whether the kitchen is on the second floor or the main floor? Are they only wanting kitchens on the main floor to go out to a yard? Or are they
No.
willing to go out to a deck?
In we've been looking at a lot of acreage splits with the tuck under garage, and that's kind of what they like. That's the house that my brother grew up in,
That's called a patio home.
patio home.
Patio,
Okay. So they've been gravitating towards those
Gotcha.
primarily. And every time we've seen one where it has like the sliding glass door downstairs, it's not connected to the kitchen. I feel like that's been the primary reason that it's been
They
killed.
reject.
Yeah. Because otherwise they're great and they compare with everything else they like. But I think that's the main feature that they're looking for is
Gotcha.
being able to entertain and function.
So can I ask you a question? Have you set up custom searches now on the hot sheet or Flex for just these types of things?
I have.
Okay.
That's the other problem with my brother and sister, and what I mean when they're like not taking me seriously as a
Yeah.
realtor is she just loves Zillow and she's just
Oh,
sending me
nice.
links. Can you set up this showing? Can you set
Yeah.
up this? Can you set this
Yeah.
up? And I'm like, you can see a lot more information on the searches from what I'm providing you on MLS, and a lot of what she's showing me is what would come up in the MLS drip,
Right.
Um,
But she
So-
prefers that.
she prefers that, and I'm not gonna
You
break
can't
her
break her
that.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just whatever's most convenient for her, sure.
Yeah.
But I do realize there's a lot of lost information or things that would be answered or figured out before she even sends me the link if she were looking at the MLS.
You know what, but here's what I can tell you is I had to, for a long time, I used to fight the man on Zillow. And finally what I started doing was
Embrace it.
you have to embrace it.
Mhm.
You have to recognize that if your buyers are on Zillow, you better be searching on
Yeah.
Zillow too. Because otherwise, and they're getting a little bit better because we actually did a direct link, a direct IDX feed to Zillow. Before we had no IDX feed and they were just doing what we call data scraping. So you might be having really good luck if she's actually sending you current active listings.
Right.
Most of the time, they used to send us listings. I want to go see this house. That house hasn't been listed since 1962.
Right, it's been closed for
Yeah,
years.
Yeah, so you think this is, no, Zillow,
Wow.
Teresa, Zillow was telling me this is an active listing. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
Now I need to show you what's real happened. These people have lived in this house for 40 years. This is not an active listing. Why isn't there a sign in the front yard? What's going on? The house, they're data scraping, okay? Even then, you had a hard time getting people off of Zillow because they like the functionality. It's a public MLS with all the bells and whistles, and they can see a lot of stuff. That's why they like it.
it's become like the authority for
Correct.
consumers.
Correct. So you need to, don't fight the feeling, as my favorite Benjamin would tell you, don't fight the feeling. You need to get on there and you need to look at what she's looking at, because otherwise you're just going to be totally frustrated. And embrace that you're going to have to answer stupid questions. At least you don't have to go try and prove to them that the house actually isn't listed and it's not a massive conspiracy of the multiple listing service. And we're just trying to F clients by not showing them houses that they really want to see. Okay, that plugin has been plugged, but that was a really big, ugly deal for a long time.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Okay, so interesting. I can't wait to find out. I can't wait to get these buyers in houses. I want to tell you that a lot of licensees are stopping in my office and telling me they're feeling the shift. They're feeling the shift. What are you feeling? Are you feeling the shift?
Yeah, we had people on top of us before and after on showings yesterday.
Yep.
Just, it's happening.
Yep.
It's out there.
So buyers are out in droves. And if I were you, I would want buyers.
Mm-hmm.
If I were you, I would want buyers. I've got a couple folks who are carrying a really heavy listing inventory, and they're sitting in my office with their head down on my desk, pounding the pavement a little bit. They're lamenting having these big listing inventories because buyers right now are coming out. But I don't think what's going to be really interesting is I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to bet that your brother and his beautiful wife are going to be able to really hone in on what they want and probably get it, because properties right now are in a little bit of a stall. We've got a lot of buyers on the market. They're looking at a lot of inventory, but a lot of them aren't jumping in and making offers, and the offers they are making are sometimes the ones that the sellers can't take yet. Okay, so interesting. I feel a shift. I feel a shift in the market. I also think we're getting closer to the election and what's happening.
Yeah.
The political parties are kind of firming up, who's going to be the standard bearers. When stuff like that starts happening, people start feeling more confident about making decisions. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? I think that's very interesting. Okay, James, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
Went over to 79th, got them to sign the gift. They had to do gifting for the closing. Okay. And that was kind of weird because it involved 3 different people, so you have to get 3 different bank statements. But anyways, they got everything done. They actually got this Filipino family finally got everything turned in, so it went to underwriting.
Okay, that's awesome because that's very complicated and difficult, and I'm very proud of you that you're going over and meeting with them. Most of us would make them come to us in the office, but there are some people that if the mountain has to come to Muhammad, because Muhammad ain't coming to the mountain.
That's right.
So you're going to have to. One of the things I find very interesting about real estate licensees is when I first started selling real estate, I think I told you, this was our MLS, right? This was my MLS. If I wanted to see a house other than the outside picture of a house, I had to go drive around and look at it, okay? We used to drop offers off and go meet the listing licensees, hand our offers, and ask if we could present offers to sellers directly. I want you to hear me again.
Wow.
I used to present my offer with the listing licensee and the seller in the same room and go over the offer and explain my offer to them.
Wow.
You guys can ask to do that. Very powerful.
Wow.
Okay. There's a lot of older licensees upstairs who still do that. Why would I want to go meet the listing licensee? Why would that might be a good move?
It's more personable.
Yeah. Puts a name with a face, lets them know who you are, lets them know. One of the things I will tell you, every single offer I write, so Megan, if you had a property listed and I was writing you an offer, I would make a phone call And I would say, I just want you to know, I do my part of the transaction. I'm telling you Realtor code. What's Realtor code? I do my part. I'm not going to disappear. I'm going to answer my phone. I'm going to get that. I'm going to get amendments and documents moved to you very quickly. If you need something, I'm going to be there. If I'm the listing licensee, I'm going to order the prelim when it's ready. I'm going to order the appraisal when it's ready. I'm going to make sure the repairs on the property are complete. I'm going to do my part of the transaction. I'm not just going to have an offer and then wait to go to closing. I'm going to do all the tasks that I'm required to do to get that property done. I'm going to make sure if I need to order the as-built, it gets done and provided to you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I do my part of the transaction.
I've heard some licensees have their clients write a cover letter, kind of, sort of.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Basically explaining who they are and what their family is and why they love this house.
Yeah.
In a multiple offer situation.
That can be very, very powerful,
Very
writing
powerful.
a letter. Although, if I'm a listing licensee, can I just tell you what I'm doing? If I've got a multiple offer and I got 3 letters, can I tell you what I'm doing? I'm not having my clients make a decision based on emotion.
Right.
I'm sitting down and making, because this to me is a business transaction, and I'm trying to make the transaction be as good and smooth as possible. And obviously, I'm going to tell you what I truly, truly believe the most qualified buyer should win the day, not the best appeal should win the day. Just letting you know. Okay. Philip, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
One
Yes.
more thing.
Yes.
So went out to Mrs. Adams in Wasilla
Oh, you drove out to Wasilla. How many times have you been out there?
twice.
Twice. Okay. 4 hours. All right. Let's go.
But Scott met me out there this time, and because she decided that she didn't want to do the property management, and I'm like, well, how in the heck are you going to move to Anchorage and do this lease? And how are you going to do all this? It says the $200 is going to be worth it. And so I told her it was $200 a month, and she actually decided that that was okay
Great.
before we got there.
So she's going to lease it.
Right. And
Great.
but the lease is actually only $150 a month. I told her 200 because
So she was happy.
she's going to come up with some other objection, with Scott. She's always objecting, 70-year-old lady. And so when he said 150, then we just got to move right through it.
Oh, great. So she was thrilled.
Yeah, but she's a hoarder. Okay.
Oh.
I didn't know that. So there's boxes.
So when
all-
she was talking about how important storage was to her, okay.
There's no bedroom. Okay, there's boxes all over the whole thing,
So can I
and the
ask,
spare bedroom, and she sleeps on the couch, and she's got boxes around the couch.
do you think she's never unpacked, or is it just how she lives? Do you have any idea? You have.
There's
He's, I
so
can just
much-
see he's not even, like, his mind can't even go there. You're just like,
I didn't get a good chance to really see what was unpacked, like what was on the shelves, but there was stuff on the walls and there was stuff on the shelves. And her husband did die 3 years ago, so maybe she never did. But she has too much stuff to fit in there. No way, because the spare bedroom's full too.
So literally, she is packing herself out of her home.
And so I was trying to get her to, I've never dealt with a hoarder, but I just was trying to get her to commit to packing some stuff up and have Goodwill just come and pick it up out of the garage. And she was saying that sounds good, but she wouldn't commit to actually doing it. So I says, okay, I'll just push her real hard. I says, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll bring all the kids over from church and we'll just box all this stuff up in one day. Because I wanted to see what her reaction was.
What'd
Right?
she say?
She freaked out, kind of. She didn't say nothing, but you could see it in her, right? Because she can't do it. So she says, I need to go through all these boxes specifically, so maybe we should just take it all to Alamosa, and I can go through it there. And I'm like, okay.
You have met a true hoarder, my
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah.
You have met a true hoarder.
So I kind of left it at that.
Both of my parents.
I dropped it. So Alamosa is 1,500 square feet. Her place is 1,000.
But you know what, here's the deal, it's not up to me, if she can afford it, it's not up to me to judge how somebody lives. You know, the only thing I need to worry about is whether or not it's healthy and sanitary when you go in there. Other than that, I really don't have to worry about it. And the good news is maybe we ought to be worrying about trying to get early occupancy, did you just hear me? Trying to get early occupancy into Alamosa so she could move out and get into that property.
Right, that's what we were gonna talk about today.
That's a good,
Vanessa called me and offered that.
oh, good, okay, see now, Vanessa's property isn't selling.
Right.
She had an offer on it, now she's way more interested in talking about that offer.
Mhm.
Okay,
And at first, it cracked me up, she wouldn't talk, she wouldn't call me for the first.
well, she didn't have to because she had a property was new on the market, guess what? That's a
Right.
real unusual property.
Right.
It's a very unusual property. People are looking for a single-family house, that's not gonna work for them. And people in that right price point, those dues are not gonna, they can't qualify for the dues.
Well, the dues are actually a positive.
They are for the right person, but for affordability factor, dues knock out, they take like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 off your price point when you have dues. If you can afford it,
I
it's
think every
wonderful.
$10,000 is $100,
Yes.
or every $100 is $10,000.
Of
The
buying
dues are
power.
150.
Yeah, so that's $15,000 of buying power for somebody. That they might rather have in a single rather than in a, have a zero townhouse with dues. So you just have to realize where people's mind goes, If I can have $15,000 more buying power, $15,000 is a different house, guys. That's a different house. If you're at, 200 and you can go find a house for 215, that house looks completely and totally different than the houses at the 199 and below. Okay, so that's where people put their mind at. Okay, so Philip, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
Just trying to find property, find something. What's here, we're on the east side.
Oh, okay, so now you've got people who are over by Kincaid Park who now want to move all the way to the east side of town.
Yeah.
And they're familiar with that area because they're, again, and one of the things that I kept telling you guys, am I correct? You've got school teachers who are totally interested in being around schools. You've got your brother and your sister who are telling you they want to be around schools. Now I've got a family moving from the west side of town to the east side of town because of schools. Can I tell you how important schools are in your business? Schools are going to drive your business all the time. School boundaries will drive your business. Schools opening will drive your business. Different programs will drive your business. The Winterberry program, somebody wanting to be able to homeschool their children and be near or close to other amenities. That's just a really big deal. So am I correct that these people are moving to the east side of town because of a school?
Roger.
Okay, so what are they finding, what are they not finding?
So they want a home with at least 3 bedrooms.
Okay.
On level, but since they're gonna have to split on the east side of town.
So you're gonna have to get into newer neighborhoods.
Well, it's they don't want to be too far north. You go towards the base and there's more options. So
Mhm.
they don't want to be, that's one of the things. Yeah, they want to stay closer to the school.
And can you tell me what, I don't honestly, I'm sorry, I don't honestly know where Winterberry is located.
Or northern lights, west. So just like the northeast corner of the APU property.
Okay,
So,
got it.
yeah, they just, have a price point.
Okay,
Which is a pretty specific area. We have 3 bedrooms at least on the same level. So at this point, and they have 3 kids, one baby, 2 boys and a girl, and I'm kind of just a lot of 3 bedrooms that are really close to this. They're stack a couple kids in a room, the options open up.
right.
A lot of 3 kids, but not very many 4-2s where 3 is the
No, unless you go up a little bit on your price point, or Foxhall might be a good neighborhood for you to look in.
Yeah,
But it's right over by ABT.
yeah.
That neighborhood is older, and you're gonna find a lot of
Homes you go from Foxhall, and it's
That's a different
what
price.
would be, $350 in one year. It's now it's almost 400.
Yeah.
This is Foxhall, because they do the house, it's your jaw drops. Kidding? Really seriously? This is where, to me, some of the pricing pieces breaks down. There's no reason Foxhall to be priced.
Sure it is. It's a Tony neighborhood.
What neighborhood?
Tony, it's a Tony neighborhood. You want to be, if you want to be over there by Mr.
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
What's that mean?
Tony.
No, it's a Tony neighborhood, meaning it's, no, Tony, like, it's a neighborhood that pulls people because of its location, and people who want to be near ABT will pay money to be there, or their kids go to that school. Similarly situated. It's a Tony.
Known as a premium.
Right, it's gonna sell at a premium because of what's around it. Not Tony knows, no. I got plenty of stories about Tony knows.
To me, it's like, there's a whole lot of homes that are pretty close to.
To what?
There's homes, that are within, striking distance of UMass on a bike or on foot. And those houses aren't going for as much as the homes on Foxhall.
Well, Foxhall, so Foxhall is like Turnigan. It's now known by its neighborhood name.
I know.
So that's a big deal about the pull, like Rogers Park, same thing. Rogers Park, when I look at Rogers Park in the way where it sits in the city, I'm like, yeah,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
and then, but you're paying a premium because that's where people want to live.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Foxhall is a neighborhood that is right next to Anchorage Baptist Temple. It's a huge neighborhood. Name of the neighborhood, Foxhall. Okay, so that's what it's called. Okay, so what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
I was looking at vacant properties that I can look at. So in the area where I'm going to do my open house.
Okay, excellent, good, so that you might be able to flip somebody over to another area. Great,
I always
excellent.
get buyers that don't want to
This house won't work. Yeah, this house won't work for me. So what happens when a buyer walks in and says this house won't work for me?
You
We'll
offer.
find the right one.
I need to know what's available. I need to have it right now. Okay, is this the neighborhood you wanted to look at? Okay, so there's 3 other houses that are for sale. One's on XYZ Street, the other one's over here. That one's vacant. This one would have to make an appointment. If you know, and you can show that you know this off the top of your head, now all of a sudden, when I'm standing there and you're a stranger, I'm way more interested in you. Okay, I'm way more interested. Okay, so what do I want to be able to do?
I want to make an appointment with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be done at this open house. And what I try and do, now here's my secret sauce, ready? Is I'm like, no cost, no obligation. I would like to be able to, there's another house that might fit your needs. It's like it's like 2 streets over, a block and a half over. It's a little bit different than this one. It's vacant on lockbox. I'm going to be done here at 4 o'clock. I'd be happy to show it to you, meet you over there at 4 o'clock. Would that work for you? And some people either say yes or no. But guess what I've just done? I've made myself available. I'm trying to make the whole secret sauce in real estate. I'm trying to make an appointment. I'm trying to make you meet with me next. If I can get you to start meeting with me, then guess what I get to start doing? I get to start working with you. So if you'll agree to meet with me, no cost, no obligation, right? Is that true? Does it cost you anything?
No.
Is it under any obligation? Absolutely not. Okay, so, and, then if I can meet you over there, then they see that you're not, I'm just trying to, let me just make it easier for you. I actually have the magic key in real estate. That's the one that gets you in, okay? And I would be happy to show it to you just so you could it may be something that you weren't going to be able to see today because it's not open, or it's another opportunity for you to see if you're looking in this neighborhood, you obviously want to see all the properties that are available in this neighborhood. There's no compelling reason for somebody to drive up, get out of their car, and come walking in unless they're interested in some form or fashion.
Well, if it fits all of their parameters.
Right. Then bing, bing,
It's
bing.
Mr. Customer, stop wasting your time. Spend a lot of time looking at all these homes. I got this one right here. If it's not the one for you, then it's highly comparable.
Yeah, then it's just 2 doors down and it's vacant. I can get you in it. Okay, so perfect, right? So always know where's another property that you can take them to is. You need option A, B, and C. I'm always looking for option A. I'm always looking for option B. I'm always looking for option C. Okay, and then if they're to be really fast on my feet, if they actually tell me, well, this is not, this is way too much. I'm like, oh my gosh, I take my laptop with me to every open. If I have to, I use my phone as a hotspot so I can get on the MLS. And if I can get them to stop and over my shoulder, show them how I can do a search, and I can show them properties right then and there, And I immediately go to photos, right? Why do I go to photos?
That's what I want to see.
That's what they want to see. And so I'm just showing them photo slides. And if they're leaning forward and they're really interested, then I got them. If they're standing back and they're kind of like, let's get out of here, I don't have them, right? So I try and I interact with people who are leaning forward and are interesting, and I let go of the people who are, I'm just wasting their time, they want to get out of the room, right? Because if I'm trying to hold somebody's attention and they don't want to give me attention, what am I doing? Well, I'm frustrating them, right? Because they just want to get out of there. Okay, so that's, start to read people. Okay, hey, I've got this, I've got the MLS open right here, I can do a quick search. No problem. I can search on bedrooms, I can search on schools, any field in the MLS I can search on. Just tell me what you guys are interested in. I can search on price point, no problem. Okay, Abraham, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Well, I was supposed to gonna go and look at a house, but I couldn't make time. I just had to do a drive-by to see quickly, and I didn't want to call an agent.
That was it, and I still gave a little realtor in the room. Would you introduce your little realtor?
This is my little realtor, Brianna.
Hi, Brianna. Hi, you look like your mama. She looks like her mama. Are you out of school, Brianna? Yeah.
Yay.
Yay! I want to go back to first grade.
I know, right?
Yeah. I want to be in first grade too.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yesterday
Okay,
with another realtor,
okay.
because I was asking them, what do you get? You know, this first side, I think this, they have the English. So she said they are in
Let's chat about that after, okay? Okay, I'll chat about that after. Okay, so we're gonna go back to, does anybody need a copy of our contract? So we're gonna go back to where we left off yesterday. Where we left off yesterday was we were talking about additional terms and conditions in your offer. Okay, anybody have any questions about additional terms and conditions? Let's talk about things that I don't want to see in additional terms and conditions. Okay, can we talk about that for a minute? I do not want to see references to personal property in additional terms and conditions ever. So let's just say you have a buyer who wants to include, I'm on page, you could be on
Page 7.
7
7 out of 9. Let's say a buyer wants to have the Porsche in the garage. Do you believe that that's ever happened? You better believe it. People want to buy.
I did mine, remember, with that painting,
Yeah,
but then seller wanted
Correct.
$500.
correct. So somebody fell in love with some artwork that was on a condo wall and asked for the artwork to be included. Okay, so one of the things I do not want to see in the offer itself is personal property. Does anybody want to know the why about that?
Because that goes in the bill of sale.
Okay, it's not just that. That's the reason why, but there's a bigger why.
Because
Banks are gonna finance them.
There you guys go. The bank does not want to finance personal property. If you include personal property on your additional terms and conditions, now they're financing personal property, and what do they want to be able to do? They want to be able to back that out of the price of the home. So we do not put any kind of personal property on the additional terms and conditions. There's a place that personal property goes. Where is that?
Bill of sale, right?
Bill of sale.
Okay.
Correct.
So I put that.
Exactly. That's exactly where you do it. And you can address what your buyer wants in a letter or in an email to the listing licensee saying, my buyer has fallen in love with the property. They've specifically fallen in love with the Malcatons prints, or Byron Birdsall print, or a photo on your wall. I've sold a shower curtain with a condo attached. Not kidding. Okay. When somebody fell in love with somebody's personal possessions or their style or something. We have sold houses from folks, you guys, who have passed away, or estates that are completely and totally furnished, including the dishes in the cabinets. You will see that. All furnishings available on a separate bill of sale. And a lot of you will be like, wow, thanks, a Barca Lounge chair from 1968, that's awesome. You know, but you're basically buying a house where the listing licensee is telling you that there's nobody to go in there and clean it out, okay? So you may or may not get stuff that is worthwhile.
Although I did talk to them, I didn't see about it before I put it in the review.
Perfect, that's exactly what you should do too. But nothing personal should go in it should go in the offer, okay? Also, when it says attachments, one of the things I see people doing on attachments is including the bill of sale. Please do not do that, okay? Do you see on line 25 where it says attachments? Bill of sale is separate always, okay? So, and we'll talk about bills of sales in a little bit later, but I want you to know that. Other things that I do not want to see in additional terms and conditions. I do not want to see allowances for painting or carpet. We cannot do carpet allowances. We cannot do painting allowances.
So now that we know that none of this stuff goes here, where would it go?
It doesn't. You don't include it in an offer.
So what? Can you rephrase that again?
Sure. I do not want to see allowances in offers.
So I heard about stuff like ask for a decorating allowance or ask for
Yeah,
a
no.
closing cost. So
No, just ask for closing costs, okay? Here's the deal. The bottom line is the bank is going to require whatever the item is be done. Okay, so if you ask for a house to be painted, all right, and let's look at this logically. I'm a seller. You're asking me to paint my house. I'm gonna get the cheapest, crappiest painter I can find, and I'm gonna paint it whatever color I like. Because I'm paying for it. Okay, what does your buyer want?
the nicest.
The nicest, most, they want a artisan craftsman to paint the interior of their house, and they want the most premium, wonderful paint. They want to pick the color, and they even want to pick the finish.
Are you allowed to put the paint color and type in there?
You could do that, but here's what I'm going to tell you. A bank is going to require that it be done prior to closing.
I
A
get that.
seller does not want, and here I want to take that farther. The seller doesn't want to paint their house unless they know that your buyer's actually going to buy it. And again, we haven't gone through the home inspection. We don't know if that's going to happen. Okay, and then because there's 50 kickouts of a buyer, guys, at any given moment, they can decide to walk away and take their earnest money with them. Now I painted my house Tiffany blue with bright white trim for your buyer, and I'm stuck with the house that's painted Tiffany blue with bright white trim because they wanted to walk into a Tiffany's box. And it's heinous. Okay, now let's talk about carpet, similarly situated. I've got a seller who you've asked for a carpet allowance. Are you familiar with this? Do you know that there is used carpet in the world? That there are remnants of used carpet? So if you ask Teresa Block for a carpet allowance, guess what I'm gonna do?
Get you some used
I'm gonna get you
carpet.
some used carpet. I'm gonna pay as little money as possible.
Please.
And I'm gonna recarpet the property. Or, but I'm telling you, how do sellers think? I'm gonna do this as cheaply and inexpensively as possible. Or I'm gonna go down to Home Depot and I'm gonna pick out the $1 a yard carpet that's not selling because it's ugly. And I'm gonna have it installed.
So if I understand you right, would it be better to ask for those just on an email and not?
No.
No.
No, here's what I need you to wrap yourself around. Okay, wrap yourself around this. If I can get, and this is why we use closing costs in lieu of allowances. If I can save your buyer the amount of money that it would take to paint and carpet the house by the seller paying their closing costs, then after they own it, they should take that money they saved and go paint it any color they want with any contractor they want, paint it Tiffany blue and put a bow on it, okay? Or go get carpet and of any kind and that they prefer and have it put in, okay? But we used to guys carpet and paint allowances all the time. We have such a fight when it comes to doing this because you have two parties in completely and totally opposite mindsets. You've got a buyer who wants the best, you've got a seller who wants the least. And who's paying for it? The seller. So what are they going to do?
Get what they want.
They're going to pay the least amount of money they possibly can. Now, you can write things in there like buyer to approve, contractor, buyer to approve, kind of paint, you know, all of this crap, but guess what the seller starts to say after a minute? Yeah, they're just like, this is, like, come on. Remember, when you're selling a house, you're selling it in its current condition as you're seeing. If you don't like it, and remember, here's another couple things I will really tell you. When it comes to paint, paint is one of the silliest things, and I mean this with love and respect. Paint is one of the silliest things to negotiate a seller to do. Why? Because if you have a hand, you can paint. It is not expensive and it's not hard. Now, what is expensive and what is hard if you have 3-story ceilings and things like that, I'll give you that. That's a whole different conversation. But if you're in this room, would you believe that each one of us in this room could paint this room without too much trouble? With a drop cloth, cutting corners, some paint, and a roller. And how much time might it even take us?
All of us do this.
Okay, how much time? So Erin, if you had to paint this room, how much time would it take you?
Just me or everybody
Yeah,
here?
just you.
Just me?
Just you.
Probably a day,
Probably a day, okay. And then how much money would it cost you?
less than $200.
Less than $200.
I mean, we're talking really cheap paint, one
Okay,
coat, sure.
Yeah, okay, but here's what I'm trying to tell you. The $200 of what it really costs to do something, you're asking somebody to do something and it's a really big leverage point. Do you understand what I'm saying? Especially when the family is living in the damn home. So what do you think, what kind of paint job do you think you get when the family is living in the home? And you're asking them to paint the house?
This much of a wall at a time, because that's all space I can drop flat down for.
Right, or how about this, like, yeah, how about my other favorite, where they actually, they don't even take the outlets and the switch plates off and they just paint over them. You think I'm kidding? I can't wait till you see. Painting should be a privilege, not a right, that's what I have
That's
to
what I
say.
did to that friend's house.
They
Yeah.
did that in my
Behind
house.
highway.
Yeah,
They painted through the whole speaker.
yeah,
Painted
yeah,
on the-
yeah.
Oh my God.
And then fires and that.
And they're like, that's ridiculous,
Yeah, why
right?
did they paint over the speakers? Why did they paint over the switch plates?
Yeah,
I see some that paint like walls and doors and handles and everything. Everything's the same paint, everything the same color.
They didn't even like put tapes on it, put that on sidings, they just like.
yep, exactly. Or, yes, go ahead.
I had a question. So suppose we're the seller, licensee represents the seller, an offer comes in from KW.
Sure, anybody.
And they include, with other paperwork, a bill of sale. Or they say they want these things. How do we react to
So
that?
typically it's gonna be easy because your seller's gonna say something to the effect of, I'm not doing that. Okay, because a lot of sellers right now are just not gonna do that. And you need to understand where sellers are coming from. Also, when you're asking for closing costs, okay, I just need you to get this. If I'm asking for closing costs, that's money that the buyer should be paying, that now the seller is gonna pay for them. Okay, so again, if I'm asking for $10,000 in closing costs, that means there's $10,000 that isn't coming out of my pocket. So now I just gave myself a $10,000 renovation allowance.
Mhm.
Do you got that? And then after I go in and buy the house, do whatever you want.
Took me 20 minutes to communicate that to my
Yeah.
brother in dropping the carpet allowance
Yeah, yeah.
request.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, it's rolled into that, just look at it that way.
Yeah,
And it took him a while, but he was like, okay, I get it.
yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Right? So if the seller is paying your closing costs, don't ask them to renovate the house.
No,
Take
this
them,
this is a renovation. This is, they're asking for things. They're
Right.
not.
right, but on the bill of sale, you can ask for personal property and the seller can decide yes, no, or they can put a dollar value to it.
So they can send that bill of sale.
Sure,
Yeah.
and in Honey Kim's situation, her buyer really wanted these two, they were like hockey pucks.
Box with signatures on it.
Yeah, okay, so it was like kind of some memorabilia, and he really liked it and he really wanted it. So the seller went and put a value to it, and he was able to say, yes, I want it, or no, I don't. Okay, and he decided that those hockey pucks were worth $500.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the buyer was like, well, they're not worth that. He wasn't willing, am I correct? He wasn't willing to pay for
And
that.
you put that in bill of sale. and
Yes,
send it
and
back.
that's fine. And doing that kind of stuff on the bill of sale, you guys, that's where you handle personal property all day long and twice
And you
on
do that
Sunday.
before the contract's on?
Correct,
This is
correct.
part of the.
Yep, and she did exactly right. She went and told the listing licensee, hey, my buyer's fallen in love with this sports memorabilia. He would like to include it in the offer, put it on the bill of sale. I just want you to know. Yes, ma'am.
So what you're saying is you just don't want the bill of sale on the
I don't want it under
attachment,
the attachments. And
but it can be included in the package that you
Correct.
send?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Okay.
But now, allowances are the things I do not want to see on the purchase and sale agreement, okay? Banks don't want to see them on the purchase and sale agreement, guys, okay? Because they're going to require the thing to be done prior to funding the loan. And by the way, again, keep thinking about it. Until we get to closing, is that seller really gonna do it? Okay, is that buyer gonna be happy with it? Okay, so what happens when the buyer goes in and they see that, yeah, they painted the house, but it's a terrible job?
I don't want to go to closing.
Yeah, I don't wanna go, and by the way, the seller just fulfilled the term of your offer. You made an offer saying that the house will be painted.
You bought a crappy paint job.
You just bought a crappy paint
It's
job.
not an out,
No, it's not an
it's not a
out.
take out.
Right, same thing with flooring. I asked him to recarpet it. He did recarpet it. He recarpeted with older, crappier carpet. It's recarpeted. It's done. Now what? Now we're in a big, huge, fat fight, aren't we? Okay, so why not, don't put yourself and don't put your buyers through this. When you're talking to buyers, say, listen, if you're asking a seller for closing costs, they're not gonna renovate your house for you. Which is more important to you? If you want them to renovate, then we don't ask them for closing costs. Well, I need closing costs in order to get in the property. Okay, then that's what you ask for. And you guys, as licensees, you're directing the train, right? I'm the train director. I'm telling them what's okay and what's not okay. Okay? So when people are asking you for things, what do you start to say? Here's what I need you to understand. I really appreciate, what's your brother's name?
Casey.
Casey, hey Casey, I totally get it. You're walking into this property and you're seeing this carpet you really like it to be changed, or you have terrible allergies and all this kind of stuff, but here's the deal. The bank's gonna require that we do this prior to it being closed. We can't direct what you're gonna get, which means you don't have a choice to pick out what you want. That's gonna be terrible. And the third thing is that they're paying for closing costs. So if you're asking for closing costs and asking them to recarpet the property, most sellers are gonna say, wow, that's too much. So what's the really biggest thing for you? Is the biggest thing for you to get carpet that you might not like? Or is the biggest thing for you to get closing costs that you really need to get into this house? And gosh, Casey, if you really think about it, if the seller pays your closing costs and saves you that money that you're supposed to pay anyway, I want you to get that.
Yeah,
I want you to
I
get
think
that.
that's what's important is you're supposed to pay these things.
Buyers
You're getting
are
that.
required to pay closing costs in order to move into the house. If I can negotiate for the seller to pay that on your behalf, that saves you that amount of money. And isn't it really true that then you could go out and pick whatever you would like and have it done in whatever manner you would like to have it done in, and on your schedule and on your timetable, and you can direct it and you can be happy with it. Doesn't that make more sense, Casey? Okay, great. Because what I'm going to tell you is if I put this in here, it's very likely to be countered back no, because other licensees know this whole shebang and have been through this process before and aren't going to recommend to their client that they do that, number one. And if we're in a multiple offer, then your offer immediately gets chucked in the garbage because you're asking for too much. So our best strategy to get this property is moving forward, okay? So I'm listening to what he has to say, but I'm telling him the actual reasons. In some loan programs, guys, sellers are just not going to do it, especially if you're asking for, if it's a low price point for you guys. I mean, if you're asking me to do a flooring in my condo and it costs $2,000 and it's a $100,000 condo, start doing math for yourself. That's too much of a percentage of what a seller is going to make in order for them to do that. Also, does the seller have any equity in their property? Also, remember what I said, buyers think just because you own a home that your mattresses are stuffed with $100 bills. Anybody here own a home besides me? Okay, is your mattresses stuffed with $100 bills? Me too. I wish I could go to the mattresses and go get some money and go buy whatever I want, but no, I have to go get a job and go work for it like everybody else, right? Okay, so you gotta give them reality, okay? Okay, now when we come to terms that we're asking in offers, they need to be clear, they need to be concise, and there can be no other way you read this. Okay, so that's why we have seller to pay up to a maximum of. Okay, up to a maximum of. Okay, that is very clear, concise language. That language means when I'm talking to my buyer, I can say to my buyer, Mrs. Buyer, the seller is only going to pay up to an amount of money. If they can't reach that amount of money, you are not going to get dollar for dollar for closing costs. Bless you.
Bless me.
So what do I mean by that? Who knows what I mean by that?
But who's gonna call the limits up to?
Sometimes it's us that are coming up with a limit if you're doing it on the fly. Most of us, though, are going to make sure that we only ask for the amount of closing costs that your buyer actually needs. Okay, which is why we're communicating with a lender early on.
In this case, 9,500 is huge.
That's a huge amount of money. It's almost $10,000, but that 3.5%, that's 3% of this loan amount.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would typically be, in order for a vet to do a true triple, 0 down, that's the amount of money that they would need for me to pay for a veteran buyer to walk in here with no money.
Zero down.
Are those very common though?
What?
The 000 down?
Not only are they common, but veterans believe they are God-given right.
Can we go over the whole zero down thing, the way that works?
Yeah, what would you like to know?
I mean, I don't know. Do you know how that works?
What do you mean?
The 000 down thing? I mean, yeah, is that?
The
Okay, so
offer, you structure the offer that way.
So here's the easy way for you guys to get this. So on a conventional or on an FHA loan, there's a down payment requirement. Okay, so for FHA, it's 3.5% of the purchase price. And for conventional, it's a minimum of 5, it could be 10, 15, 20, etc. Okay? So VA and the entire structure of a VA loan is that it's face, it's a 0 down program.
0 down, then it's all closing costs.
Correct.
But in order to
There's a
to
funding
pay
fee.
for the VA loan, everything fee.
No,
Because the
we're
VA
not, we're not paying for the funding fee. The funding fee is wrapped into the loan amount.
Okay,
You don't pay for the funding fee. Okay,
Okay.
and you're not gonna get a seller to pay for a funding fee
but
because
there's
funding
just still
fees
the
are
closing
huge.
costs, so you need to get those closing costs.
So it's not closing, what makes up closing costs, who knows? Reserves and proration.
Yeah.
Reserves and prorations, right? And the cost that the bank charges for the money, so the origination fee,
Yeah.
okay?
Okay, so, sorry, how do we get paid? From the loan?
What? You get paid a commission on the sales price.
Yeah,
That's on the seller's proceeds. We're talking about closing costs for a buyer.
No, I get, no, I know that part, but I'm saying, like, since they're putting 0% down, the seller is then in charge to pay for everything, or does it come out of the loan?
The seller's always in charge to pay for all commissions.
Everything comes out of the sales price. That's why you have to know whether or not, what the proceeds on a loan are.
I mean, the
That's what
buyer
we do.
finances, but
Yeah, so in reality, the seller pays, and you guys, they're paying actual dollars. They're paying dollars. And we don't talk to buyers like this, but buyers are financing it. So how are you paid? You're getting commission based on sales price, and it's paid for by the seller at closing out of the proceeds of their loan. Okay? The buyer's either writing a check, okay, coming in with their down payment, their closing costs, their prorations and their prepaids, okay? Or they're coming in with their down payment and they're asking as a function of how we put together an offer, they're asking for the seller to pay their closing costs, which come off of that debit off of their proceeds on their property. Okay? Which is why when you're doing listings, it's so important to do net sheets, so you know when you get an offer whether or not the seller can afford to pay the closing costs.
A VA person will put their earnest money down.
VA person will put earnest money down, although they hate to do it. They don't want to do it, but none of us are I'm gonna tell you right now, no professional that I'm aware of will accept an offer without earnest money down. Yes, ma'am.
So going back to paying the maximum.
Yep.
I'm like looking at my contract, seeing what I've always wrote in, and I've always saying seller paying up to. I've never put the maximum
Okay,
in
and
there.
that's something that you want to start putting
Okay.
in, a maximum up, because for a seller, sellers want to know that they're not opening up their checkbook. Okay, so the maximum of is a way for me as a listing licensee to explain to the seller, the buyer's requesting a maximum of $9,500 of closing costs. So what this means is, if their closing costs comes up to $10,001, you're going to contribute $9,500, they're going to be responsible for $501. Okay? So your maximum that you will contribute is this amount of money. If the closing costs are less, you will only contribute up to the amount of the closing costs. Do you get that, everyone? Now, on the fly, if I'm writing an offer and I need to know what the average amount of closing costs are, which is why it's so important for you to be paying attention to sellers' worksheets, buyers' worksheets, and looking for how closing costs are coming up, I think you're going to start to see, because you're doing commissions, that they are almost always 3%. Because 3% is typically the maximum amount that a seller can contribute of closing costs to a loan. Okay? So most buyers are asking for 3%. If you do that math, you're pretty close. I'm not going to say you're going to be spot on, but you're really, really, really close. So
Really
if
close
on
to
the
your
fly, if
commission.
I haven't talked to the lender and I need to have to figure out the maximum amount a buyer could get in closing costs, I would use 3% of the sales price as a rough estimate. And I would tell my buyer, well, without talking to your lender, I don't know what you need, but typically the maximum you can get is 3%.
So I ask my lender, whatever lender,
Yeah.
how much is their closing cost going to be? And then I just round up.
Okay, you can do that, and there's just one danger about you rounding up, okay? And that is what a lot of people do. A lot of people will just pick a number out of the air, okay? They'll say, well, if it's $300,000, then they're giving me $10,000 worth of closing costs. And I always ask, where do you get that number? Well, that's just what I think. I'm like, oh my God. Here's the problem with you rounding up, okay? You guys really need to think about this. Buyers get locked in on the fact that you negotiated them $10,000 of costs. Okay, so when it comes in that they only need $7,500, they feel like they've lost $2,500. Yeah, so now they want you to get $2,500 reduction in price or in something else. So it's really important that you understand how a buyer thinks. That's why you say up to a maximum of, and you look at your buyer and say, hey, we'll give them this rough guesstimate. If it turns out that your closing costs are only $7,500, then that's what the seller is going to pay. They're not going to pay $1 over, okay? And that's what we've negotiated. You need to understand that. There's no $2,500 that we're going to get somewhere else.
That's a deal breaker for somebody.
That's a huge deal breaker for a lot of people. And what I typically see is, believe it or not, I see you guys using my dummy purchase and sale agreement, and on a $150,000 condo, you're asking for $10,000 worth of closing costs, which there aren't $10,000 worth of closing costs. You use this number because it's in a dummy purchase and sale agreement. So that must be how much closing costs are in every deal, because Teresa said so.
That's right.
Right, and so you use some kind of magic number, or somebody told you thought one time at band camp that we use this one number, so all of a sudden you've got some buyer just absolutely jacked up and upset, you've got a listing licensee going, what is wrong with you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay?
You guys have a cost sheet that's easier.
Yes, absolutely, but remember, you're gonna be writing offers one day, boys and girls, without cost sheets. It's gonna be a Friday at 10 o'clock, and no lender is giving you a cost sheet. And we're in a price point, and they didn't tell us that they wanted to buy.
And this is the one that you said was
Closing costs, if you start to look at them, they mimic about 3% of the sales price.
So usually the buyers pay the closing costs, right?
No, buyers should be paying the closing
What
costs, but
are the scenarios that the seller is paying? And why is it?
it's a negotiating tool, and because we've been doing VA000 downs for all these years, now every buyer is asking the seller to pay closing costs, and in order to get homes sold, sellers are having to pay closing costs.
So the trend is today
Correct,
to usually the sellers
correct,
paying the closing.
correct.
kind of a trend, but I mean, you can.
You can negotiate
If you're
anything.
receiving an offer, if you're listing, you're receiving an offer, you can say, no, pay $2,500.
Sure. And also, believe it or not, there's gonna be some, you're gonna write in your career, although it's gonna be the golden unicorn, a full price, no terms offer. I've written one in my entire career for myself.
I mean, how, I guess the other side of it is, to me, I'm just like, oh my God, like, if you want to buy a house, a lot of people, they just don't have enough cash to buy the house. And so in order to buy the house, everybody wants it today, and they're not going to save the money to do it, but so they ask for closing costs. And so, you know, on the other side of the table, you're like, oh.
But sellers usually okay with this?
Well, here's the deal,
Well,
because it's so common,
So
because
common
it's so
now.
common.
It's
And
a
all,
trend,
but in a,
exactly, it's a trend.
so if a buyer really wants the house, and remember, this is why we talk about rolling closing costs into the price. So if I'm a buyer, I really am,
Yeah.
I have just enough money to pay for my down payment. I'm a good credit candidate, I've got enough money, I can buy a house, right? But I don't have closing costs.
I guess the other side, wait, sorry, that's the other side of the equation.
Yes.
Of accepting closing costs. Like,
Correct.
you want 10,000 closing costs, the price is now.
310. Instead of 300, now it's 310. Okay, so then the buyer is funding their own closing costs, do you get that? They're putting it in their loan, it comes out the seller's proceeds, and then the seller is netting the same amount of
So how
money.
often does that really work like that?
It depends on the buyer, it depends on the house.
My friend,
Depends on the seller.
my friend that
Yeah,
just sold his house,
break the house and
They-
an account.
they offered him full price and 4,500 allowance for closing costs. So the people that was buying there really wanted it, because they even paid his closing costs.
What's
That is something else
I mean,
too.
that's like a house that you're desperate to get.
Well, or if you have saved, you've got a down payment and you've saved you have some money for closing costs, but you just don't have it all. Then you ask for the amount you need. But
Right.
again, it used to be, okay, believe it or not, it used to be the only person we could get closing costs paid for were vets. Okay, so other offers came with what we would call allowances for carpet paint and all that type of stuff, okay? Now, because we can negotiate closing costs for anyone, allowances have gone away. And there's a real big fat fight about allowances.
Well, and then to me, like, allowances sort of make sense. Like, if you go to market a property, but to me, like, in overall, like, back up one step, like, you know, the market's become more competitive, there's
Sure.
more flips on the markets. Houses are older in general, so they're,
But you're also seeing that
Condition
houses are in
deteriorating.
better condition than they've ever been in before.
Well-
Because Home Depot and Lowe's doesn't exist in a vacuum.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So, but people sort of, there's this expectation that when you're buying a house, it should be in reasonable condition. So to me, like a carpet paint allowance would be like, you know, you're putting your house on the market, but it's in terrible condition and the price is too high. We really do like the house, but
No, but what, as a listing licensee, what I'm telling people to do is, before I put a house on the market, I'm telling you to get it covered and painted.
oh yeah, totally.
I'm not putting it on the
Exactly,
market.
exactly. You try to, as a listing licensee, and this is almost becomes like a best practices
Correct.
conversation.
And that's
with
why we're
realtors.
talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the other side, so like, we don't have to do these kind of negotiations, like the state of the inventory should be ratcheting up
Right,
year
and
after
if
year.
you-
As people
Correct.
are, you know, counseling the buyers to get their house on the market.
In its
condition
best
to
condition,
avoid
in
these
its
kinds of
in its best condition possible, because what's happening? When you're that's why I was asking you, what are they saying when they're walking in the house? People are walking in the house, you've got one couple that's going straight to the kitchen, because that's the compelling argument for them, okay? And then you've got another couple that's going and opening up windows, okay? How could you possibly market your property to the dude who's going and opening windows? You can't. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but usually the ladies are leading the, coming into the house, and usually ladies.
I mean,
going from kitchen, right?
I would tell you that used to be the trend and not so much anymore. I would honestly, I think guys are now as interested in houses. I mean, guys used to be like, okay, just tell me what you think, babe. They'd be in the garage or outside in the truck, and they'd walk around and go, yeah, this is fine. But now guys I'm noticing men are just equally interested and really chatting up with houses way more, because I think there's so much more out there. I think there's HGTV, I think there's Home Depot and Lowe's. I think this whole house thing has invaded our entire it's mainstream. If you have a TV show, look for a club and then know what it is, that's bizarre. You know, we've got people, you guys talk to me every once in a while about, did you see $1 Million Listing? I'm like, you guys know I don't watch TV. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the dude on $1 Million Listing. I'm like, okay. But I mean, seriously, guys are as into it as women are. And there's a lot of people who really care about the aesthetic of how they live. Or they care about a certain thing,
function.
a certain function, like you're saying, form and function. But how could I possibly, do you see my point? How could I possibly market my property for that dude who doesn't want to hear the noise? I can't. That's beyond my control, right?
We're in a big town.
Well,
Yeah.
Noise abatement barrier.
Right, and by the way, what's joyful, what's noise to you? Believe it or not, interestingly enough, this is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. I had a woman who hated the sound of silence.
Oh,
She needs some white noise of
She
some
needed
kind.
noise because she lived alone.
Yeah.
No, she lived alone and she wanted to know there was activity.
I'm that
around and She
way.
got scared.
I get scared whenever it's too quiet.
Yeah.
It really do.
So you don't like the sound of silence, and I'm not not even making it up, not even a thing. I love the sound of silence. Okay, I really enjoy it, but not everybody likes that, or they don't like they don't want their property being too, they want other houses around them. They want their neighbors around them because it gives them a sense of community and safety.
Right.
Security. Isn't that interesting? Okay, so allowances. I remember when you're talking to your buyers, what are we telling them with allowances? Before you write that offer, guys, with allowances, make sure you talk to your lender. There are some loan types that will not allow an allowance. Okay, they just won't. So I'm not even sure that FHA will allow an allowance right now, just between you and the lamppost. But talk to your lender. Your lender is going to tell you the same thing that I am. Please don't put us in the situation of having allowances. Because when you put yourself in a situation where somebody gets to pick and somebody has to, and then the opposite side has to approve, they very rarely agree that the thing is good, right? Does that make sense?
What about structuring it so you can have like a credit for improvements?
Okay, but that's closing costs, right?
Yeah.
So just do it,
Exactly.
just do it closing costs.
Yes.
So I have a way for you to get what you want.
Yeah,
We just
yeah.
call it closing costs.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay, so instead of, and that's what that you're getting it. Instead of talking to him about a renovation allowance, talk to him about negotiating closing costs paid, because that's the same damn thing. Okay, and it doesn't require the seller to actually do something, and it allows the buyer to pay. And then isn't everybody happy? Yeah, so our goal is to have everybody happy at the end. You do not want to have a fighting buyer and a fighting seller. That is not a good place to be. And by the way, we haven't done the home inspection yet, and we haven't really gotten real yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we got bigger fish to fry than here at the negotiating table. And what you're going to find out is if you are structuring your offers with tic tac and a toe, they're going to consistently get rejected, right? I can maybe get you a tick. I can probably get you a tack. It's just that toe I can't get you. Because why? Because the seller has a move to block it.
Hey, so not to belabor the
Yep.
000 point, but so like the VA funding fee gets financed.
Rolled, no, it gets rolled into the loan.
Well, okay, it's rolling.
So just like you need to understand this as a concept, okay?
Yeah.
Because just like FHA
Yeah.
has an FHA PM, it's a MIP premium.
Yeah.
Okay, so when I have a down payment, brings my loan down to something, then they front load my MIP in there. So my loan amount is higher. The VA funding fee does the exact same thing.
So it kicks up the
Amount that
loan
you're
amount by $3,000
financing,
or
of
something.
whatever
Yeah.
it is. Kicks up the amount you're financing, but it's not something you're gonna get paid. A seller's not gonna pay it.
And that's what, that's what I was
So the
wondering.
VA funding fee.
So it's not one of these things. you
It's not gonna be a closing cost that I'm gonna get. And
It's a
when you guys
tax.
see, like if you get a veteran who does a second loan on a $300,000 house, they're gonna have like a $6,000 or $7,000 VA funding fee. I'm not gonna get a seller to pay that, plus do his other closing costs.
I'm asking because my clients it's gonna be
Yeah.
a loan, and
Yeah.
I didn't think to ask them if they're trying to do a 000 down.
Well, if you're negotiating them to get their closing costs paid, if you can get all of their
That's what I'm
closing costs
doing.
paid, then that is a VA 000 down.
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
I just didn't realize that a 000 meant in addition to zero down, and you're asking for all the
Yeah.
closing costs.
Is it Freddie and Fannie financing the deals?
Absolutely. Yep. Anybody who can do a loan can finance a deal. Okay, any other questions on allowances? Wordy dirts are so important. Why are wordy dirts so important? Because if I don't understand what you're asking for, it leaves it open for interpretation. So let's say you're gonna write a full price, no terms offer, and I'm gonna agree with you that you're gonna have Sunday who's gonna demand the house be recarpeted. Okay, if I have to write that, how am I gonna write it?
In the, what's it called?
Okay, seller 2, replace flooring with type, kind, and maybe even installer. Sure, seller 2, replace flooring. Okay, now, if it's a single story, okay, now here's where it gets interesting, boys and girls, right? How many different types of flooring do you have in your house?
3.
You got 3 in your house. Anybody else have more than 3? You 4 or 5. So people have carpet, some people have tiles, some people have laminate, some people have hardwood, some people have concrete, some people have other.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
They don't match, that's why.
okay. But my point being, how many different types of flooring might you have in a home? So a lot of kitchens and bathrooms come with linoleum and or tile. Okay, sometimes kitchens come with tile, linoleum, or wood. Sometimes bathrooms have carpet in them. Have you been in the house where the bathroom is carpeted?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Been in a carpeted kitchen, yeah.
Okay, so, again, realize if I'm asking for flooring, what if the house has 3 floors? Am I asking for all 3 floors to have, see where I'm at? So what am I asking for? Am I asking for the bathroom to be a specific thing? Do you see what I'm saying? So if I'm asking for things to be done, I want to be extremely specific. I want to ask for the kind I want, okay?
So wait a second, so first we were talking about no allowances.
Yeah, but if you're
But
gonna
now-
have a
now you're
buyer,
talking about if
no,
you're
if you're gonna have a buyer who's gonna write a full price, if you're gonna have a buyer who's gonna write a full price offer, and they're not gonna listen to you and say, no, gosh darn it, Phil, I demand, I want the house to be refloored.
Okay. So
Then I'm
just be
saying, how do you do
ultra
it?
specific.
Yeah, you have to be ultra
Okay.
specific about what you're asking for.
And were these with this one?
You would put that under the additional terms and conditions.
Okay.
Now, I'm giving you contradictory information right now, but I'm saying, if you have that person, okay, who is saying, I'm not gonna listen to you, I'm not gonna get closing costs, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm gonna pay my own closing costs. God damn it. Okay, that would be my dad.
Hey.
But this is already asked by the buyer from their lender if they allow that.
Sure, but if it's conventional, they'll allow it. Okay, if it's conventional, they'll allow most
On
things.
just certain loans.
Yeah, just certain loans, you wanna be careful on government loans, but let's say I've got the most beautiful buyer ever. Okay, he has money and he has demands. When you match money and demands, guess what we have to do?
And
We gotta try it out, but what I'm gonna ask you to do is be ultra specific on what they want. Okay, possibly even who they want to install it. We would like you to go to Home Depot, purchase the Waverly Sea Green carpet with a 10-pound pad.
Yeah,
You see where I'm at now?
double tax credit.
Okay, do you feel where I'm going?
Yeah.
You need to be ultra specific on what you're asking for so that you can your buyer can be happy with what they're going to get. Or, house to be repainted with bare premium paint, white sand.
so how does that work then? You have, when they do it, do they keep the invoices so you can see
Yep,
this?
yep.
Yeah, you want to state that too, it to be done by a professional and,
To be painted by a professional painting company.
and you want to see all the
Licensed-
receipts after it's done. You have to have that in there
licensed
also.
contractors with receipts provided. Okay.
Yes.
How does the seller go, that's lost then, seller to replace flooring.
Seller to plan to replace flooring, then you start to get very, very specific. Like at what company,
with what thing, if you're asking for carpet, what kind of pad. Do you see why we like to do closing costs, guys?
Yeah, because a lot of times this one will get rejected.
Correct.
Correct.
Right.
And that's
Still not just type it.
Nobody wants to work
But
that hard
if
to
you,
sell their
if you
home.
have the person who is requiring you to do this, I want you to know, I need you to understand how specific you really have to get. The only other way that you can do it is you can say, seller to give $10,000 carpet, or seller to have carpet installed, buyer to choose carpet. Now, again, you see why I'm not gonna accept that?
Opening yourself up.
I just opened up my checkbook. What if you decide to go get to have carpet woven in Afghanistan and flown over and I have to install it? I'm not opening up my checkbook to you. So do you start to see why we would rather do it with a closing cost allowance than asking for a thing to be done? Okay. Now, I will agree with you, if you walk into some homes and you can clearly see, like the home that you were talking about, it's a higher end home, they've actually painted over a wall speaker that I would ask wall speakers to be changed. You know, I would probably ask for some of those. I've had people say, okay, Teresa, I can't live with this. You know, or bathroom, or many times we'll go into a bathroom and there'll be two sinks. One will be chipped and rotted. So what might you say if you want to ask for a sink to be changed?
That they both go.
You could ask for that, but typically you would say sink to be changed to like kind installed prior to closing. Okay, did you get that? Like kind, meaning matching to additional or like kind. Okay. Toilet to be changed.
Not to be green.
To be white or bisque, right? To be white toilet. By the way, do you know how much you can pay for a toilet?
$100?
$80,
Oh, you can pay thousands of dollars.
Oh, like,
You can pay
oh,
thousands of
no?
dollars.
Oh, yeah, you can get some European,
Well, you guys go to Home Depot and look at just the different lines. You can have an $80 toilet that's over here, that's the cheap one, and then you have these $200, $300, $400, $500, $600
everything
toilets.
is incredibly, once you start going into high end, simple things can cost so much.
Right.
Oh
my gosh, faucets.
Probably installed that kind. They're not living there, they want to get rid of the faucet.
Correct.
It
So
depends from-
all I'm saying is when a seller's in charge, they are typically going cheap. Buyers obviously don't want the stripped down Ford, they want the
Suited and booted.
They want the Escalade with spinners, okay? Okay, did you get the dip?
No, I mean, we replaced the faucet because it was leaking for my birthday. I get appliances and stuff for my birthday. It's great.
Yeah.
I get what I want.
Even appliances.
But I got a cheap faucet, you guys, and it cost me almost $300. And it wasn't even a super.
And you're going, this thing should do amazing things for me for $300.
I
It should
get mine
like,
at Costco.
yeah, but what I'm trying to tell you is you need to be specific when you're asking for certain things. And you need to recognize that a seller's gonna be receiving that and saying to myself, oh my gosh. Okay, how much does it cost, do you think, to carpet a home?
It depends on the quality of the carpet.
They must say what.
How about the pad? What's the difference in pad cost?
Pad could go anywhere from 25 cents to $1.
Or $3 and $4.
Yeah.
So do you see the point? Do you see why it gets really hard to do allowances? And why you would like to, if you possibly can, to avoid them? But if you have to get into them, you have to get very, very specific. One of the things that I have done before is I ran out and I've got a carpet guy that I like, he'll come and he'll do a measure for me. I'll have the person go and take a look at the carpets and kind of pick some stuff out. And he'll tell me what kind of pad I need for the carpet. And he'll tell me what it needs to have, and then what's the luxury upgrade. And then I get a bid. Okay, so if I'm asking for something, I typically want to get a bid because the buyer needs to understand what they're asking for and the seller needs to understand what they're committing to. Does that not feel good for both parties? And remember, we still have good faith and fair dealing to people, right? So if we're going to ask somebody to do something and what you're thinking is a no big deal. So that floor that I had installed in my house, and I did not go expensive, you guys. That ended up costing me $7,000 just for the wood, not a board nailed down on my floor. So that's $7,000 just for the wood, and you're gonna pay about, when you do hardwood, I think the labor cost is probably, they say, double. So 14 grand just to get the wood, piece of wood laid down, so know what you're asking for, okay? So when you ask for somebody to put, again, stuff in, know what it is, okay?
I had a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I've never had this happen to me, and I hope I don't, but what if you do end up getting that really picky client that just critiques everything and wants you to put it in the contract? Would you write an addendum if it didn't fit on that page?
Yeah, no, what do you write? You don't write an addendum, what do you write?
An amendment?
I'm sorry, no, you were right, I apologize. You write an addendum, pardon me.
I always get addendum and amendment
It's really
confused.
easy, so the only time you use an addendum is when you're originally writing an offer, period, end of statement. drop.
Really?
Yeah, it's the only time. Every other thing that you write on this contract is an amendment because you're changing it. So
Okay.
when you're originally writing your offer, you do an add, that's an addendum. And anytime, once we go into contract, anything that changes our contract
You amend
is
it.
an amendment.
Okay.
So amend means to change, add means to add.
Okay.
So it's very straightforward.
To amend something, fix it,
That puts it in.
to fix your offer.
I should just
That
think about
quality standard.
the laws and, because they're addendums and amendments.
A lot of
And
people don't.
you know what I'm trying to, the
actually know
Constitution.
much about quality because all we know is Home Depot and Lowe's.
And there's a whole other world out there.
I always got
And
this
there's
confused.
a whole other world there, and there's the stores here that you walk in and you look at ticket items and you're like, all right.
Well, it's the same thing when you guys go to buy furniture, right? You go to a couple furniture stores, you're like, oh my gosh, if I want a new dining room set, it's like $1,500. Then you walk into another store and the first dining room set on their floor is $15,000. And that doesn't come with the chair.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's, it's what quality is what you perceive it to be, right? Both of them are dining room settings.
Yeah, and that is, you hit the point, quality is what you perceive it to be.
Okay, so what other types of things are your buyers asking you? So typically, one of the things, the reason why, and you'll see on this particular purchase and sale agreement, I asked for the heating system to be inspected. Okay, the reason is because I know for 26 years of experience and thousands of home inspections later, that a home inspector will not look at the heating system. They will, because they're not qualified to do so. A home inspector is not an HVAC technician. There's too many different furnaces, boilers, gas forced air systems, and they're not going to take it apart and evaluate it. So what you need to do is you need to write it in, because your heating system is probably one of I would tell you that what are the big fat ticket items? Yeah. Roof, furnace, foundation, roof, furnace, foundation, those are your big mamma jammas.
Just to be clear, so what that home inspector cannot do, just to.
So they're typically, they're going to briefly do if they will do a visual inspection of a roof if it's not snow covered, okay? They'll look at a furnace and every single home inspection report I've ever seen says that they're not going to do a true furnace inspection, that you need to get a qualified professional. So that's why you're going to see this term written into almost every offer, you guys, because we already know on the front end that they don't do an HVAC. Now, if I'm a listing licensee, what am I asking my seller to do prior to listing the property?
Doing this anyways.
Get a heating inspection done, okay, and upload it on the document so that my buyer doesn't have to do it. Okay, perfect. Land the plane. What am I also asking my seller to make sure they have installed? Two things. Yes, ma'am, good, right there, and what else? CO detectors, okay, right, what, carbon monoxide and smoke detectors. If nothing else, I would at least like them to go put in 9-volt batteries for the home inspection, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Okay, because the home inspector is gonna test the appliance. If it doesn't work, they're gonna call them out. Health and safety, that's gonna be on there. So there are 3 things I'm asking. I'm asking when I go to list a property, I wanna see if they have a copy of their as-built survey. I pull the property profile, I've taken a look at it, I tell them that it might need to get it updated, especially if I spy with my naked eye that they've moved a shed, they've increased, they put out my other favorite, flower beds, you guys. Flower beds will catch you out all the time. Now that people are going and they're doing elaborate flower beds, so it can with the
Foundation.
and those bricks that they're putting in, it can actually
Wow.
change the eye spot from a naked eye view. So those can get in there, yeah, the more elaborate landscaping, that's more what I'm talking about. Did you have a question?
I have an as-built condominium question for my,
Yeah,
my
let's
sale.
talk about as-bills and condos.
Yes, we were asked for an as-built. There's no specification for when it needs to be recertified or anything. I don't have an as-built for the condo because it's a condo.
Is it a con, so here's where it gets
It's
real.
not a site condo.
But is it a townhome with land?
No.
Then what you would reply on your counter offer is you would reply, condominium, as-built survey will not be provided. Okay? Because, I have had asshole licensees required because they put it in their offer. You haven't had somebody come out and survey the condo when no one exists, so don't get caught out.
With that, I have.
Okay.
This is on Vista Ridge.
Yeah.
We're required to have an as-built.
Because
There's,
it's a site condo.
no, it's not though.
Okay, so you should be able to send over the plat and all of the subdivision and say this needs to serve.
Okay, I did. I just wanted to know if that was,
Yeah, that's
okay.
fine, that's fine. And you do need to be careful, but remember, there's 1,000 different types of condo and there's hybrid associations. So there's what we would, the big mamma jammas are full service, site, you are going to have an as-built survey. Anytime you have a condo that's going to come with fee simple land, you will have a as-built survey because they actually own the land. And I fight with people about that all the day. Teresa Block, it's a condo. I said, it's a townhome and it has land, so go get me the as-built.
So the deal is between a site condo that's fee simple and a condo that doesn't have land.
If a condo truly doesn't have, so if you truly are in a condo, you own 100% undivisable interest in the entire property.
But really, for the interest of the sale, I mean, the as-built is a plan view of the property, and since the
But
plan views are
condo
relevant
documents
to the.
have that.
The condo, yeah, right.
And
but
they even have
it would
air
never
locks.
change for, as far as the terms of the selling your condo, it's
Correct.
relevant, right?
There, well, it doesn't apply.
It doesn't
How's
apply.
that?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, so really, an as-built survey, okay, on a condo, on a true condominium, is like saying you want a well and septic test done on a property that's hooked up to water, city water and sewer.
Yeah,
Do you get that?
I
It's
understand.
not, it has nothing to do with the other thing.
Yeah.
If you have a well and septic, you have a well and septic.
Well, and the point is, right, with a condo, the plan view never changes because you
Correct.
own inside your walls.
You own 100% undivided interest in all of it,
Yeah.
in
But
all,
the stuff
in
being
all the
sold,
common
the stuff being
areas.
sold could never really change.
You have a floor plan, and
The
you own,
footprint
and
can't
I
change.
can't, how do I give you a vision of your interior paint to paint? So what surveyor is gonna come in and survey your paint? Get that, do you get that? So then that becomes an absurdity. That's how we have, but there are people who don't understand that condominiums don't come with land, so they will ask for as-built surveys, and it's absurd. If I couldn't do it for you if I wanted to. So what you're asking is, and I've actually gotten down to it, we had a pretty prominent real estate licensee, and she and I just really got into it. And I said, so what you're asking me for is you're asking for a space planner to come in and do a sketch of the interior. Yes, that's what I'm asking. Well, that's not what our contract calls for, and the seller is not going to do that and pay for that. However, if your buyer would like to do that, they're welcome to. Under the right and duty of inspection, okay, they have an absolute right to have, with the seller's permission, a site planner come in and draw them a sketch of the interior of their unit if they would like it.
And probably some people have confused that with an as-built.
Correct, and that is a site sketch,
Yeah.
right, or that is a sketch. Okay, and there are people out there that do that, like architects will go out and do an interior sketch for you, right, that's no problem, or a space planner. But as in real estate, I'm not doing that, that's not what we do, okay, but that's where the difference is. Okay, so I mean, the way my mind works at it, it literally says you're asking me for, that's like asking me for a well test and there's no well.
Mhm.
That's literally how I think about it. okay? I don't even,
Yeah.
I start to like,
That's not
fundamentally
compute.
not, I can't get you what you want because it doesn't exist, okay? Or I'd like a pet unicorn, me too, okay. All right, so any other questions on terms? And when I see crappy terms written, it really upsets me. My other favorite is seller to provide a home warranty. That term will drive me absolutely batty. Why?
It's not specific enough.
Not specific enough. There's more than one home warranty company. There's all kinds of different coverages. If you have a home warranty for a single family, it costs one thing. If you have a home warranty for a fourplex, which you guys can get, it costs 4 times more. Okay, so we actually want to know what company, what level, and because they have what we would call them, you know, if you were paying insurance, it'd be your copay. They call it a trade call fee. Okay, so you have to ask for what different trade call fee you want. They have a menu of different options that you can upgrade and do things with. And a seller, again, has the right to know you're opening up a checkbook of somebody's, right? A seller has a right to know the amount of money that you're asking them to spend, and then they can, in their mind's eye, they can determine whether or not they're willing or not willing to do that for you. Yes, sir.
So would it be accurate to say that like anything you put in the terms ought to satisfy like who, what, when, where, why, those questions?
It really, at least it should be to the best of your ability. Some of that, we can't do that now.
Sure,
You know,
but I
there's
mean,
too many
as much as you
research,
can.
like, so for even if you guys even asking for a COSA, does everybody remember what a COSA is?
Certificate of site approval?
Certificate of on-site septic. No, certificate of on-site septic approval, correct. I have no idea what that's gonna cost a seller. Okay, because if it passes, it's one amount. If it doesn't pass, now we're into something completely different. Does that make sense? So, you know, now we're into whether or not they have to have an engineered septic system, if I can move it, you know, now we're into a whole crazy land. Were you like reading his mind over there? Yeah. Now we're in it deep, right?
No, yours. You just want to say
I
it.
didn't say it. But yeah, I mean, so there's certain things that I can't put dollar values to. You know, other things I can put dollar values to. Does that make sense? And when I am asking someone to pay for something for someone, let's do a little bit of due diligence. You know, now if you're asking somebody for, I will say you can do something like sellers provide a $10,000 carpet allowance. That means, so typically what I'm going to trust me when I tell you, we're either going to reduce the price by $10,000, which really doesn't help them get new carpet. Do you get that? Mm-hmm. Because how am I going to respond to that? I want a $10,000 carpet allowance. Okay, well, if you want a $10,000 carpet allowance, let's just take $10,000 off the purchase price. It's still, but when it comes to getting something done, if I can't afford to pay it, that doesn't get me there. Mm-hmm. And by reducing the sales price, it doesn't get you there.
Yeah.
Do you
Okay.
put anything on there just to justify the deduction in the price? That's kind of what I was wondering.
You could do things like that, and you guys, when you get into really interesting situations, and we've done a ton of them. Yeah, you can start to justify certain things, but whether or not the seller is a willing spirit, has money, or is willing to do it is a different kettle of fish. I can't always answer. And it's usually, you have to remember, you always have to marry the buyer, the loan type, the house, and the seller all have to be married together. So depending on the loan type, I might be able to get something done, I might be able to not get something done. Depending on the seller, I can get something done, I might not be able to get something done. Depending on what your buyer wants, you can get your buyer what they want, you can't get what they want, depending what their loan type will allow. A lot of times when I really start, when you really start to get into these super picky buyers, what I start to figure out is you really want a custom home built.
Yeah.
So what we really need to start doing is going, and literally, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but at the end of the day, I sometimes have said to buyers, so what you're really asking for is kind of a custom home. So I think we need to switch directions for a second. Let's see if we can't build you what you want. Guess how quickly they get real.
That's been popping up in my mind to suggest to my teacher clients, like, come on, guys, you know, that might almost 24. Yeah, a
Going
lot.
back to the
Probably like
home warranty,
18.
is there anyone
Your
here?
in-laws?
that-
No.
Anyone here sells home warranty?
Right there. Right, there's a gal right there that's not.
Up to like
I'm
No,
going-
13,
no,
but
she's a
husband
um,
doesn't care what they
representative from the
spend.
company that
She
uses
grew
us.
up poor, so she's like, I don't want to
Okay,
spend
so
more
I
than
wanna go
50,
talk to her.
and it has to be like,
She's in
Well, I
that,
want
she's
them, like,
out of the state, but she's been walking them all.
outside.
Okay, but she works there, right? So she'll be back
Yes.
here next week.
Yeah, and she'll come a couple times
East
a year from us. She
More-
just did a
more
lunch
to
and
look
learn.
at this, I-
She was just here like a month, she was just here like 2 weeks
it's-
ago.
They want
And they
us
did
to
a
do this
lunch.
there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I just wanna know
Well,
what.
not right now, at least.
You know what I would tell you to do? Don't spin your,
You would think.
don't spin your wheels too much on, this sounds
She doesn't
contradictory
want
to
that.
the
It's
class.
one of those.
Don't worry about
catch-22s.
calling somebody up, like for a home
Right,
warranty.
right. We want
Get a
them
buyer
looking things.
that wants a home
No
warranty.
compromise, yeah.
Well,
Or do you have a website and
Yeah.
then she'll.
Yeah, and the other thing is we've got all kinds of materials upstairs, go read what you have. Okay, because I mean, until you're in it, it doesn't, I would, your time, what am I gonna tell you where you need to spend your time? With the buyer who
Selling.
wants to buy or a seller who wants to sell, that's where you need to spend your time. You can spend months learning all the intricacies of all of these different things, and you haven't done a sale.
yeah, but I'm just that kind of guy who wants to know the answer.
You don't, but here's the deal, I don't sell home warranty, I don't provide home warranties. I let you know that they exist. If you've got a specific question, let me hook you up with the expert. Let me land your plane. I don't lend money, so I'm not gonna be answering a crap ton of questions on lending. You need to be talking to your because it is too dependent on every other piece of information. It's too dependent on what the house is. Just knowing that home warranties exist is all you need to know. Knowing that you can get one is all you need to know, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. Because other than that, you need to know, what is the house? What does it come with? You see that? It's just way too many dependent on too many other factors.
And there's other home warranty companies. out
Correct,
there, too.
exactly. So you can get lost in the weeds. And all you need to know is, oh my gosh, you've got a great question. Let's get Randy on the phone right now. Let's ask her. Then you look like a rock star. Okay, and you haven't spent hours and hours and hours of your time
Doing research.
doing research for something that you may never have to answer. Okay, same thing with FHA. I know tons and tons and tons about lending, but you're gonna notice that I will tell you, well, I think it's like that, and then I'll walk over to the mortgage company, and I'll sit down with one of the originators, and I'll say, can you answer this, we go over this, and this. And oh, Teresa, that's completely and totally changed since back in the dinosaur days when you were selling. And I'll be like, oh, okay, thanks. Because lending changes on a dime.
Mhm.
So-
And I noticed that.
Yeah, so if you get too lost in the weeds on specifics of things, guess what ends up happening to you? You actually start getting wrong information. So you gotta be careful. Let the other experts shine in their field. All you are is a conduit to bring people together. Okay, so yeah, you might actually tell these people, have you ever thought about maybe what you're looking for is a custom home?
I haven't brought it up, but it keeps kind of popping into my head as an option for them. I
Okay,
just,
so maybe on the slide, what you might want to do is come up with some, based on their parameters, see if there's any lots available. That might end up landing your plane super fast, because you might find out there's not a city lot out there that they could build on. So that might not be an option.
and which is why I've been reluctant to bring it up yet, because
Sure.
I haven't done research into it. So
Yeah, there you
even,
go.
I don't want to throw that into the mix too.
Right, and I gotcha. Okay, so again, if well and septic, one of the most important things that oftentimes gets missed, bless you, bless you, bless you. And I don't want to beat dead horses to death about how specific you have to be about verbiage and how important word words are, okay? You have to make sure that you say that the buyer has the right to accept the results of a COSA. The buyer has the right to review and accept the results of a COSA, okay? Because again, a system could barely pass, which means it's legal, but it might not be something that your buyer is going to be comfortable with. But if all you said is that the seller has to provide you with a COSA, then they've fulfilled the term of the contract, they've given you a COSA, your buyer is now inheriting a system
That is failing.
that is failing or will not meet their needs, either way, and you're gonna be in really big fat trouble. Okay, and how many times do you think we get into earnest money disputes over COSAs? All the time.
That's a back out right there.
It's not, but FYI, is it a back out? The seller is not in default. If you did not allow the buyer to approve the results of the COSA.
That's why you say that, because then,
Not only to review, but to approve or.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see that?
so it says subject to buyer's approval of the certificate.
Of on-site systems approval.
I like that.
Okay? And the reason why we have these terms and why I really highly suggest that you use broker-approved terms is because these are the things that will save your butt when you're just sitting there on the fly putting things together and you cannot remember what are you gonna automatically, what am I gonna, I'm writing an offer, I'm really excited, things are good, I don't have anything with me. It's got a well and septic, I'm like, this is contingent on the COSA, okay? And you're like, cool, I got it, well and septic, contingent on the COSA. Okay, then we get it in, yeah, it passes. Okay, but now your buyer is flipping out because there's no water pressure.
Teresa, are there, you say broker approved terms? I have to imagine there are more broker approved terms.
There can be, but these are, what I've given you here, these are the ones that you're typically using these in 1, 2, 3 contracts that you're gonna write. I would tell you, if you start getting beyond 4 or 5 terms, just between me and the lamppost, you're in the weeds. Most offers that we see get accepted, guys, have 2 terms on them.
Have 2 terms on it?
2 terms.
Home warranty.
No,
Closing
no,
costs.
closing costs, and typically, actually getting your, closing costs and getting your, furnace check.
And
Those
this
are 2
is,
terms.
this is something that we can create and just have it there and copy and paste, right?
I would tell you, where would I tell you to put them?
Transaction file.
I would tell you to put them
Flex.
in Flex, in your, terms, right? Where can you put them? In my clauses,
Oh, right,
you can write them here.
that's right.
Here's listing clean dogs, listing showings, you can name them anything you want to. Then when you go to write an offer, there's a little scroll box that comes up, and you can go click.
So when that COSA report comes in, it behooves the licensee of the buyer to have it read by another.
You can always, you can always call the engineer, and typically you're gonna be using either Rudy Canone or, give me a minute. There's only a few companies that really do well on subjects because they get used very often because they're really good. What's the other one? I'm just drawing the blank open to you. Canone Engineering and anyway, but these guys are awesome to talk to. They're happy to tell you anything you want to know about COSAs. I mean, obviously you get deep in the weeds in this type of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can find out and learn about. There's ways to solve problems. But here's the kind of I don't want to scare you about wells and septics because there's thousands of them in the city and you're going to be selling them all the time. And that's all that's available out in the valley. So people are going to have well and septic systems. But it truly is, it's not if the system is when it's going to fail, it's when they're going to fail. And it's how much it's going to cost to re-engineer the system and get it approved by the city, and do you have that money? So if you're buying a home that is on well and septic, there is a expense that comes with that, okay? And most people do not maintain their wells and septics at all. They basically are kind of like, they're like cars, right? They're like chicks in cars. I just want to stick my key in and drive. I don't want to hear any noises. I don't want anything to go wrong. I don't want to check my oil. I just want to put the gas in it and go, right? That's how a lot of people treat septic systems. Okay, basically if it's not causing you any problems, then ignore it, right? Okay, and then escalation clauses if you get into multiple offers. Again, you need to be able to have a satisfactory escalation clause that will actually win your offer. The number 1, 2 ways that I see people lose escalation clauses is they say sales price to be $1,000 over highest price, okay?
Do it over net.
You have to do it over the net to the seller because remember, I can show you, so watch this guys. So if I have a $300,000 house, okay, with $10,000 in closing costs, okay, that's a $290 offer, right? If I have a $290 offer, okay, that's the same with no closing costs. Do you get that? Okay, and that's $290. If I have a $305 offer with $10,000 in closing costs, that's a $290 offer, isn't it?
Is that $100,000 in closing costs?
No, I said 10. 10. 10.
What?
Yeah, 305 with 10 is 290, right?
295.
295, what do I need to do to make it right? No, if I need to roll it out, what do I need to do?
You're thinking the other, you're thinking.
No, I'm right, I'm not expressing it right in math, hang on.
Someone's paying for it and the other opposite side is paying for it. What do you think?
No. There's there's many different ways you can express it, and you get the same math. But it's how a listing licensee knows math. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
If you don't know how to do the math, then you don't get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not gonna get the right amount. Okay, so $300,000 with the seller paying $10,000 in closing costs is $290. A $290 offer, is that the same as?
Yeah. It's the same thing.
No, but if I rolled $290, it's, okay, it's, here we go.
It's $1,000, remember, the thousand.
No, give me a second, I'm missing it, I'll have to think about it.
You're-
I gotta do the math in my head so it works out. I'm missing my point there. But you can I can write the number 16 different ways, and it can all net the seller the same. If your listing licensee doesn't know how to do the math, okay, and they don't understand it's the net to the seller, not the price. Do you understand? Because which one's the higher offer?
The one on the right, left, because you put in there the
No.
escalation clause of 1,000. So even though
No,
they're the
they're
same,
both the same. Those two
They're the
offers are
same.
exactly the same.
except for your escalation
No,
clause.
here's what I'm saying. When a seller is looking at an offer, okay, if a listing licensee isn't savvy enough to tell them that the net is the same, if you have a seller that's looking at a $300 or a $290,
They're both the same offer.
but with $10,000 closing costs, they're the same offer.
Right.
But if you have a seller who only sees price, that's what I need you to understand. If the seller only sees the price, and the listing licensee can't do math, which a lot of listing licensees cannot do math, then they don't understand that that's the same offer.
Gotcha.
Got me?
So,
Yeah.
so 300 with 10,000 closing costs is the
It's
same as the
the same as the
290.
290 offer.
You just want us to be able to
I need you to
explain the
know,
math
yes,
to our
To
client.
your seller. Okay,
Got it.
because a lot of people say to me, Teresa, no, the $300,000, that's the higher offer. I'm
No,
like, no, it's
they're the
not.
same.
It's exactly the freaking same. No, it's not, Teresa, 300,000 is a higher price point. I said, the seller will net the same amount of money if it's a 290 offer with no closing costs.
Right.
How often when you counter, when the listing licensee counters the seller's request for, let's say, it's $10,000 in closing costs and $30,000 property, they counter, say, okay, properties, we'll accept $10,000 in closing costs if the price of the property is $310,000. I mean, how often?
Tell me, I'm sorry.
Basically rolling up the price of the
Well, a lot of times they'll
property
accept
at
that.
$10,000.
Yeah,
So-
and a lot of sellers will say, and here's what the backlash is. A lot of sellers have to pay their own closing costs, because remember, unless they were a veteran buyer, probably for the last 15, 20 years, a buyer, when they bought their home, they had to have not only their down payment, but they also had to pay their closing costs too. So now when you have a buyer coming and accepting the price but asking for the closing costs, obviously they're taking a percentage deduction, right? So they're saying, well, I had to pay my own.
As a listing licensee, after like having them agree to pay 6% commission,
Right.
and then.
But that's why at the listing appointment, we need to remember what you and I talked about when we're at the listing appointment. We need to be talking about how buyers licensees are actually structuring offers. And here's the one major thing that we don't ever tell them, that I think is a danger when you're the listing licensee. it's not just the closing costs they're gonna ask you to pay. It's the repairs you're gonna have to make on the property. We have a kind of a very, oh yeah, there's gonna be a home inspection and the buyer has the right to ask for repairs. Moving on, okay, how much is that repair on that property downtown? Possibly
Never got an estimate, but it could be upwards of $40,000.
$40,000. Okay, so yeah, glossing over repairs is not really something we wanna do. How much is a roof cost right now?
15 to 20.
I would say $10,000. A roof is gonna be running about 10 grand large, okay? So if you have to replace your roof and I'm paying closing costs, then remember, I've already agreed to my price. And I've already agreed to pay closing costs. You got me? So we're in a contract by the time we get the home inspection, and we've already agreed to this stuff on the
How
front.
would you counter that? What exactly language would you use to counter, like, okay, we will accept the closing costs by
That's
rolling
why
up the
I'm
price
trying to tell you,
$10,000?
Realtor code. Remember, I'm trying to talk to you about Realtor code and
Yeah.
how realtors really think. And I understand that you're working with real buyers with real emotions, so I totally get this. But you have got to start talking to your clients and making them understand that sellers are people. Because
Yeah.
obviously, I'm gonna say it again, they think because you own a house, you have lots of money. All of us who own houses know that that's not true. We have all the same bills that the buyer has. The difference is we purchased a house. Okay, we have an asset that they don't have. We get that, okay?
I'm just
But
wondering,
how
like,
do you do, okay,
how, what verbiage you would use to,
at what point? So
Discount.
where are we at?
okay, so like you've accepted an offer for or somebody gives you an offer
Yep.
on your house, you're looking for 300 and they
Yeah.
want 10,000 closing costs, and you say, no, I don't want to pay that $10,000.
Yeah. So I would be
But,
calling
but,
them
but
listing,
as,
I'd be
but
calling.
as, hold on, but as their agent, I would say, well, we could counter this by rolling the price $10,000. How
Or
would
we could roll it up, we could agree to pay, you know, say, I understand that $10,000 is, you're feeling like that's too much, what are you comfortable paying?
Well, it's a way for them to get in the house, because if they don't have it, they don't have it.
No, but we're saying, but here's the conversation. I understand that you're not comfortable with 10. I'm hearing you. You think that they're asking you for too much. Okay, I heard you. So what would you be comfortable paying? That's a question. Nothing. Okay, well, I think when we had our original listing appointment and when I did my net to you, I warned you that I thought a buyer might ask you for closing costs. You see that we have an offer. Here, Mr. Seller, is your net that I prepared for you. And here you see, you acknowledged that because remember I had you sign it. You acknowledged that I told you that most offers are coming with closing costs. And gosh, here we are. Here's an offer that's coming with closing costs. That's very standard in our industry right now. I'm hearing that you're saying that you're not comfortable with 10, okay? So why don't I go make a phone call? What's the first phone call I'm making?
the lender?
I'm talking to the lender. I'm saying,
See what the
okay,
minimum amount
I'm saying,
of closing costs is that.
remember Josh Good? What
Yeah.
did I say to Josh Good? I said, Josh, I got a seller, and it looks to me like this is kind of a weak offer, this is a weak sauce offer, and looks to me like they're asking for a lot of closing costs. I need to know, is this the amount they need, or do we have anywhere to go? Can we roll it? If you heard me, I said, can we roll it in the price? Meaning, can they finance their own closing costs being paid, or do they really have to have it? Okay, because the seller is not happy with this amount of closing costs. Okay, I didn't ask him any personal questions about the buyer. I said he wants to do that deal too because he gets paid on commission. So I'm asking him a legit question. The legit question is, do they need it? Does he have any additional cash? Okay. Then he came back, said, nope, he actually needs whatever. It was 11 and he said he needed 9. So that's what we counted at. And then you can go back to the seller and be like, Mr. Seller, this is, and this is the only offer we have. What do I always tell you? Work the offer you have. We may not get another offer. I don't have 6 other showing appointments set up for the property. This was the second showing. You were really excited to get this offer. We might not get another offer. This might be the only one we have. So if this is the only offer that we have, what are you comfortable with? Okay, if they're not comfortable, what could you do? You don't reject the offer. What do we do? We counter. What do we counter at? If he's not willing to come down $1, what do we do?
You counter back?
You would counter back at full price for closing costs. That's simple. Okay, then they can come back or not.
you know? And then what you say is, I need you to understand, if you counter back, if you don't show some help that you're willing, if you don't show that yourself to be a willing spirit, if they really need closing costs, which I've called the lender and we verified that they really needed closing costs, there's 2 ways we can do this. You can agree to pay the closing costs at this price, or we can try and roll it up into the price. Okay, but again, I need to be able to explain this math.
Yeah.
Because typically what they'll say is just lower the price. It doesn't get you there, Mr. Seller, if I lower the price, because he still needs closing costs paid. Here it is. Sorry. This is the same offer. That's what it's going to be. Okay? No.
No, because the one on the left is,
Would you try to go up to the 290
No.
or?
but the one on the left is, they look the same, but it's actually 291.
No, and that's what the escalation clause, what we're talking, we're just doing this right here.
Okay,
So you went over this yesterday with us?
Yeah.
And
No,
from
no,
what
it
I'm
isn't.
remembering,
When you
I think you
add-
did it right.
When you add the escalation clause in, then you can tell them which offer is the highest,
Mhm.
okay? But what I'm trying to tell you is, if you're rolling closing costs, this is where you roll closing costs in.
So you, the sellers pay for the closing cost in the first place, and then that's how you end up with the 290. And then you'll be at 290, no, you'll be at 280 on the second one, with the seller paying 10,000 closing costs.
300.
You need to go down instead of going up.
Yeah, here it is, 295, there it is, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be idiots, I just have a hard half, I'm only going to pay half.
Yeah.
There's half. Sorry, it should be the same thing. So even though we've got 3 different prices,
Yeah.
it's net the same. I apologize, I couldn't do it. So 295 and 5 is 290. 290 is 290. 300 with 10 is 290.
Yeah.
They all net the same. Okay, if you can't get somebody to understand that, that's the net to the seller. Then we apply, there it is. I'm sorry, I was like, what?
I didn't realize it.
That's okay.
I thought you were saying what you
No.
did was wrong.
No,
I'm
no,
like,
no.
that's
No,
right.
over there, I was screwing it up. It's 295 and 5 is 290.
So basically, what you say half, the seller's gonna pay half from the 10,000.
Correct. So,
In another way too, it's like wouldn't you, I mean, most properties are priced to account for some sort of negotiation.
I wouldn't say that, because remember, we think that, but remember, buyers or sellers are interested in netting it all, not helping a buyer.
They know
Sellers
it.
are interested in netting it all. They're interested in pure, what are they gonna make us profit?
Well, I mean, it's like when you're talking to a potential seller,
Yes,
listing appointment, you say, well, we're talking pricing strategies right now.
right,
So you do the pricing as is,
right,
and you make it, ask for closing costs.
Right.
You may be presented with a full price offer.
Right.
It depends, you never know.
right,
You can price it under,
right,
and try to attract a lot of activity and
correct. And then
get a
possibly
price
push the
increase.
price, yeah.
And then be able to,
negotiate.
So you just
Be able
answered
to
your own
reject
question.
closing cost requests, because you can say the price was priced under market.
Correct, correct,
Or you can price maybe 10,000 over,
right,
saying
But
that
all I'm
then we
telling you-
negotiate down to 300
Yes.
and then
right.
with closing costs.
But
And
I'm
then-
telling you that some licensees are such idiots that they think that this offer is the highest offer. That's all I'm telling you.
Right, yeah,
Is some
right,
licensees
yeah.
can't, they can't even do this. So that 300 with 10 is
That's right.
290, 290 is 290, and 295 with 5 is 290. They can't figure that out.
I mean, yeah, when you have expenses, these are your
Correct,
expenses to sell.
So which one
So-
of these is, but if I've got a multiple offer situation and I have Doogie Howser listing licensee, this is the guy who gets the offer, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Because he and the seller only see price. They don't say net. what I need
Somebody who comes in and offers
Correct.
10,000 low.
No, somebody who comes in and offers 10,000 low can't figure out, because they're paying their own closing costs,
people are stupid, is what I'm trying to tell you. People
Oh,
are
so
stupid. They
the
only
listing
see
licensee
this.
that accepts a $290 offer with no closing costs,
Has-
but it may not be the best buyer.
No, I'm not saying anything, I don't know anything about the buyer. I'm just trying to tell you that these three offers are exactly the same.
Right.
But in some Hauser listing licensees and some sellers will take this offer every single time because of this.
So when you got three
Right.
offers,
I've been, yeah.
so when you have three offers like that,
Yes.
they're all the same, then how
Yes.
do you decide which offer you want to entertain? from
They
there?
want that
I
offer.
would tell you which one, I would tell you which
Wait,
one I would take
don't
every day,
they-
twice on
Don't
Sunday.
they come in at a certain time, they're minutes apart?
No, it depends. I can't
So
tell
doesn't
you.
the first guy get a
No, not necessarily. No, if I know that I'm getting multiple offers in, I'm waiting to see all the offers.
Okay, but
But which one would I accept? Which one would you accept? I'll tell you which one I accept. I'll do it twice on Sunday.
why can,
Closing costs.
The guy paying his own closing costs,
why can,
always. Because that tells me they're more financially stable. If they can pay their own closing costs, and they're willing to pay their own closing costs, then that's the offer to accept, the 290 is the offer to accept.
There's less chances that you won't be up.
Correct, because he has money.
Okay.
He has, that tells me that he has money. He's paying his
Michael
own.
will,
Yeah.
Right, and see what I'm saying?
but I thought there was a rule that says if two offers come in that are the same, then whoever put the offer in first.
No.
There's no first place?
No, there's no FIFO. FIFO is how a lot of licensees like to operate, and that FIFO is called first in, first out.
Wow.
That's how I like to operate, but the timing of your offer makes absolutely no difference. Okay?
So,
Yes,
So,
it's that, and by the way, we represent the seller. We're supposed to get them the best net to them. Not matter what, like whether or not, so try and make me, help me understand the seller who you try and tell them, no, we have to accept the first offer because it came in first, even though this offer will net you $10,000 more. There isn't a seller alive who thinks that's logical.
no, when the net's the same.
No, no,
Okay.
that's the same. I'm going with
Still on the same
I'm sorry, I'm going with the most qualified buyer.
Right.
I'm not going with if the net is the same,
If all the offers were the
all of the
same,
offers are exactly the
let's just say
same,
they were the exact same.
then I'm going with the most qualified buyer.
Okay.
I'm going conventional all day long and twice on Sunday over VA and FHA, all day long and twice on Sunday, and I'm going with the guy who can pay his own closing costs all day long and twice on Sunday. That's the guy I'm going with. And I'm telling you, Wiley E. Coyote Realtors, that's what they're going with too. Just
All right,
have
well, that
to-
makes sense.
Yeah, the most
In
qualified.
your experience, percentage-wise, how many buyers pay their own closing costs?
Well, there used to be, I can't answer that question. It used to be back in, I'm gonna say I probably see 75%, 25% of buyers pay their own closing costs, 75% of offers ask for closing costs. It's a standard in our market. Probably.
3 out of 4.
You'll actually come in and say 290 with 10,000.
That's a different offer, but 290 at its own is the same as 300 with 10 or 295 with 5. They all net the same. Now let's apply the escalation clause. Again, if I'm the one who has an escalation clause, then the best net to the seller, then any of these win. If I have this escalation clause on here, does that make sense? But you need to know how an escalation clause actually functions, and you need to understand this relationship. When you're getting an offer in, you need to understand this relationship. Because sometimes people are just looking at this. Do you see? They're just looking at this. Sometimes that seller, I've actually sat with the seller doing this math with sellers, going, this is the same offer as this and as this. They're like, no, it's not. It's higher. I'm like, it's the same. Okay?
So tell me this, if you did get all those offers at once for your client and you're presenting to them to the client and your client asks, well,
What do you choose?
I want to counter them back.
Okay.
Are you able to counter all of them
I'm
back?
only countering one offer at a time back,
Okay.
period. Okay, I'm only there is a way to counter all offers back at the same time. You are not that sophisticated,
Okay.
okay? I don't like to do it, and I know how to do it.
Right.
Because you can end up getting you can sell the same house to two people, and that is not funny. Okay, people have done it before. Do you think people have sold the same house to two people? Yes, they have. So we only counter one offer at a time. If we can't get into contract with that person, then we move on to the next offer. We counter that offer until we can't go any farther, then we counter the last.
Before?
Oh, of course. Of course. If you're not, you guys are not, does it make sense that not everybody is that completely sophisticated?
What about calling all those licensees
You
and
can also say,
asking
give me your
them-
final and best.
give me a different, everybody, can you still tell them,
Yep.
it's okay, the seller,
I have
I had
multiple
this,
offers
and
in.
that they're the same price.
Okay.
You need to give me a better offer.
No, you cannot say that.
Okay,
Why can you not say that? That you cannot say.
okay. I know why, but I can't
Because
explain.
I cannot disclose what the offers are.
Okay,
I
okay,
cannot disclose terms.
True.
I cannot disclose what the offer is. Okay. What I can say,
can you give me your best and final
I need,
offer?
here's stuff that is allowable, but I'm going to tell you stuff that starts to get borderline. I need you to make any changes to your offer that you would like to make. I'm giving you a, window of opportunity here. The seller's going to be picking an offer at 7 p.m. tonight.
Seller's picking an offer,
Seller's-
that's letting you know that you had the same offer.
No, that's not letting you know anything.
No.
I'm giving you the opportunity to make any changes you'd like to make to your offer. We have XYZ offers in, and we're going to make a decision at 7. So I need to know if your buyer is going to choose to change any of the terms of their offer, including price or terms, or anything else. And then if you can either email me, text me, or let me know immediately. Okay. Now, here's what you cannot say. This is where it starts to get borderline. Okay. You cannot say, I have all offers are the same.
Right.
You cannot say that. You also, here's where it gets, I will get really upset with you. When you say, well, we're really far apart, and if you could come up, you are not even in the ballpark, so you're gonna have to make significant changes to your offer. Okay, that's gonna get you in trouble.
Okay.
Okay, here's other stuff that's gonna get you in trouble. I already have an offer at that amount, so you'd have to beat that. Why is that gonna get you in trouble? Now now the other offer is at a disadvantage because you just told them how to beat you.
How do you see your offer?
I need you to, you
How
have
about-
to give
Make
everybody,
that
you have to give everybody the same privilege, okay?
How
Now,
about if someone tells you, I already have an offer, but it's too low?
okay, that again will get you in serious trouble with me. Why? Why will that get you in serious trouble?
Because
Because you're
pushing
now-
them.
You're pushing them to, buyers have to make the offer they want to make. Sellers have the right to inspect them, okay? But you can't tell people how to beat an offer. That is illegal.
How about if the person is emotionally attached to, let's say, one of the buyer?
That happens all the time. That's why I'm not
What if someone
showing you.
asks, if your buyer asks you, if you were gonna make an offer on this offer,
I'll look you in the eye and tell you exactly what I would say. If you really want this property, I'd make a full price, no terms offer. If you really want it, let me help
Yeah.
you. I'd make a cash offer, or I'd make a full price, no terms
That's
offer.
why we have the listing price
FYI,
to
let me
begin.
look at you, let me look at you straight in the face. If you really want this house, then offer full price, no terms. Please
Looking
don't
at you in
look-
the face, no?
I'm looking in the face. Do you really want this house? I have no problem saying that.
I don't think you can get in trouble for that.
I don't have any problem saying that.
so you
And I don't
can't
work
say-
for the
you can't say
seller.
an amount.
No, I'm not, it's not my house, it's not my finances. No, I can't say an amount.
So we got multiple offers, and if I really wanted it, I'd put it in full offer with no terms.
Correct. By the way, guys,
Good luck
did
to
you
you.
hear the only offer I've ever written full price and no terms was for myself on a house we really wanted. I wrote an offer of no price, no terms. Now, I've never had a client I wrote an offer no full price, no terms, ever in
Good
my
job.
life.
Okay.
But for my own damn self, we really wanted the house. What did you do? We wrote an offer full price, no terms. I go bang myself on the head every day and say, I wrote an offer for full price, no terms, full price, no terms, for myself.
That's the full price, no terms house.
That's right.
Closing
That's my
costs
fault.
and-
We paid everything. They wouldn't do a thing. They wouldn't fix a thing. We fixed everything. Yes.
Ricky,
Yeah, it was awful. Worst deal I've ever made in my life was for myself.
Was your own? Yeah. That's good though.
Well, you got
I would-
the
I would
house
brag
figured
on
out,
that.
right?
that is
You
a,
do?
Yeah.
Worst deal I
seriously,
ever did was for myself.
And
Seriously.
not one for my clients. Yeah.
yeah, because if you tell it in that way, because everybody in here is thinking that's a good job for you, then because you treat your customers better than you treat
Well,
yourself.
exactly. And by the way, when I
Exactly.
listed my property, when I sold my love shack in Spinard, which we'll talk about all day long before Sun Sunday, I hired a realtor and I paid him a 3%
She
commission.
knows that.
I think you're,
I hired a
I think it's time for you to tell me how you live on.
Yeah, you don't have my
I'd be more than
listing, I
happy.
didn't like your listing presentation so far. You don't have my listing. The only guy who's done a listing presentation to me right now, the only guy who's done a listing presentation for me right now has been Phil Barnes. And Phil Barnes did pretty good, but nobody else has done one, I'm just saying. So just by sheer fact that he's the only guy who showed up for my follow-up listing appointment, he has my listing right now.
Ooh,
Right?
okay.
Okay,
Good.
I haven't seen a CMA from one of you.
I'm sure the only person in the game.
Yeah. So by the way, you're winning by attrition, my friend. You've got the listing just by attrition. Isn't that interesting? People go on listing appointments and don't.
Chance, but.
Yes, you still have it. Abraham still has a chance if he can like redeem himself. If he can redeem himself. Well, if you'll take closing costs, then I'll take your listing. I'm like.
But when I said that, this is what I was meaning, exactly what is on the board, that's what I was meaning, you know? If you raise the price a little bit, then that means that you, because we all know that it's the same thing. But for,
No, licensees don't know it's the same thing. Abraham, people do not know it's the same thing. This is what I'm telling you. It took me a minute to get that, to get it.
Well,
Same thing, so I'm like, I know.
I understand this concept. I mean, to me, it seems like that, very straightforward.
It is not very straightforward.
But what I'm saying though is for a lot of people though, it's not. And if they see something like, oh, they're playing our closing costs and this and that, and it's like, okay, well, I'm not, you know, not really, but sure.
Yeah.
And as
Yeah,
it's
but
the
that's what I mean. Presentation is important. Things you say are important. How
It
you-
was a presentation.
How you are able to explain this information.
It wasn't what you said, it was how you said it. And the timing, that's when she said, get it, you're fired.
No, what it was, I'll tell you exactly what it was. It was, if you do this, then I'll take your listing.
The way he said it.
I did
No,
not say I'll
it
take
was,
your
I'll
listing.
take your listing. And remember, I still am the customer. I
Right.
decide who gets the listing for my house, you don't decide.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you used an assumptive thing with me that if you do this, then I'm gonna have to take your listing. And my assumptive was, I rejected your assumptive because you don't have my business, you haven't got my business yet. Now, like higher end licensees, remember, higher end licensees who go into listing appointments, they're not interviewing the client, they're interviewing the client isn't interviewing them. So you came at me with that way. And I was like, I haven't hired you, so you don't get to say things like that to me. See where I'm at? But there are licensees, Abraham, who've been in the business for 30 years, who could walk into a listing and they could say that, and I'd be like, yes, sir, where do I sign? Because I'm hiring their expertise. Bob Bear could say that to me and I'd probably be fine. Do you see what I mean? He's a different guy who's been in business a way lot longer. Okay? Do you get
So maybe one day.
Yeah. Okay, no, but do you get the difference? If I'm the customer and I'm making a decision, I'm interviewing, be careful with an assumptive close. Unless you're feeling an assumptive
You
close.
called me and say, can you list my property, and I can say that.
Maybe, but my question should be, am I in a competitive, am I competing with other licensees for this listing? Because if I'm competing with other licensees for this listing, then I don't assume I have it, because I know I'm in competition for it.
I'm
Does
gonna
that,
let you hear what one.
yes, right. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't, you're correct in one sense, the way he was saying it, but it was the assumptive close. You didn't have my business yet. So by assuming that you did, I was like, and I also told you I had one guy who basically told me, you need to get these effing dogs out of here because I can't stand dogs. He lost my listing right then too. I said, okay, just so you know, I'm not listing with you. Yeah, but he basically said, I need you to remove these dogs from this room right now so that you and I can talk business. And I said, okay, you just lost my listing. Because obviously,
It's your house.
it's my home,
It's your dog.
it's my dogs, and I like them more than I like you.
They're kids.
Yeah.
You better just assume.
What if
that
he
they're
says,
available.
is there any way that we can move to a different room where the dogs?
Yeah,
can
no,
live?
what, so the dogs can follow us? Yeah.
Yeah.
What other room are we gonna go to? I'm not taking that stairs.
Ah!
So he should have just started sneezing uncontrollably.
Yeah, what's
he should have started sneezing uncontrollably then.
Yeah, and then I would be like, you're not the right guy for me.
Yeah.
Because- but, I mean,
You're gonna have
here's
to spend
what-
time in
here's
his
what I'm trying-
house.
Here's what I'm trying to say. Remember, control things are gonna lose you business with people.
Gotcha.
Control things are gonna lose you business. If you're sitting in there in a smoker's house, I have to be able to actually sit there and say to the smoker, I need to share something with you, but I'm only gonna, but I have to do it at the right moment.
You know,
Finesse.
Could you be nice enough to be like, hey, since I'm losing concentration, maybe we can do this.
Oh, absolutely. That would be an absolute great thing for you to say. You could say, but I wouldn't say I'm losing concentration.
I'm learning.
I would be like, here's what I would be like. If the dogs are really upsetting you, okay, but you're clearly getting the message that I don't care if the dogs upset you. And here's the worst thing, you're gonna have to deal with people's kids. And the kids are screaming, yelling, ranting, raving, they need to be fed, they gotta get, your daughter, for example. Okay, am I gonna say, could you please go put the baby down so that we can talk?
Yeah, that would be there.
Okay, but remember,
Can you please leave?
you have to, we're getting in people's lives. So you're going to this lovely woman's home and you're finding out she's a hoarder. I'm here to tell you, it is extremely difficult to sell a house of a hoarder. Okay, typically the person who gets the commission on that is licensee number 2 or licensee number 3. It's not licensee number 1, because licensee number 1 makes the mistake of telling her that she has to get rid of her stuff.
Right. I told her we're taking it all to Alamosa.
I know. There you go. And that will, and I'm telling you, they're 5s,
They're
because
5s.
that will actually get you the listing. If you try and get a hoarder
You gotta
to clean their
Take it
home,
there
or
yourself.
you try and help them move their stuff,
No.
they will
I'm not
fire you.
taking it.
Okay? They'll fire you, and they'll get somebody else to do. Somebody else will get that listing. Okay? It's very interesting.
What about a smelly house? Man, I can't wait to go into a smelly house.
Oh, you got
I'll be
tons
like,
of them to
I'm
go.
not taking this listing. See you later.
Yeah. Well, here's so when we are at listing appointments, and we have to have these hard conversations, one of the things I tell you, you've got to become a master at people's reactions and body languages. You have to, funny thing, and you need to know this, people who joke a lot are really telling you their truth. They're masking it with humor. So be careful. Be careful with that. Really listen to what people say. Really empathize with where they are. When somebody's allowing you into their home, they're becoming very, very vulnerable to you. You're seeing me in the raw, right? In my personal space. And when you are critical of that personal space, or how someone housekeeps, or what their house smells like, or et cetera, you can do it. You can get the message across. You just have to wait for timing, and you have to wait when somebody can hear it. Because you're going to meet people who are going to say, Teresa, I already know what you're going to tell me. I already know what you're going to tell me. I can't smoke in the house anymore. More than that, it's probably, thanks for saying that. We probably need to talk about remediating some of this smoke smell. I've got a couple different ideas. And then but you got to be very soft with people when they're very vulnerable, right? It was very vulnerable for me to bring you into my own home. And I was being really, really honest. I'm having a hard time with everybody being around here. I didn't mind anybody being in the downstairs, but I really didn't want you in the upstairs. I had a house cleaner come and clean before you got there. Okay? That's vulnerable, right? So just understand where people are coming from when they're in their homes. Okay? And you can have hard conversations. And with certain personality types, they welcome it. They're like, give it to me like it is. And then you can really be like, okay, well, we've got this, this, and this. But you need to really learn how to respond to people and hear what they're saying.
If they ask you, that's what you tell them?
Yes. Well, or if you I'd like to make some suggestions. One of the things you'll always hear me say to you is, so Erin, I'd like to make some suggestions. Is it okay if I tell you some things? You'll always hear me say, okay. You always say to me, yes, oh my gosh, I want to get better. Okay, but if you were ever to say to me, I can't hear that right now, what am I going to do? Okay. I'm going to stop talking right then, because I'm listening to the fact that something's bothering you and you can't take it in right now. Anybody
So
ever
it's
been
not
in
going to
this-
be productive.
It won't be productive.
Right.
And I might
Right.
actually push you away where you won't come talk to me anymore.
Right.
Okay? I might lose the listing. I might lose the buyer. Okay, so I'm very compassionate. This is an industry of compassion, is it not? You're meeting people at some really vulnerable points in their life. You're meeting them at a lot of joyous points in their life, but you're meeting them at some really super vulnerable points in their lives. So we gotta be really careful with folks.
Yeah, everybody's scared of getting judged
Or rejected.
or rejected.
You know, buyers, when they get their offers rejected, are devastated. Devastating to get your offer rejected, just devastating.
That's for my brother.
Unless your brother, he's like, oh, damn it.
It's like a game.
We gotta go look for our house.
Oh, is he playing three-dimensional chess?
Well, that's what it feels like. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just a tool. You know,
Is he the older brother?
younger.
This would be
He's
the
a
turning
stepbrother.
point for your
We didn't
relationship.
Grow up together, but
Sometimes you
This would be the
can't,
turning
sometimes
point
if
for
you
your
get your offers,
relationship, when you decide you're in charge.
so here's a question, once you get your offer rejected, what?
Listen
Trying to.
here, I'm the older brother.
When you get your offer
When
rejected,
if your offer is rejected outright,
true.
what can you do?
You
Write
can
another offer?
write another offer.
You sell him a house and he's still in charge.
I'd
Yeah,
probably call a
that's
listing
fair.
licensee
Sounds like
and
a
ask them, hey, what can I do to possibly make your seller like this offer more maybe? I don't
Well,
know.
your problem, what I would say is, okay, so I got, so Honey Kim just rejected my offer, I'd be like, Honey Kim, I'm kind of probably, I'm at a loss for words. Your seller rejected, and I never say it's her. Never go after the other licensee.
Right, because they're just the
They're
messenger.
just doing what somebody tells them to do. So your seller rejected the offer, they didn't even counter. Okay, so what am I letting her know?
I need to know what.
come on, give me some.
Right, well.
Shine some light.
Yeah, so, and that's probably what I would say, was like, so can you shine some light? I know that it had a lot of moving parts, you know, but, would your seller be open to receiving a different offer? Or I was hoping that you might counter the offer. And here's the other thing, again, I'm talking to listing licensees, guys. When you're writing a shit offer, and you know you're writing a shit offer that you know is not gonna be able to be received well,
We're right, that was fine.
I'm gonna write it, but I'm gonna be calling the listing licensee going, hey, I wanna forewarn you, I'm dealing with a little bit of a difficult client. I have
Right.
prepared an offer, I'm not saying anything about the house, I'm not saying anything about the listing licensee, I'm telling them the truth about my client. I'm dealing with a little bit of an unrealistic
But
or difficult buyer.
aren't you kind of poisoning the well?
It's like
No,
when you're,
I'm
when
not,
you're erecting.
No.
what's that? No.
I've stated that before.
You don't even have
They'll
to say
more than
that.
likely counter back for
You know.
you.
They'll probably
It's just a problematic
No, no.
situation.
you know, like.
No, I might be
identifying
dealing,
what you
how
have
about
to deal
this, how about this one? How about this one? Would this poison the well? This is the first offer I'm writing on behalf of this buyer. I need some help getting this offer accepted. Is there anything wrong with that?
No.
Did I give away anything?
No,
But I am warning them, aren't I? Realtor speak, I'm just warning you of something.
just the fact that you dial the digits gives you credibility, right?
Right, do you see that? I'm writing an offer, okay, and I need some help. I want to work together. So if your seller isn't able to look at the offer the way it's written, I would really appreciate, how about this? I'd really appreciate you counter where your seller's willing to go. And by the way, I'm sorry, hold for 1 second. The seller could counter full price and terms. Do you see what I'm saying? If I really want to play, actually, your seller could, the worst counter I've ever written was on a $300,000 offer. We countered at $300,001. Letting them know what? We
That
raised
we're-
the price by $1.
It's still moving.
Right, by $1. What were we communicating?
We're
with
not
the-
going down on the
Yeah,
purchase
FYI,
price.
you pissed this guy off so bad, he wanted to raise the price.
Let you know, yeah.
Yeah, we're not playing games here. Okay, that was the worst counter I've ever written. I begged the person not to ask me to write it, but I did. So,
You know, can you just, talk to a listing licensee and say, hey, I'm working with a call buyer,
I'm working with a
but,
first-time buyer.
or whatever,
Yeah.
and say, we're sending over an offer, it's a starting point.
You could say that, but again, and I'm,
Just to tip your hat, like,
yep,
I
it's
will
a-
get them to negotiate.
Yeah.
We can probably get them to move, once we get the ball going, I can probably get my side to move, let your buyer know, or your seller know not to be offended.
yeah, I think now we're starting to, and poisoning the well, you're correct, but letting somebody know that you're having a difficulty with a first-time home buyer, there isn't any one of us who are in the business who don't understand what you're up against. We're dealing with the same unrealistic craps that we're writing offers for, right? We're dealing with the, oh, it's at 300,000? Let's write it for 205.
Oh my
We're
gosh.
dealing with those guys
That's
too.
I've had those clients.
That's what you end up in. They're gonna find the house if they're not, they're gonna rent.
I've actually had clients that I wrote 3 different offers and they were all like 20,000 or below. And I told them every time, you know, I will write this offer, but you are not in good juju with the sellers.
We are insulting the sellers.
Yes. And they ended up losing the house that they really loved because of it. And then the next offer we wrote was good. But yeah, it was crazy.
Because that's how.
It's not they want.
Negotiation.
Again, talked to the
Opposite
listing
clients,
license.
but
I
it's really
again talked to
difficult.
the buyer's licensee,
Respect.
and let's say it was Stephanie, I said, Stephanie, I just need you to know how hard I had to work to have this guy, respond to you. And FYI, it's not to be insulting to you or myself, but the seller was so angry over the offer that you wrote. This was all I could get him to do. And just so you know,
But there was a reason, because the seller was very angry.
the seller was so
very so he went
angry.
to the buyer.
Correct. So we have countered you back at $300,000. I prepared a counter that I'm sending you out. It's for $300,001. So I probably need you to make your buyer understand that if they want to work with this guy, he's not amused at the offer. And I said amused.
What was the offer?
And it was like 25,000 low. It was 25,000 low, and it was below tax value. And the guy was so, oh my God, it's probably somebody who's really proud of their home. It was a really beautiful home, and and it was like a couple days on the market. You know? So I mean, they got the offer, and they were. Remember, when a seller has their home on the market, they're getting showing appointments. They're so excited because every single showing appointment is
It's the
oh
one.
my gosh, it could be the one. And then when they receive an offer that is literally like such a slap in the face, they're devastated and they're angry, you know. And then of course, then they move right directly into, but we've done all this. It's this.
See, but sometimes, because I mean, kind of
No,
psychologically, when you say read people, I would advise the guy, don't put the X down, it doesn't make sense. It's
I
not devastating.
I did that. Oh, trust me. I mean, I'm sitting there, I'm doing this at gun. He wanted to write 325. You know, he wanted to go, and I said, no, that's ridiculous. If you want to make your point, let's just do it at full price. He's like, no, I want him to know how insulted I am.
It's like tipping a penny.
Yes, it is. It's like tipping a penny. You know, it is. So it was the whole, and again, that's psychological warfare back and forth. And by the way, this is where it really sucks for all of us. When we get into that warfare at the offer stage, you guys.
Can you imagine?
Here's the iceberg. The offer is right here. The rest of the stuff is down
Yeah.
here. It's below the waves.
It doesn't bode well.
It's not good. This is gonna be rough on both parties. Okay. So yeah,
Are we going till 1?
yeah, we're working on it. Yeah, for real. But everybody needed a break. I haven't given any breaks. Do you notice that?
I did.
Taking one. Take 20.
Yeah, yeah. Should be- and I'm not sure what that-
See you guys back here in 20
Yeah,
minutes.
compound break.
It took one.
I know you can see me just like waiting, like.
I
looking
flat
at the
out
clock.
did. I had a phone call and instead of just taking the call, I would have had a cigarette.
Well, I'm going, join.
I almost
What's
asked the other
different?
day,
What's different?
right?
I'm not worried about that.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay.
I think it's hilarious. Like people don't, like, you can just throw stuff. I mean, like, I get a haircut and I walk around for a couple days, like, I got a haircut. Like,
Again, we haven't moved past this stage.
Sorry, I had to bring my cat on, because I keep going upstairs today. I'm sorry.
hot water.
That's fine.
It made a noise, it's so noisy.
How's Edinburgh going?
I haven't gotten any, not received any.
Any second choice?
Showing, requests this week.
No show request for feedback?
Television. The feedback was like, people thought pricing was like maybe 5 or 10,000. In general, like not like radically too high. So I'm talking about a couple percentage points over. So I'm like, let's see the price and see what shakes out. I went and I put up directional tickets.
Good. Good.
On both entrances at Edinburgh, one with my name on it. Just kind of going further down, and then later went out for this depends on the city. The one that's not on Tuesday.
Right.
And then I put signs, my flyer, that little form, about the cars.
Good.
My cars
Good.
and
Right
threads.
there. Good.
My cars, so.
There's a Kalani Brothers down on the lake.
Oh, yeah. That one is down the front, right?
You're welcome.
And then, yeah, I'm kind of surprised. It just goes to show that there's, it's like in every neighborhood and every price band, there's like a certain pool of buyers that have been like looking for that thing. So they've gone through there. I think having it $299 might broaden the search.
I think so.
It just seemed dropping $300 might broaden the search.
Yeah, I
And I think that's.
I think where I would have a hard time with the house is 1,200 square feet.
I know, exactly. People come in there like, whoa. But really, it's like, kind of has kind of everything you need. I mean, it's like a small family or like a new family, really, so it has kind of everything you need. It's got a fireplace, kitchen area, all bedrooms, yard. I mean, it's like pretty much turn through a big garage. It has everything you need. I think that's ultimately the buyer finds is going to see it at that. And maybe offer a bit more on the property.
Yeah, I think it's just a 1,100, 1,200 square feet is hard for that.
People see it and people want it.
I like the idea that you did the chalkboard right in the shed.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I should have done that. And then now I put a flower bed next to it. I'm like, I can't do that. That wasn't really.
That's a great idea. That's very sweet. Interberry people. Your Pinterest.
Believe me. The great people or the people who put up the original ideas.
I think Pinterest probably started for some Montessori Winterberry people.
We went
Or
to
people.
our homes and had so many cutesy things all over everything that we really had a hard time seeing the house.
I need some meat.
What was there? And we called it the Pinterest house. But there was just so many little like cutesy things everywhere that we had a really hard time seeing the house. So you can pass on and stuff. I did that before when I was really bored. Do all the stuff I see online. It's fine seeing it. I've seen it. It's tiny. You know what's so easy? A garbage bag. And I just forgot about it. If I keep cleaning it and cleaning it, I'm like, oh my God.
I'm sucking so much energy.
That's what I do when I get tired of something. I just close my eyes and just put it in the bag and then I'm back to, I feel fresh.
I'll tell you what, the day that I decided to hire, to clean my home and hire someone to mow my yard, my entire world just shifted in a very peaceful, loving way.
How much do you pay to clean your yard?
Well, the guy comes and does it, he doesn't charge me very much, so $25. He cleans roofs, he mows, and he takes all the clippings away, but I don't want to have them. So $100?
My neighbors have someone mow their yard, but then they pay like $180 and I was looking at my yard, which is twice more, I'm like, eh. But it's a professional.
Yeah, I'm not hiring that.
Okay.
Yeah, I just hired a guy who needed some work, and he would come over on the weekends and do it.
And our yard needs patching, for spring, the big one. So I saw someone, I got their card,
But then I was kind of hesitant because it's not my credit card swiping. So I asked my husband, hey, what if I spoil you for a baby? Spoiling you with my money? No. He was like, what? So I was like, no, I'm so surprised. They said, yeah, I'm surprised with the bid. So I was like, okay, fine, you go patch the yard. It's a lot of work. I mean, you got inside the house all that filled with dead grass and fallen and everything.
I know,
I told him, strip in the garage, don't bring that inside.
But isn't it interesting, that for some people, spending that kind of money is just out, you know, they're right, they think to themselves, I'm just I'm giving $1 over to somebody else, but for me, the sciatica I'm having and all the, getting that house moved and cleaned and ready to go, it's been like, it's a miracle, and I come home, and my house is clean. And I put $1 value on my time. If I just take my salary, divided by the 2,080 hours, and then I realize, oh my gosh, she could have the price. And it's done. The other thing is that my house just gets dirtier and dirtier and dirtier because I don't want to spend my free time after I'm done doing things. I don't want to go home and clean. I don't have kids. I'm not cooking. I'm not doing the same things I was doing. So it's not. Or when I was at home with my kids, what would I do in the evening time? I don't watch television. Well, I clean and do laundry and stuff like that. That's fine. But
Yeah.
when you're hands and free,
Because what I'm doing this, my longest fighting. I can do it all. We've been eating takeout. How many days a week?
yep, you
I
started to do
only
that.
cook once or twice.
Yep.
That's it. I can't.
Well, how about cooking for yourself? You guys have fun with it.
No.
Well, it's like, how do you make, you can't get portions small enough and you Tupperware things and you get sick of leftovers. Yeah.
My daughter turned herself a vegetarian.
Oh, nice.
So I was like, if you're gonna do that, because I'm tired of doing this and then I have to do this for you, you're gonna do that, cook for your own.
There she is.
Yeah, we're always spending at least $10 a day for one meal, because those stuff cost so much.
Yeah.
And they're all preserved.
My mom used to be a vegan. I was a vegetarian through high school and up until I married my husband. She cooked the meat separate.
Oh, that's what I did, and then, you know what happened? My meal turned out, yeah. I can't get to the taste that I wanted because I have been doing it separately, and it cost me another hour just to have it done like that. And my vegetables got soaked, and my meat they just don't match. And I'm the stepmom,
So already that's an issue.
yeah, I was like, no, if you're gonna do this, you're doing it on your own. I'm not gonna spend my little hour that I could sit down and rest, so I can, and then half the time she doesn't even eat it. It's not,
Because it tastes good.
or we buy this stuff, big bag,
And she doesn't use it.
no, it tastes like this, tastes like that. I'm like, oh, that's what it takes, because it's vegetable,
Yeah.
with no flavoring.
Right. Then you gotta introduce.
So we have to throw it away, and then guess what, it's money thrown away. They don't understand it.
If they ask me to buy something and then they don't put it in, they throw it away for you.
I sat there yelling at myself this morning, yet throwing some things away again, buying 2 different packages. And I can't buy things like that are, they go on sale, because you get stuff that goes on sale because they're marking the price down to get rid of it. I can't buy it, because if it's a big enough package, I can't eat it in time, so I have to buy the more expensive thing, because it has a little bit longer shelf life, because I can't eat, like a quart of strawberries in 3 days or 2 days.
Oh, my strawberries always get moldy
Oh,
after like 2 days.
Okay.
I don't know why.
all right, anything else you guys were gonna get going? Additional terms and conditions, knowing how to actually read a price. Okay. If you're gonna come up with some funky additional terms and conditions, and you've got a really unique situation, what are you gonna be doing? We're gonna be coming and we're gonna be getting some terms, and we're gonna really pick it out, and we're gonna write it out, and we're gonna like strip it down, and I'll tell you where this gets really exciting, where it's gonna get really exciting, where your terms become very important, is in home inspection reports, which are, guess what, I got stuff to go over. Okay,
let's go through the rest of the contract though. So acceptance/notice of acceptance and delivery. This offer may be accepted by being signed or electronically signed by the other party with no changes. Please understand something when it comes to an offer. Once your buyer has initialed the bottom of every page and signed your offer, you cannot make any changes to that offer. So a lot of you will say, I'll be like, you mixed a box, and you'll be like, oh, let me just mark that.
Nope.
No. You cannot change an offer once it's been locked, okay?
Well,
You can go back,
Amendment or addendum.
you can do, once it's been locked, you can do, if you're adding to the offer, before we send it, we can do an addendum. Sometimes you're gonna have to be careful and how you, if you tell your clients that you're a really big deal and you've been doing this for a million years, you're gonna look a little silly, okay? Oftentimes, what I'm gonna tell you to do is to, I would prefer if we can work together on this, I'd like to see your offers before they get sent, not after. Okay, because I can help you cure some technical problems with your offer before they get into somebody else's hands. Once they get into somebody else's hands, then we're gonna have to do an amendment or something like that, okay? Or if you're getting ready to write an offer, talk to me about it, and we'll go over it. This offer can be accepted by signed, electronically signed, or other party with no changes. And such acceptance shall be effective when the complete copy of the fully signed agreement is delivered to the other party by one of the following methods. Okay, hand delivery to the other party or the other party's licensee or the other party's brokerage. That means the front desk occasionally, doesn't happen very much anymore where people actually go and turn their offers in at brokerages, but it does happen. So one of the things that actually makes me laugh is when you guys are like, I haven't heard from that licensee. I don't know if they've seen my offer yet. And I always ask, did you call them? Well, no, I sent it to them last night. How'd you send it to them? I emailed it to them. I'm like, okay. Did you text them? Did you call them? Well, no. I'm like, oh, okay. Could it possibly have gone into cyber loss? No. Well, I get things occasionally that pop up in my junk file. Did you call them or let them know you were sending it?
That's why we use carrier pigeon.
Yeah, no. I'm like,
That's why
okay.
you always text them that email sent or.
Yeah. So here's the thing, and here's my worldview, and I recognize I have an old school worldview. When you tell me I left somebody a message, I'm gonna ask you, did you call XYZ licensee? You're like, well, I left them a message, or I texted them. I'm always gonna say, did you speak to them? I don't believe that information is communicated unless I talk to somebody. I'm just gonna I'm gonna land the plane on this, and I really mean this directly. Because you guys think that you're texting someone, and they're either, how about mine, when my phone went down for 2 days? Okay, how about if somebody lost their phone? What would happen to you right now if you lost your phone?
Oh my gosh.
Suicide.
Okay, how about if what happened to my phone happened? It got wet, guess what? They couldn't fix it.
You gotta wait for them to
Yeah,
Smell
I had
you.
to buy a new phone and then they had to reinstall all my other crap, and guess what? I was able to install everything except for the text. I mean, I watched them do it. When they went to update it, all the existing text messages I had went away. Okay, which means that all the emails that had gotten through went away. Okay, do you get my point? Okay, most of you are running your entire life off of that phone. And it is trustworthy, it's reliable, but it is not guaranteed. Okay? It's not guaranteed.
I know how to fix that one too. You connect your phone
To
to
your-
your laptop, your iPad. Anything you leave here will not be deleted here and will not be deleted in the other one.
In the cloud, right? Yeah. And the only reason why I got my phone back was because I did have an iPhone, and there is such a thing called an iCloud.
Where's the clown?
I don't even know.
I'm just kidding. I had to say it.
How does this work? I don't know. Okay, but I do understand that if you're rocking your phone other than an iPhone, that might not happen. So anybody in here not have an iPhone? Okay, so if your phone is to be lost, destroyed, or something else happened to it. Oh, by the way, one of my kids ran over my phone in the car. How did that happen? How did that
Just
How was?
fell underneath.
Well, you know, when I put your phone on the tire, Mom, you put my phone on the tire. Well, I had to tie my shoe. Well, of course you did, rocket scientist.
One of my kids dropped my phone into the toilet.
Oh.
And I had to dig it up.
Oh.
Same as you. He drove into the phone.
You know there is waterproof cases now.
Okay, you guys act like that's a thing. I'm still not touching
But
it.
you have
Okay.
kids and you can.
Right, but all I'm saying is, what would happen to you if something happened to your phone? Okay,
My stress would be like out the roof.
Waterproof case.
Mhm.
Oh, there's also a thing called the backup thing in your computer. So you have access to it, even if you lost it or destroyed your stuff.
what happens if your kids get a hold of your phone and start wiping some things off?
So what happened to me last week actually is a really stressful week last week. I changed the password in my phone for other reasons and I forgot it. So I tried it. So I thought I knew what I put in, but obviously I hit a different button.
Locked you out.
It locked me out for 15 minutes. Then it locked me out for 60 minutes. And then it locked me out till I put it onto iTunes.
Oh wow.
You have to completely reset the phone then.
Oh no.
If I wouldn't have had that backup, I was out of phone whole day because I was trying to figure out stuff. The Wi-Fi is slow to redo your stuff, and yes, thank God I had some stuff
Look at your
back.
red face. I'm looking at your face, just getting all red. Does it make you?
Yeah,
anxious
yeah,
thinking about it?
that's
All
terrible.
of those things.
Don't change your password.
Oh.
Especially when you think you're doing something good and then it like monkey wrenches everything. It's like
And it was working because I had the print, the fingerprint, but then my phone died.
Yeah.
And you have to have the password.
So you buy your
I was like, I'll deal with
Comes
this
back
later.
You get the
And it
one
died.
with the largest memory.
Is it going to be fingernail? It's a fingernail?
Okay, so the finger was still working but then my phone was at 3% and I didn't think about it when it died. And you know when it dies, when it turns back on, it has to have the password first. It won't do the fingerprint.
Yeah.
So I just watched your face get so red. It was a bad minute there. Like my best week down there was just like going, serenity now. Okay, so you can hand deliver offers.
Restriction.
I don't, like, I'm making you look at me like, said what? You can hand deliver offers? Yeah, I can deliver, and by the way, an old-fashioned way of doing business, if you've got licensees who've been in the business a million years, and you're gonna be doing an offer during business hours, why not? Call up and say, hey, I would love to meet you, I've got an offer for you on XYZ property.
We love to meet you.
Love to meet you. I'd like to hand deliver it. Now, some of us are gonna be like, just send it by email, crazy, I don't want to meet you. But that's, you can ask that. Via email, the 99.999% of the way we're gonna be delivering offers these days is by email. Email is not foolproof. We could have a technical issue at the office, you could have a technical issue with your Wi-Fi at home, the other brokerage could have a technical issue, the person could have an issue with their email program. It is not foolproof, okay? And my favorite thing is I sent something and then you're, and I'm like, okay, great, but now let's do the next thing. Let's follow up, okay? That's what our clients expect us to do, okay? Please don't send offers into the dead space universe. Do not send me an offer without calling me and letting me know that you're going to do it. Also, do not send me an offer without calling and telling me that you're doing it. Don't call me up telling me that you're going to write an offer. Only call me and tell me when your offer is signed and you're sending it.
Really?
Really.
I've
been at the table, Megan, when people have talked themselves out of writing on one house and talked themselves into writing a different one. And I have Honeycomb over there expecting my offer. And of course, I'm so busy writing the other offer and transmitting that I forget about her sitting there thinking that she's getting an offer when she's not.
Buyers change their mind.
Buyers change their mind.
And they can change it. So I asked, I think Aaron, that one of the buyers changed their mind. And I said, oh, can you do that? And I didn't know you can't do that once your offer already accepted something.
You can withdraw your offer. You can withdraw your offer. But long story short, I'm pre-negotiating my offers, don't get me wrong. I'm talking to the listing licensee, but what I'm always saying is, my buyer's contemplating writing an offer, I want to talk to you about some stuff. Okay, if we get together to put together a contract, I'll call you as soon as it's executed, if we're getting to that point. But I'm very, very, very careful about not jacking somebody up. And you guys get excited, I get it. You're super excited. You call me up and you go, Teresa, we're writing an offer on Carnival Drive. And I'm like, yay! And what am I? I'm all jacked up and excited. Now, the other terrible, terrible, terrible thing to do is do not call your seller, those of you who have listings, until you have the offer in your hand. Do not jack them up thinking that you're getting an offer, because then you have to call them and you have to ruin their entire weekend, possibly their month, maybe their marriage, by telling them that you're not.
Yeah, they might start fighting.
Yeah, that you are not submitting an offer.
Why did you get that realtor?
Yeah.
Right?
That's how it starts.
That's how it starts.
That's how it starts.
Long enough to get that realtor.
Right? Well, and they're already moving because, they're gonna have a baby to make everything better. Okay, right?
Oh,
Don't
my
get- Don't get me started. Okay, but seriously, don't call, you as a listing licensee, okay? Don't get excited about an offer, and do not call your seller until you have the offer in your hand.
And check for earnest money.
Check for earnest money, okay? Did you have a question, Andrew?
Going back to the withdrawing offer, so I have, let's say, this is just an scenario, right, where someone just put an offer in the house, and the next day they go look at another one, and they're like, I want that. I mean, what happens then?
You can withdraw an offer anytime before it's accepted.
Does it have a cost?
No, you can withdraw an offer anytime before it's accepted.
Once it's accepted, what?
Then, here's the bottom line. I'm gonna tell you how I would handle that situation, and I would tell you how I will accept that situation. If I've had my seller sign an offer, you obviously know that I'm a very excited seller who would think we're moving on down the road, okay? But because you understand that this is a buyer kick-out contract, there's probably 45 different ways a buyer can kick out. I'm gonna call you up, I'm gonna plead humble pie, I'm gonna ask you out for a cup of coffee or take you out to a drink. I'm gonna say, I'm so very, very sorry. However, my buyer is having buyer's remorse at the moment. And I'm gonna ask you a question. How would you like me to handle this? Okay, we've got one of two ways, but they're pretty upset about it. They called me up and they want to withdraw the offer. Well, Teresa, we've already accepted the offer. I do understand that, and we can handle this one of two ways. Because there are so many buyer kickouts in this contract, I can have them go ahead and do the home inspection. I can kick out on that, or I can ask you to provide me the prelim and I can kick out on that. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But what I would prefer to do is be open and upfront and honest with you. I'd like to give you professional courtesy. I'd like you to know that this buyer has told me in no uncertain terms they're not going to move forward with the purchase of this property. I want you to know I professionally apologize. Last night when we wrote it, they were really excited about it. But the bottom line is that they're not going to move forward. What I'd like you to do is have the most of the marketing time. I'd like to DFT it. I'd like to terminate the offer and get them moving on down the road, finding the property they are going to move forward purchasing. And I'd like to sincerely apologize to your seller and have you get that property back up on the market and move forward. Okay? And again, I'm so sorry about this. This is not what I wanted to do. This is not what I expected when I woke up this morning. And I'd like for both of us to part friends if that's possible. Now, on the other side, I don't know how you're going to, what kind of reaction you could get somebody yelling, ranting, and raving, but here's the bottom line. Okay, here's the bottom line. I've just told you what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to kick out. I'm going to get out of this offer. You can either work with me and kick out, or we can extend it and make it miserable. What would you rather do? I think you as a listing licensee, being a smart, savvy person, would be like, well, I'm super disappointed to hear this. My seller's going to be really angry, but I appreciate your personal courtesy. Thank you so much for calling me. I've got some phone calls to make to deliver the bad news. I wish you well. Talk to you, see you out there. Okay?
So, you don't have to go through any more home inspections.
No, but if you make me, what I'm basically telling you is, and if somebody really started arguing with me about it, I'd be like, look, I'll go through, well, I can have this buyer go through the home inspection, but we're gonna terminate the home inspection the minute the home, Katakim, it was you. The home inspector walked in that property and they said, you don't wanna buy this house, let's terminate the home inspection. Is that correct?
What?
Kind of inspector
No,
is
the
that?
home inspector told him, do you want me to?
To
charge
continue,
you?
to charge you. And of course, he said no, because he's not gonna buy the house.
Because he went to the first thing first, that was a big deal. And he said, do you want me to go through the home inspection, charge you $350, or do you want me to stop right here and charge you $50?
And he said, stop right here.
I stopped it.
Okay.
Well, good for that home inspector too. I
But
mean,
my point,
Dave, yeah.
Dave Morrison, but my point being,
I love him.
here's my point. You can make me go through a couple steps, and I can do that. But I'm letting you know right now, I'm gonna kick out.
But then, even if you say that they're gonna be able to keep back their earnest money, right?
No. The only way you can keep a buyer's earnest money is they have to be in default. This is not default.
Okay, if you change your mind.
If you change it, now, I wish it were. It used to be if you changed your mind, it was default. That is not defaulting. Because we're too early into the contract. Does that make sense? Your seller isn't out anything. If they decide to pull, they decide to pull out the first day or two. They're not out anything. But if you make me, I'll find a way out, is what I'm trying to tell the other licensee. Okay, if it's a property that has a resale certificate, resales, you can pull out on a property under common interest ownership up until the 5 days have elapsed after you've received the resale certificate. The contract is voidable at the option of the buyer, okay? So I'm pulling out. What do you want? You can make it miserable, or I can find a way. If you really piss me off and I'm a buyer's licensee, I'll pull the sex offenders in the neighborhood. Do you want that? I'll pull up you're not gonna make me go forward, is what I'm trying to say. So be gracious and let people out.
One of the reasons.
Ooh, that'd be so messed up if you just pull the sex offenders for them. We'll just add it to their contract.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What are some of the reasons why you want to get out of a contract because of a resale?
Oh, there could be any number of different reasons, because it either precludes you from doing something that you want to do, it's too onerous, or it might say you can't have the kind of animal that you want to have.
It's all the CCNRs. Or
Yeah, it could be more than that. It could be even more than that. It could be rules and restrictions. Possibly, how about, can't grow pot. How about this one? The folks who, Park Place, remember Park Place that we talked about downtown? There's a lot of times people get really excited about Park Place, and then they find out about the assessments that they have to pay. Okay, and then they back right out of that. So there could be assessment, the budget could be a mess.
So it's all meat and potatoes.
It could be a self-managed organization. You can look at the budget and find out that they haven't been funding and paying for maintenance to be done. You could look at some things and just be like, this. And by the way, buying into a condo is a lot like living in a dorm for life. Anybody remember college, living in a dorm? Yeah. It sucks.
But isn't a condo good for a first-time home buyer that eventually wants to rent it out or
When you're
something?
living, just imagine, look at how many neighbors have fights.
How many neighbors have fights?
The neighbors have fights
And you'll
about
see all
stuff.
that.
Huh?
And you'll read about all that
You read about it in the paper, but then
in the resale,
Yeah.
in the minutes.
Yes, you will.
Yeah.
Then get into a condominium where somebody's mad about somebody's dog pooping and barking, and or like the little, whatever, like the noise that people make and yak. Your guy would go insano in a condo.
Right. That's why they're trying to get
That's why
out.
they're getting
Yeah,
out,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay,
And
so
some dudes are like carpet.
correct, they're very high.
Yep.
We're higher than my car payment.
Right, there's some dues out there that are over $1,000. Don't get shocked and say it.
$1,000? Where is these?
Well,
Here's some towers.
these condos off of Diamond, just regular condos, it was like $400
$400 is cheap, and by the way.
for a 715
that's cheap.
square foot.
That's cheap. Some of them are getting
Two
very
bedroom.
expensive, $500, $600, $700, $800. Yeah, it's expensive. And remember, those budgets, prices tend to go what? Dues tend to go what? Cost
It's gonna
of,
put opposite pressure on the value of the condo.
it can put opposite pressure, but not always. Sometimes it's a really super desirable property.
Yeah.
And because it covers, the dues encompass so much stuff, if you had to pay those things out individually,
It'd be more.
that it would be more. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, so be a facsimile or other party to the other party's licensee but only if the transmitting fax machine prints a confirmation that the transmission was successful. The purchase agreement may be signed in multiple counterparts. So what I need you to understand is if you have an offer over here that is executed by your buyer, and I have a offer over here that was signed by the seller, if you put these two parts together and they make a whole, then the offer is complete. Can I say that to you again? If I've got one offer signed by the buyer over here with just the buyer's signature, and I have another one of that same offer signed by the seller over here, those two parts make a whole.
So it doesn't have to be the same document.
It doesn't have to be the same document. Now,
The
it's a
same
lot
offer.
easier, believe it or not, it's a lot easier because we used to print out copies and have people sign copies of offers, okay? And then we would have the seller execute, right? So you would have a buyer signed offer and then you would have a seller executed offer over here, okay? That's when the two parts make a whole, if that makes more sense. And now that we're using DocuSign and .loop and all these things, you almost only see completed, mirror image signatures, okay? But if you had a buyer sign an offer and you were to fax that over and you had the seller execute this one over here, you in fact have a mirror image copy of an executed offer. Do you get that? Okay. All right. Delivery of a photocopied telefax, electronic carbon or carbonless copy of a signed or electronically signed original of this purchase agreement or any other document referred to herein shall be treated the same as delivery of the original. Okay? When it comes to contracts, you guys, delivery is a big deal. You are accepting offers, right? So time is of the essence. So whose job is it to make sure that the times are met?
Ours.
On behalf of the client. It's our job, right? Okay, the entire agreement, this entire agreement, the residential real property transfer disclosure statement and any attached addenda constitute the whole agreement between the parties, which means there are no side deals. Okay, and we do not participate in what would be considered a side deal. Okay, let me give you an example of a side deal. My buyer wants the property, but they want the property only with the Porsche in the garage. Okay, the seller's willing to sell the property. Okay, but he wants, he doesn't want the Porsche on the, he doesn't want the Porsche on the bill of sale. He wants to be paid $10,000 after the property closes. What do you say? $10,000 after the property closes.
Which was about 30.
$30,000 after.
Why wouldn't you want to have it on the bill of sale, just for instance?
Don't know.
Just, okay.
Don't know. Maybe there's an ex-wife around there somewhere. Don't know.
Oh, yeah, they're getting divorced and they have to split it or something.
$1, Bob.
Don't know.
But regardless, you don't want to.
Okay, so here's the bottom line. We don't participate in side deals. We don't participate in side deals. We don't participate in side deals.
either.
Here's another side deal that you're gonna get tempted and you're gonna get goat roped into doing this, okay? I'm gonna tell you, we don't participate in side deals. Okay, ready? Let's go to the home inspection. I'm switching parts of the contract for a second. Let's go to the home inspection. You've got a seller who's like, it's an FHA deal, okay? And work has to be done. And the seller's trying to tell you, instead of, so what I want you to tell this buyer is, instead of doing the work, I'm just gonna give him $2,000 at closing. What do you have to say? Even though your buyer wants to take $2,000, what do you have to say? No, the work has to be done because there's gonna be an appraisal and because of this and that and the over here and because we don't do side deals. Or my other favorite, who was talking to me about work that needs to be done, but we'll have the seller do it after it closes. No, all the work has to be done in the transaction. We can't have a seller coming back to a property and doing work on the property after it transfers. That's considered a side deal. If there's a side deal, it has to be reported. By the way,
It can't be a side deal?
no, cannot be a
Okay,
side deal.
okay, well, let's say everything is documented, the closing work happens, and both parties, let's say, agrees something has to be fixed, and the seller gives a written promise to his, and he signed it.
Well,
He's going to do
yeah,
it.
and
It's already attached document.
here's the trouble that we run into, guys, okay, is that so sometimes, and this really comes around on repairs, sometimes a seller either doesn't have the money, doesn't have contractors, doesn't pay, thinks that they can get to the closing and just try and like figure something out, okay? We can't do it, right? We can't have side deals. My other favorite one is, you guys will come to me and say, okay, well, let's have the seller write a check to, using Abraham, you as a contractor. We'll have the seller write a check to Abraham for payment of work, and then we'll close it anyway. And what am I gonna tell you? That's a side deal. We can't do it. Here's the other thing. What happens if the seller goes to closing and then goes to the bank and has that check canceled? Can a seller do that? Sure. How about they pay Abraham to do some work on a credit card and they cancel and dispute the credit card charge? Do you see why we have to have stuff done? Because can I tell you what people do? Which I wish they didn't, but they do. Well, I mean, I wish that didn't happen, but we have way too many experiences, guys, where all of us have been caught out on this. Okay? So literally, we cannot do side deals.
Early occupancy,
Yes.
you go through, it didn't get financed through the lender.
Yeah.
It was a side deal, because when.
No, it's not a side deal when they know about it. That was fine because that happened at the closing table and that had to do with occupancy. But it didn't have to do with a repair or money changing hands for an item or somebody trying to get out of doing something in order to like reduce the price, raise the price, pay for something that was agreed to in the transaction or not. Occupancy agreement is like paying for a hotel room.
They didn't pay that.
They take out a personal check. That's not part of the entire, that's not part of the loan document.
Right, because the title
Yeah.
company said.
Just like a bill, you guys, just like a bill of sale. Here's something else you need to know about a bill of sale. A bill of sale, if somebody wants to, so for example, if you come and write an offer on somebody's home and they have upscale refrigerator, washer, and dryer, a lot of times that seller won't sell it. They'll put a price tag on it, like $1,500. Okay, you can write a check that now you can tell them, now I don't understand. You're gonna say, why is that not a side deal? Because that's a bill of sale. Okay, it has an amount that's paid at closing. Okay, it doesn't go into the transaction. Okay, that's okay because it's upfront. Everyone knows about it and they agree to it. Okay,
So you can structure some side deals. You can structure like the buyer is willing to pay for, I don't know, replumbing the.
Well, but here's the kind of stuff I want you to realize. Like the Porsche, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer and seller can go sell and buy the Porsche outside of the real estate transaction. Basically, where we run into trouble is when the Porsche, they want to wrap it into a mortgage loan. Do you get, that's the problem.
Yeah, financing.
That's the problem with it.
Yeah.
I don't give a crap if they sell or buy the Porsche outside.
You could put a Porsche on bill of sale.
You need to talk to Gabe about something like that. We would actually, believe it or not, if we can get and remember certain vehicles, we're gonna have to get a appraisal for.
Right.
We'll have to have them
paid for at
appraised.
closing.
What's that?
It was paid for at closing.
But, yeah,
You're
but
not financed.
be careful.
Well, I'm just wondering exactly. I know where you're going like that, because like, where do you draw that line?
Yeah, where do you start to draw that line?
A refrigerator and like home items like that, like they're part of the house, utility of the house, you know.
But, and the problem is, if somebody's willing to pay for the Porsche, if they're willing to pay $30,000 for the Porsche, then why are we making it part of the real estate transaction? You two go buy and sell that beside the point.
Yeah.
The point where it becomes part of the real estate transaction is, I'm only gonna buy the house if the Porsche is in it. I'm not buying the house without it.
Oh, I see. It's a contingent.
Correct. That's the part that gets us in trouble.
Okay, how about, let's say,
I gotta finish this, you guys.
so just one quick question. House is $500,000, right? The Porsche is 30,000. So I'm the seller. I said, okay, take off for 530. What's the big deal? The value of the house with the Porsche, 530,000.
Because if they have to finance 530, the house is only worth, the house isn't worth, it has to be worth what it's financed for.
Yeah,
And the Porsche is not affixed or attached to the real property.
See, that's the difference between we in Europe, we would sell the house with the Porsche.
Of course you would. Of course, and by the
Here you
way,
cannot do
you are
it.
European, you're not buying a house without the Porsche, I get it. And I like where you live, okay. All right, this entire agreement is, I know, Rick. It may not be modified except in writing and signed by the parties. It may not be modified except in writing and signed by the parties. Buyer agrees to purchase and pay for the above described property on the terms and conditions, ready, herein stated. Did everybody get that?
If it's not on the contract.
It's not on the contract, it doesn't exist. If we just chatted about it, but we didn't actually put it in writing, it didn't happen. If you go to an attorney and you try and invoke what we call parole evidence, that's words of people's mouth, guess what? It doesn't matter. Okay? All right. Receipt of a copy of this purchase agreement is hereby acknowledged. Buyer understands this is a legally binding contract. B, buyer agrees that recording of the sale will constitute an acknowledgement that the premises and its systems are acceptable at the time the sale is recorded. Please circle B. Please circle B. 28B. Buyer agrees that recording of this sale will constitute an acknowledgement that the premises and its systems are acceptable at the time the sale is recorded. Why is that very important that you understand that sentence exists?
Protect the seller from.
Protects both of you. Protects the buyer, the listing licensee, the seller, and the buyer's licensee. This says, once the deal is done, Mr. Seller gets to walk away with his proceeds and go on down the road. That means, Mr. Buyer, you are now a homeowner. If something goes wrong the day after closing, or the day after recording, I'll be more specific, it's your problem. Trust me when I tell you, sellers, when they move out of the home, are not running around and trying to ruin systems. Okay? They're not going around and they're not messing with furnaces. Okay? They're not kicking in doors. They're not ripping pipes out of the wall. Sellers, when they're selling, are just trying to get their crap out of the house and into wherever they're moving to, right? Okay, and the idea, bless you, the idea that the seller knew that something was wrong or caused harm to the home that they were selling, I want you to repeat after me, that's absurd. That's absurd. Okay? Make sure that you indicate that people are innocent unless you have it on tape that they did something deliberately malicious to the home. Because otherwise, that is absurd. Okay? Most of us, the majority of us, are not going to hurt something on our way out the door. That's just absurd. Okay? And typically, if a seller finds that something's wrong as they're moving out, they're on the phone in a panic to their listing licensee. Okay?
So once the deal is recorded, the buyer owns it.
It's yours. That means if the pipe froze overnight, it's your frozen pipe. And no, the seller didn't do it on purpose. Okay? I've walked away from a home, and hours later I've come back and the pipes were frozen. Okay? The heater stopped working in the house, the temperature was low, the temperature in the house started coming down, the pipe started to freeze. Okay? It happened very, very quickly, way faster than I thought it could possibly happen. Okay? I've seen a hot water heater give out, popped a noise, and all of a sudden the garage is flooding. Okay? Nobody touched the hot water heater. It just literally gave out. Okay? I turned on a dishwasher and it's been flooding. The dishwasher worked the day we did the home inspection. I don't believe the seller went in and removed the seal. The seal was right there. I don't know what happened, but something did. Okay? Things mechanically fail. Okay? In the event the seller or seller's licensee has failed to notify the buyer or buyer's licensee of the seller's signed acceptance prior to, this is telling me how long you think it's appropriate to give a seller time to accept an offer.
24 hours.
I think too much, so we're always in this same quandary. Too much time means a buyer could get, means a seller could get additional offers. Too much time. Not enough time means they don't have an opportunity to look at it and see it. One of the questions I'd like you to ask when you're talking to the listing licensee is, just so I know if I were to write an offer on this property, how long will it take for your seller to respond?
You want to call a lender too, and you say you want to get that on a Saturday night.
Doesn't matter. Bless you, bless you. I mean, depending, you'll start to get to know lenders. You'll start to get to know who are the really, really good ones, and who, if you see a 90% letter, you're thrilled. and you'll start to see I've never heard of this mortgage company or whatever, so I'm gonna have to call. But you do need to be cognizant that me as a listing licensee, I'm gonna be vetting your offer very carefully. I'm gonna be calling the lender, okay, and finding out information, but I need to give you enough time to respond. The most, if you want a very, very, very aggressive time frame, are you ready? You say it's due upon delivery. You, instead of acceptance prior to, it would be upon delivery.
It's really interesting.
That's very aggressive. That means you have one look at this offer. If you wink, the offer can be withdrawn at any time. Or upon receipt.
Well, why is it helpful, the very aggressive approach?
Why would I do that aggressive approach? I think if I was worried that the property wasn't going to be, if I really wanted to push the seller into making a decision, you can say do prior to.
Yeah, but we just talked about do not push kind of anybody.
You know, I'm just telling you, I've had buyers that were I've had buyers say they get one look at this. And I've had to call up Stephanie, I gotta tell you, I've got a buyer, I'm writing an offer, and our answer is due upon receipt of your offer. Meaning you have an opportunity to kind of look through it. I'll give you any information, any addendums, or anything you need right now, but we're moving on to a couple other properties. If he doesn't make a very fast decision. Okay, now this might be somebody, one time I know it was a celebrity that purchased a property here, because basically once their name got out, that would have been a big deal. Another time is people writing cash. It could be for any number of different reasons. Okay, but sometimes people will say, you got one look, either take it or leave it. Okay. Well, you know, that depends on the buyer. 24 hours is typically the minimum amount of time I want to give. You want to give somebody. Remember, I'm the listing licensee. I'm getting the offer. When am I normally getting an offer? Let's be honest. Aaron, how many times are you writing an offer at 8 a.m. in the morning?
No.
How about noon?
No.
How about 5?
Closer.
Closer?
Probably later into the
6,
evening.
7,
We're
8,
talking
9,
8,
10 o'clock
9.
at night? Is that what
I
it
wrote
is?
one offer for my brother at like midnight.
At midnight.
Yeah.
I did too.
After they
Okay.
called me and were like, okay, we want to do it.
Yeah, okay, we want it. Okay, so let me tell myself and
Yeah.
write it for you.
That's when I did mine.
Yeah.
Just tell somebody, like, you can do it in the morning, make an appointment first thing in the morning.
Yeah, you can do that, but if you got a buyer, trust me when I tell you, write the offer. I've written an offer in the middle of the night on my car, on the hood of my car.
Yeah, I
Write
did
the
the
offer.
same thing.
If somebody tells you to write the offer, what's your job?
Right,
Write the offer. Don't put it off. If you put it off 6 hours, that house could be gone.
They changed their mind.
That's what's scaring me, because like, I never put one together. They put it right now, I'll be like, yeah, I give a minute.
No, you've got a way to do it.
That last house we did the offer on, they dropped it under tax assessed. It's pending now.
It's pending.
It's
now.
pending now.
How many days later?
Maybe 4.
4 days.
Yeah.
And he reduced the price and he got another offer.
So,
The one that you wouldn't even counter.
right.
It just went pending.
Mhm.
So they lost it.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over how many thousands of dollars did it go? So what was the offer you put in was 250?
350, 350 with closing,
And then what did they drop it to?
357.
357. So you're $7,000 away.
Mhm.
Which over the lifetime of a loan, guys, is like $11.
Yeah.
Just so you know. Maybe. Okay. You're feeling good about that, I can see it.
I can't wait to bring it up to
Yeah,
my brother.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a leverage point.
Yeah, so how long do you give them to accept it? You need a seller needs enough time, so if you were to call me up and say, okay, Teresa, I need to get this offer accepted, I'm writing you an offer, I'm gonna try and tell you anything that I know. I just need you to know that my seller is out of town, they've gone fishing, I'm in contact with them by phone, or they're on an airplane, I'm not gonna be able to talk to them, they're going through Trans-Canada, I'm not gonna be able to get hold of them. The worst is if people go on, I don't know if it's the same as it was, but boats, maritime, in the middle of ocean, sometimes it's difficult to transmit offers, not gonna lie. Maritime, I don't even know.
I think it would be silly to send out an offer, not contact the licensee, and then wonder why you haven't gotten a response or why they missed that deadline.
Yeah, I agree, but,
I'm gonna go and scuba dive.
yeah, go and scuba diving. So, and remember too, in the summertime, what are people typically out doing? camping, fishing, life. Okay, what are you guys doing? Purchase agreement has significant legal and financial consequences. You're advised to seek independent legal and financial counsel, including tax advice from a tax attorney or CPA before signing. Brokers and licensees cannot give, underline this please, you cannot give legal, tax, or financial advice. Why not?
You're not licensed.
This is completely and totally outside your area of licensure. Legal advice, tax advice, and financial advice. When somebody asks you even if you know the answer, what do you have to do sometimes? So you know what, we're going to have to contact your lender about that. I might know the answer right off the top of my head, but that might be constituting giving them financial advice. Okay? I've already told you this, but what happens if your buyer asks whether or not they should lock their rate?
No.
Over my dead and buried body, do you tell somebody to lock their rate?
Because if that thing goes down,
Dead and
you're
buried
dead.
body. Okay? That is not my decision to make. That's not your decision to make. That is between the buyer and the lender. That way, it's off your shoulder that if they make a decision, it has nothing to do with you. Also, if you have a buyer that locks their rate prior to a home inspection, I'm going to have a hissy fit. Okay? And you should be having a hissy fit with your buyer too. Why do you not lock the rate before the home inspection?
Because you might not be going forward.
You might have to pay a cancellation on a lock, and there could be thousands of dollars at stake there.
So do you advise them not
I might advise, one of the things I'm doing with my clients is I'm talking to them before you lock your rate. I want to make sure you're having a conversation with your lender about this, but I don't want you to do it too soon because there's a couple, the most important part after we get through the offer stage is whether or not you could choose to move forward after we get the home inspection done. Okay? And if you're gonna lock your rate, I want to make sure that we have the home inspection items negotiated. Okay? Because if we don't have that and you decide you want out of the contract, I don't want you to have any kind of financial penalty for having locked that rate. So before you lock, please ask if there's any financial penalty. Okay?
How much can a penalty rate be?
Well, we had one guy who literally ended up moving forward and purchasing the home that he wanted to get out of because I think he had to pay $3,000 in a rate lock cancellation. And the mortgage company basically was kind of being a little bit of a squirrel about the whole deal. And they, there is times when I will, just between you and the lamppost, realtor code, there are times when they won't charge the rate lock. There are times, and this is beyond the pale to me, and I really get upset about this, where the lender will actually pay that rate extension, or they'll pay a lock fee. That is extremely expensive. That's like taking money out of their personal checking account. I'm not really great with that. But depending on the business, they may or may not want to buy it. But long story short, you have to be careful about, there are times when you will get a lender who will get totally torqued off at a buyer and they will not budge. They will charge them that lock fee, and it can be thousands of dollars depending on their loan amount. Okay, does that make sense? If they pay to extend or to lock a rate. So then we're gonna have the buyers needs to do the sign, legal names. I'm gonna tell you 100%, I do not share addresses, phone numbers, or emails of my clients with the other side. I'm letting you know that on the front end. I'm going to leave those blank. Okay, I'm gonna, name of the broker's office, Jack White, listing license, or licensing signature, that's me. There's my fax number, my email address. Okay, buyer needs to initial every single page. Okay, every single page. All how many of them?
9.
9, including the 9th page. So they sign page 8 and they initial all of those different places. Now, if you're the listing licensee, your job when you receive this contract and when you sit down and you actually go through and you go through it item by item, line by line. So when I'm looking at an offer, guys, when I'm a listing licensee, typically, and this is how Evangelina got caught out with earnest money, okay? Actually, I just got caught out. Typically, our eyes go to a couple of main spots of an offer. Can I be really honest with you? When I receive an offer, first thing I'm looking at is 2.
Purchase
What's
price.
2? what they offer, sales price, what they offer. Then,
Looking at terms.
there you go, my friend, you are so right. Then I'm flipping immediately. Do you notice that I've not looked at anything else?
Dates aren't important yet.
I'm not looking to a G thing. I have gone directly, after I got price, okay, next thing I'm looking at is page 7. I'm reading the what?
Terms.
Terms.
You did that with mine, you didn't
How much price?
Huh?
How much price?
How much price and what
No, the
terms?
terms are how much
How
price?
much price, right? What is this equal right
How
here,
can
right?
be?
Is it 290 or is it 300 or is it 310? Okay, do you see that? That's what I'm doing. Okay, so when I receive an offer, 2 things I'm looking at right now. Price, and I'm flipping to page 7, I'm looking at that first. Then after I've sat myself down, I'm either like, or I'm like, oh, right? I'm like, nah, okay? So then I'm going back and I'm looking at, I probably know who sent it to me, so I'm not paying attention to listing licensing, does that make sense? I already know who sent it to me, okay? Then I look at who the buyer is, I don't know this guy. I look at how much earnest money is there, right? Okay.
Do you want to close?
Okay, I go back to, I look at price again. Yep, that was what they offered. Damn it, that's what they offered. I'll kind of go, I'm going to new financing. Next thing I'll look at is who's the lender. I go, who's the lender? And then typically I'll pull out the lender letter. I'll flip and try and find the 90% letter. I'll try and match it up, right? Okay. I look at the closing cost boxes down on 4, and I do an eye scan of them. I don't sit there and bust out, are the boxes marked appropriately? I just kind of see if there's anything that looks funky to me. Obviously, things that look funky to me, can I just point them out to you easily? I know this property has no homeowners association, and you have all the homeowners association boxes marked. I know this is on a city, water and sewer, and you have those well and septic boxes marked.
Or it's a condo and you're asking for an as-built.
And it's a condo and you're asking for an as-built, absolutely perfect. So, same thing, I'm just going, okay? That tells, when I tell you about the strength of your contract writing ability, shows up right about now. Okay, check boxes, okay? I'm seeing who do you want title from, whether or not you've got whether or not you downloaded the disclosure statement, say you don't have it. I'm coming back now, I'm looking at page 4 of 9. I'm like, okay, so they're going to have the home inspection done in 7 days. We're going to negotiate the repairs 3 days after that. 3 days after that, we're going to reach agreement. Okay, that's enough time. Or if I sit here and I look at it and they're like, wait a minute, they're going to have a home inspection done in 2 days? What? We're not going to get the offer accepted in 2 days. Or if I see some crazy dates in here, or what, they want a month to do a home inspection? I'm not giving somebody a month to do that. This is exactly what I'm thinking, right? That doesn't make any sense. Okay? A short enough period of time to get it done, thumbs up. A really extended period of time to do it? No. A super, super short period of time to do it? No. I know I can't get it done by then, okay? Then I'm going, when do they want the appraisal done by? Okay, does that date make sense? Recording in possession. What? They're doing a VA loan and they want to record in 30 days. What do I know right now? What am I telling myself? That's too short of time. I don't think we can even get that done. Okay, first of all, they wanted in a month to get the home inspection. Now they want to close in a month. What's up with that? Something's wrong with the dates. Do you see how this flows? Do you see what I'm looking at? Okay, now I'm going back, and I'm like, okay, I'm probably going to look at the terms a couple more times. What's on the terms? Typically, it's going to be closing costs. I'm going to actually sit there and see how you wrote it up. Wait a minute, they give me a full price offer, but they're asking for $15,000 in closing costs on a $300,000 house. There aren't $15,000 worth of closing costs on a $300,000 house. You see what my mind automatically goes to? Does the amount of closing costs they're asking for match what typical closing costs would be?
And then your next logical step is who's the crazy agent behind that.
Who's the agent or who's the lender? Yeah, bless you. Or who's the lender, right? Who's saying that they need 15 grand in closing costs, and what could that be? FYI, let me scare you for a minute. Do you know that a veteran can get bills paid out of closing costs? They can actually get their credit cards paid off.
Their credit cards paid off?
They can get their credit cards paid off with closing costs. Yes, they can. And a veteran can get 6% of their closing costs paid. 6% is a commission. That's $18,000 on a $300,000 house. Just between me and the lamppost. Not very many people know that, but I know that. So I'm looking at it going, are they asking for way more closing costs than is true and should be looking for? Okay. Or they're asking me to get them.
What does that go for veterans, a widow?
If they have a DD-213, then yes, that could go for that.
So in other words, let's say when there's $30,000 house, and you look at the 15,000 closing costs, it comes to your mind, am I gonna, with the rest of the money is gonna pay off some credit cards?
Could be. I'm not even asking. First thing I'm thinking is, because I know this, that's in the back of my mind. You guys don't even know that. First thing I'm thinking is 15. They're asking me for almost as much, almost 6% of the purchase price, because 6% of the purchase price would be $18,000, right? They're asking me for $15,000 in closing costs. That's ridiculously high. That's what I'm thinking. First thing I'm thinking is that, and then I'm going back and going, okay, what kind of loan is this, and does the lender letter tell me anything? Okay, all right. Then, okay, they're asking me to have the heating system serviced. What am I going to say to myself? That has to be done anyway. Okay, they're asking me for home warranty. Okay, that's another closing cost. What is it? It's $485. Okay. All right, that's what they've asked for. Okay. Now, what's my next step when I have this offer?
Call the lender and ask them why they need $13,000 in
Yep,
closing costs.
So first, next step is I'm calling the lender. Hi, Teresa J. Block with Jack White Real Estate. I'm calling about legal name of buyer. Okay. And they wrote an offer on 3870 Caravel Drive. I want to talk to you a little bit about the offer. So I'm really shocked that they wrote in the listing or selling licensee is asking me for $15,000 in closing costs. I know it's a VA offer. What's up? What's going on here? Did you notice the comment? I'm just like, how much do they need? All right, talk to me about this buyer a little bit. Okay, I'm looking at the lender letter you gave me. Okay, it says that they're pre-qualified. That's great. They're a veteran, right? But they're asking me for a lot of money in closing costs. So I'm thinking that probably the maximum. And then my next question is, can they do this loan without? Do they have any cash? Okay. Because I can tell you right now, my seller's not going to pay this much in closing costs. Do they have to have this in order to get the house? Or where are we at? Can we push price? What am I asking now? Can I roll up the price to cover the cost? Now that can be a yes or no answer. Do you guys get that? Because some people are, no, they're at their absolute.
So the lender, okay, so you again, you're playing with the prices, right?
I'm playing with each one of these is the same net to the seller. So how do we get there from here? Can I raise the price to cover the costs? Can they pay their own costs? Or can I meet them halfway?
It's a price, right? It's 15,000
Yeah.
closing costs, you can pay with the.
Yes,
right,
same
okay.
way that I did this. So here's what this is my tic-tac, you guys, here's my tic-tac-toe, right? Here's the buyer paying all of their closing costs. Okay, here's the seller funding closing costs. Here's the buyer paying all of their own closing costs. And here's the seller meeting them halfway, paying half of their closing costs and then paying half of their closing costs. Do you get that? Mm-hmm. It's all the same deal.
So the scenarios where somebody wouldn't be able to roll the closing costs up by increasing the price $10,000, it just means that the 300 is the maximum loan.
That's the maximum they can go.
Yeah.
Or that tells me what? So now as a listing licensee, I know what
They're
about
like
them.
a marginal buyer.
They're not that they're marginal. And be careful with that. The reason why he was a marginal buyer was different. The reason why he was a marginal buyer was he was
Because he
FHA on
yeah.
a duplex. And no. He needed time. They extended out the closing so
Yeah, I
he
know,
could
exactly. He
save for the
needed cash.
down.
Yeah, he needed cash. He
Yeah,
needed
so
time
that's a marginal buyer.
to
Yeah.
accrue cash,
Correct. So he didn't have enough money.
grow it up hot, so he could.
Yeah, he needed to sell enough weed so he could get his closing, And he was asking for closing costs. So for me, that's a marginal buyer.
Yeah.
Lowest down possible.
Yeah.
Asking somebody to pay their own closing costs, going FHA on a property that shouldn't go FHA,
Super long
and then a
closing,
super
like-
long closing so that they
Yeah.
can save for the down. That's a marginal buyer. Okay, so Can I manipulate the numbers in any of these ways? Can I ask the seller to pay, or can I ask the buyer to pay all of his costs? Can I get my seller to maybe meet him halfway and pay some of his costs? Or do we have enough room, does the buyer have enough room, and do I have enough room to increase the purchase price?
I have to say that I think that the notion of paying closing costs is a poisonous pill in real estate. I think it's a trend that will eventually go away.
I'm gonna bet you it's a trend that never goes away. You wanna shake on it now? 5 years from now, let's see if we're still paying sellers closing costs.
Let's do it.
It's built into the price of the house already.
$1.
Oh, come on.
Let's make it real.
Serious
How
bit.
about a nice bottle of wine?
A nice bottle of wine.
Nice bottle of wine, and I say a nice bottle of wine is $50.
I'm gonna say that our commission fee will lower them.
Or I think David, buyer and seller are gonna pay
You
with
think
that commission
commissions are gonna be starting to be hammered
Yeah,
versus closing costs?
versus that closing cost.
Well, that's a side bet. That's like derivative bet.
Oh, now we
Now we're talking-
just did a tranche squared. What was that? We did a CDO squared.
Right.
No.
We should have
No.
side bet.
So
on
you
our-
just bet it on their
bet.
CDO.
No. And
We did a CDO squared. That's, I like how you're doing. And then you need to do a bet on that's, yeah, the European way.
Yeah.
I bet that my commission's not going to. I'm just kidding.
I have a question about this one. So if I get an offer, and then like, I have a, 90% better, and then everything was done, I still need to call the lender to make sure this is real estate that I'm holding in my hands, right?
I'm always calling and checking on the lender.
Sorry.
letter.
If there's that,
It's well and septic
100%.
information.
I wish one of you were gonna bring a
Thank
lender
you.
letter to class one day, and we're gonna sit here and we're gonna call on it, and I'm gonna sit here and we're gonna meet a lender who's like, I'm gonna say, have you actually, I wanna ask you one quick question, have you already met with this, buyer? And they're gonna be like, no.
This is-
Teresa,
Well and septic information
thank you.
that I got from Pinone.
Okay, nice.
I had it up in my office. I'm like, I'm going to go copy it.
Okay, well, there's not enough copies there, Missy.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
this is
forgot one for you.
This is for people who will buy a house that has a well.
Thank you, Miss
Yeah,
Megan.
that's Rudy Pinelli.
I thought you were saying you didn't hand out some.
I'll bring you into your office personally.
Okay, then I'm gonna have to-
Oh.
Yeah, brown nosing, I like it. Keep that up. Keep that, you're my favorite.
It's more than brown nosing. She planned that.
I know. Okay, so when I'm vetting the
Thinking ahead,
offer,
no?
what am I looking for? Now, here's another way for you to be really careful. So when I'm vetting the offer, now I'm going back to the lender. Is the loan is or is not contingent? Yeah, I'm reading that a little bit more carefully. Loan is or is not contingent.
Right.
Okay, so that's on page 209, that's a little teeny tiny checkbox. Then I'm probably gonna look at my closing cost boxes a little bit more strenuously. Why am I looking at those a little bit more strenuously?
Well,
Make sure that they didn't mark anything wacky,
Oh, that's awesome.
okay? I want to see your closing cost boxes match the kind of financing you are asking for. Meaning conventional has a certain set of boxes that you mark, VA has a certain set of boxes that you mark because a veteran, the seller is required to pay more costs for a veteran than they are for anyone else. And FHA has a few boxes that have to be marked to the seller. Okay, so I'm checking the closing cost boxes to make sure they're marked correctly. I'm making sure that it is or is not contingent. Okay, I'm looking, do I care? As a listing licensee, do I care where we close?
Like when?
Do I care what title company we're closing at?
no.
No, it should be the buyer's choice.
It is the buyer's choice.
I have a question on
Yes.
that. My buyer did ask me why, since I told him that we're gonna close them, we're gonna choose on yes.
Yep.
Why are we doing that?
Because it's more convenient for you and I. More convenient.
And I did tell him that, and I said that the disclosure, that I'm not getting anything out of it, that he signed, because he thought that I was getting everything.
No.
No, I said, it says here, I'm not getting anything.
That's correct. I make no money off of this. That is correct. Okay. Any documents required? So I'm also looking to see what addendums or amendments or things that they've included. If my house is built 1974, so I want to make sure that they've executed lead-based paint. I want to make sure that they executed the seller's disclosure statement, that they have that and they read that. Yes,
The
ma'am.
disclosure statement, if your thing says, seller with a waiver, how do you explain that?
Okay, so with very few, unless you can give me a very legitimate reason, one of the first terms on an offer that I will write that has a waive, where it says seller's gonna waive disclosure, I'm going to say, my first term is by request seller to complete the residential real property transfer disclosure statement period.
Why do people have this one?
Because a lot of, first of all, a lot of sellers get very nervous and say they don't want to fill out a disclosure statement. A lot of licensees are smart enough to tell their clients what a suit of armor filling out a disclosure statement really is. A lot of people think that by not filling out a disclosure statement, that they are relieving themselves of liability when they are actually exposing themselves treble damages times worth of liability. A lot of folks will say, well, it's a rental property. Okay, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's a rental property, so I don't know anything about it. Really? I'm the person they asked to fix everything. I knew everything about that property. I knew that bill. I had to do a tax statement on that property.
What's the right verbiage for that?
Buyer will not waive seller's residential real property transfer disclosure statement, seller to provide. Seller will not waive. That's very.
I wish I would have known
Buyer
that.
will not waive or seller will not waive?
Buyer, if I'm writing the offer, buyer will not waive residential real property seller disclosure statement.
Well, that property
Seller
didn't go
to
through
provide.
anyways, so still.
Okay, and please, please, please do not go down the stupid road of telling sellers not to fill out disclosure statements. That is dumb. Now, I'll tell you when it's fine. You're in a situation where some kids are inheriting the property, they really legit know nothing about it, fine, that's legit. The two kids who are minor children when their parents died in a car accident, that's legit. You're not going to get one on certain properties. You will not get a disclosure statement on a property that's been repossessed. You will not get one on a bank-owned property. You will not get a residential property transfer disclosure statement if you buy a relocation property. Those are known exceptions, but I'm saying if it's just Joe Seller selling his property, filling out a waiver, that is silly. Silly. And if you're a listing licensee, you are telling your seller what jeopardy they put themselves in by not filling out a disclosure statement. Okay, that is absolute legal jeopardy. Because if you knew, and I can prove that you knew it, and you had me sign a waiver, one of the things you need to know is the waiver will not protect you if it was something that you were required to legally disclose. Okay? It will not protect you. Okay? And then, of course, you know, most licensees believe in something called disclose, 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 disclose. Okay, disclose. Okay? You always want to disclose. Disclose more than you have to, disclose more than you know. Disclose early, disclose often. When you find something out, even if it's going to, you think it's going to kill the deal, you are the first person jumping up and telling them about it. If you have to deliver bad news, deliver it yourself. Call them up. Be professionally courteous to your client. Be professionally courteous to the other licensee. Let them know as soon as possible. Okay. Right. Okay. I'm looking at, next thing I'm looking at is who you've asked for to get a home inspection report from, and I'm seeing if there's any names on here that I'm gonna have a problem with. There are some home inspectors that some licensees refuse to work with. Their names will be known to you, okay? Or other licensees around the office will tell you there's certain home inspectors they don't want to work with. What do I tell you about that? I like you to ask the listing licensee prior to writing an offer, but here's what I'm going to tell you. There's some licensees who don't like certain home inspectors because they're extremely thorough. There's some licensees that don't like previous home inspectors because they believe that the home inspector screwed their deal. And I don't subscribe to that. You know, I don't subscribe to that somebody ruined my deal, so therefore it's their fault. I believe that buyers have the right to have a home inspection and they have a right to walk away from a property and purchase something they're more comfortable with. I think if you kind of come camp over in my campground, you're going to preserve a lot of relationships and you're going to sell a lot more houses. I think if you go get stuck in the other bidder hater campground, you're not going to be able to get a bunch of work done.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, appraisal, is it contingent or not contingent on the appraised value coming in? Now, when the appraisal being contingent or not contingent depends on the price they offered, the closing costs that they offered, and how they structured their deal, right? Did they roll closing costs in? Did I already know that I was at the tippy top of the price point and now they've raised the price to cover closing costs? Am I nervous about that? And why is that? That's a strategy. Did you get my strategy? I can know that I have raised the price to cover closing costs. I can know because I did a CMA before I did your deal. I can look at your license number and know you don't know what the hell you're doing. You've overpriced this house. I've offered you your price, but I've also made it contingent on the appraisal, knowing that you're going to get blown out of the water on the appraisal. I'm going to get the lower price point, and I'm going to get all my buyers' closing costs paid. I'm going to look amazing. You're going to look like an asshat. That's a strategy. Did you get my strategy? Mm-hmm. I know you're overpriced, and I roll the closing costs up anyway, and I make it contingent on the appraisal coming in. Knowing that you're not going to get your, knowing that there's a, how about this? I have a true certainty based on my number of transactions and the number of appraisals that I've seen that you're overpriced. Does that make sense? So the more business you do, the more really strategic you get. Okay. Do you see how strategic offers can be? Do you see how you can really work an offer? Okay. Another thing that you as new licensees will have a harder time with, and we're going to talk about this next week, is I have an easier time not asking for work to be done on houses because I know that it will come up in a home inspection, or I know that it will come up on a appraisal. Okay, so I don't ask, when I walk outside on a house and I see peeling paint, okay, I've been doing this a super long time, I don't ask the seller to paint the exterior of their house. I let the home inspector break that bad news to the seller, and then when the seller doesn't want to do it, I let the appraiser say it's a requirement. And I just let that happen, okay? When I was young and in the business early, and I used to be a big know-it-all, man, just a big know-it-all. And I'd be like, okay, Stephanie, you need to take my offer, and it comes with closing costs, and I've done a CMA, and your CMA stinks, and you don't know what you're doing, and you're wrong. Oh, yeah, I must have been a pleasure. So I'm not, and by the way, you're going to have the exterior of this house painted because this is an FHA loan, and they're going to make you do it. What a pleasure, right? Oh, it gets better, yeah. Okay, so then here's your offer, right? Yeah. I got handed some really awful lessons by some really nice people. Some lenders helped me along the way, some home inspectors, and then I started realizing that, I can know things, and I can actually be very strategic and not share them. That's amazing. I can let the lender be the bad guy. I can let the appraiser be the bad guy. And I can just be like, what? Mr. Seller, you're going to have to paint the exterior of your house? Wow. And we've already negotiated the price, and I've got closing costs. Bummer.
You're coming.
You gotta get, you either get bit or you get smart, right? So start getting smarter. Okay, listen to licensees in the office when you hear them talking about pricing strategy. Listen to other people when they talk about home inspections and how they can negotiate repairs and how appraisals are coming in. Listen, but I like to call it the trust but verify method. What does trust mean? Trust that people have your best interest at heart and they're going to tell you the true deal. But always have a skeptical hat on until you've been through the experience. Does that make sense? Because what something has happened to someone doesn't mean it's going to happen to you, doesn't mean that lending hasn't changed, doesn't mean that appraisals haven't changed, doesn't mean that our closing hasn't changed, doesn't mean that they're working with a completely different loan type or something else. Trust but verify. I think that's a really smart way for you to operate your business. I'm going to listen to what you have to say. I'm going to put it into my train of thought, but I'm going to be really careful about, because Teresa said that's how it's going to happen, that's how it's going to happen. I think I'm going to be careful about that, right?
What if I don't trust and verify?
Well, if you don't trust and you don't verify, then life is going to, like, transactions are going to shut up. Yeah, don't trust and verify. Yeah, then the smartest thing that you can do is a lot of people will really, we all are in the business of trying to put transactions together, but more than this, we need to be in the business of trying to keep transactions together. But I do not believe in enforcing round pegs and square holes. So I don't believe in forcing a buyer to stick in a transaction that they clearly like lost interest in or lost faith in. I'm all about that. Well, let's go find you the property that you really want. Okay. And I also am not a big believer in not trying to work to keep transactions together. We do everything we possibly can to work to keep transactions together. That's our job, which means sometimes we have to be creative. We have to think about other ways to make things happen. We do have to figure out ways to get things done within our contract parameters. We do have to come out, try and find out some best alternate of different situations. Okay, we've got to be thinking all the time about how can we work together? How can I make you happy, and how can I make this other person happy? How can I maybe do an early occupancy agreement for this gal over here so that she can actually get her property rented and purchase this property? And how can we do that? Okay? Any questions on contracts? You have a dummy contract in front of you. I used VA because the check boxes are the most rigid. There are some mandatory fees that the seller must pay. I used broker-approved, clear contract language, so you can start to get a feel for how you need to structure terms together. Okay. I've used accurate numbers if I could possibly help for it. I actually at 359 I did get the number of maximum amount of closing costs, because I did want you to get a sense of what closing costs are tied to purchase price. Does that make sense? Closing costs are tied to purchase price. Okay, and I did give you accurate ideas about how long something should take. It really might take you 7 to 10 days to get a home inspection done. Okay, you see what I'm saying? You don't want to ask for the prelim or the appraisal to be ordered until your home inspection is done. That's your dance moves, right? So in your mind, I want you to think about it for a second. If I'm working for a buyer, okay, what's my logical, once I get an offer accepted, what's my logical next move as the buyer's licensee? Home inspection. Okay, what then? Negotiate home inspection repairs.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I gave you a sidestep with a swoosh. Okay, all right, so after we've negotiated the home inspection, okay, literally, can I tell you something as a buyer's licensee? You're now moved to what I call the receiving team, because you're just going to be receiving a whole bunch of information. What are you receiving? Prelim. What else? Resale if there is one. What else?
The home inspection report.
Oh no, you've already got that, and you've already done that. You've already done the amendment for the home inspection. Appraisal. Yeah. Okay. So after you get through the home inspection on a buyer, guys, you're kind of done until the end. Honestly. You're going to be receiving things, you're going to be getting some documents signed, but after that, you're kind of done. Okay, now, if I'm the listing licensee, what am I doing? I get an offer in. Okay, I'm calling the lender. Okay, now we're in contract. Everything's good. What am I doing as the listing licensee? What's my dance move?
Waiting for going after the next one.
Okay, yes, absolutely, but in this transaction, what's my next move?
Get the repair.
I'm waiting to see the home inspection report, and I'm waiting to help the seller negotiate repairs. Okay, and that is mission critical. If we cannot get through this negotiation, we are not moving forward. If we can get through this negotiation successfully, we are 90% moving forward, boys and girls. Do you believe that to be true? That is true. Okay, so now as the listing licensee, if I have a property under common ownership, I'm ordering 3 things all at the same time. What am I ordering?
After the repair?
After I got the home inspection, what am I ordering? 3 things. If I've got home
Property disclosure?
Nope, we already have that.
Oh, resale,
Resale
appraisal,
and
prelim.
prelim. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. And I can do that in 15 minutes.
What was the third one?
Appraisal.
No, prelim.
Prelim. So we've got a resale certificate if it's in common ownership.
Open the title.
Resale in common ownership. I'm opening the title and getting the appraisal paid for. Boom, boom, boom. How fast can I get that done? Boom, boom, boom. How fast can I get that done?
Really fast.
I can just take 15 minutes.
Phone call, just
15 minutes.
done.
Send some emails. Done.
Yeah, it's super easy.
Little condo deal.
Yeah.
Just one-liner CC that I got to the title company, please open title on this property.
Yeah.
Like, bingo, they went past contingency.
Yeah, woo-hoo, okay. So now, after I've ordered those things, what am I waiting for?
My check.
I wish.
I've heard that you should order the title report, the prelim ASAP.
That's what,
Because-
that's what the title companies are telling you. Here's what I'm gonna tell you. There's almost none of us in real estate that are gonna open title until we know we're moving forward with that transaction. While that sounds lovely, what that really does is open a title policy at a title company. Yes, they're in their busy season. Yes, they're busy, but hold your roll.
It goes to underwriting.
Hmm?
When it goes to underwriting, that's when you make a title appointment.
No. I don't make a title appointment until I have talked to the lender. They've told me that they've sent the package over to the title company. Typically, the title company is calling you and talking to you when it's appropriate to make a closing appointment. What I see some people doing that's kind of that's really, you can't be bird dogging the lender or the title people. First of all, don't be calling the title people because they can't do anything until the loan package, until we have the appraisal in, until the loan package hits the title company. So you can badger and berate these people and it's not gonna do you any good. So so you're talking to the lender up until the moment that the package goes over to the title company and they're preparing the closing documents, okay? So I've got 60 days. Where's all my, I'm very front loaded on my 45 days or 60 days, right? I write the offer, home inspection, negotiate the repairs, open the title, anything I'm missing, I can think of one thing I'm missing, resale certificate and appraisal. How about if I need an as-built survey? Order that to get done. Anything
Or a
else?
COSA.
Order a COSA, we need to get that done. Yep, that's for well and subject. Okay, I need to make sure.
It's the list side.
That's, yeah, that's on
We're
the
still
list side.
talking.
That's still on the listing side. Resale and COSA would be on the list side.
You would want to order the cosign until after repairs are refunded?
I'm not going to until I know that they're moving forward with the transaction.
Well, what about just ordering a COSA in the beginning if you know you're gonna need one?
There's
Before you even put it on the market.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy about doing
Okay.
that. I mean, for properties that are very old, I might wanna, and for a
Okay.
home that hasn't had a COSA in like 30 years, I might wanna be getting on that a little bit on the front side. But again, you guys, once this stuff gets rolling, it's extremely expensive. Okay, remember, it's extremely expensive and you don't wanna close out the COSA until you got the buyer.
And they last a year, right?
There's different
Typically.
timeframes on different things, and I need to, I actually need to go and look at it. I don't quote that until I'm looking at it.
Well, I've just noticed a lot of COSA or properties that require a COSA, having COSAs and then it expiring because they've been on the market too long.
That is correct,
And
and then you're gonna have to order,
So you might, that's a reason to wait.
Yeah, there is a reason to wait, and you also need to think about timing, guys. Timing is critical when it comes to COSA. You need to be, obviously, if you're gonna take a listing where there is a well and septic, one of the things you might be doing is going online, which you can do at DEC, and you can look at COSA documents, see how long ago it's been since the well and septic have been tested. Obviously, you're gonna be talking to your seller about if they've done any maintenance on it, talking about getting the process started when they're comfortable doing it. It's not when I'm comfortable doing it, it's really that, because remember, this is money. This is, somebody has to pay money to get this done, right?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Is a COSA, must have. for
You cannot, in the municipality of Anchorage, except between family members, you cannot sell a property without having a COSA.
So it is a must have.
It's unless it's a family member and they're inheriting the property, we have to have a COSA. Okay? That's the only exception that I'm aware of. Okay, so just before you leave, I want to talk to you about the tax notices. So my tax bill for my house that you guys have, everybody been there, right? Everybody? Okay. 295.9 is my assessed value in 2016. I've got my property location, current tax year due. I have $4,405.95 before exemptions. Because I'm an owner occupant, what do I have?
Right.
How many dollars? 20,000 because I'm only 29, not a senior citizen. right? Okay, so my total tax due is $4,108.15. One of the reasons why I want you to start putting in your mind tax with price, because I want you to start kind of figuring out how much taxes go with what price point. Does that make sense? Because if you know, and I think I told you the other day, I said, I'm pretty sure I pay $4,000 a year in taxes, divide by 12, that's a tax payment, right? Because principal and interest, you guys can do that on your AM tables. If you have the principal loan amount and you have the interest rate, that taxes is one part of your payment, and then how much the insurance is going to be. That's another portion of your payment. Does anybody in here know how much you pay for homeowners insurance off the top of your head? You pay $900, I pay $1,000. Do you know how much you pay for homeowners insurance per year? About that. Okay, so and I have a $300,000 house, so I pay about $1,000 a year in homeowners insurance, right? So knowing those components, do you see how I can start to quickly come up with what somebody's PITI is going to be? Now, am I going to be exactly on the dot?
No.
No, but am I going to be like in the ballpark? Betcha. Okay. So for area-wide assessments, I have a mill rate, and it tells me how much money I'm paying area-wide. I'm paying $44.39 for the area I live in. For Anchorage School District, I'm paying $1,991.41 of $4,108.15 for Anchorage School District. Okay, that's half your tax bill goes to schools, okay? I'm paying $653.94 for fire. I'm paying $719.04 for roads and drainage. I'm paying $834.44 for police department. I'm paying $162.73 for parks and rec. Okay, so your payment, your tax bill is made up of these components. So when people ask you about taxes, what is it fuel, what does it fund? It funds the city government. And what parts of the city government? Area-wide, ASD, fire, roads and drainage, police, parks and rec. Most expensive part is school district. Half of your taxes pay for schools. The rest, fire, police, parks and rec, and area-wide.
Can I have you clarify these things?
Yes.
We got that, and
Okay.
then that's like the course.
So high,
So high.
because you live in such a nice neighborhood.
And I said that, well, you can always
Dispute?
dispute, and then you can go have an appraiser, and then that way we know where you can get. No, I won't do that, because one of these co-workers tried to dispute taxes. And if they find out later that it's over, or it doesn't meet what you're trying to say, they actually fine you $1,000 or something.
I don't know, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
We waste our time fee or
Well,
something?
maybe.
Yeah, I think,
Well, I
she
mean,
said that, I don't want to get fined, but I will accept that.
Well, they call it a false claim.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I can't answer.
it's probably one of those things.
I don't know. I don't know that. So here's the other kinds of things you need to do. April 5th, 2005, Anchorage voters adopted a new residential exemption program for 10% up to $20,000 exemption for the tax value on the person's primary residences, includes owner-occupied mobile home residences. As a result, you have a savings. So if you have an owner-occupant that you know right now that doesn't have this $20,000 exemption, and if they're a senior citizen or a disabled veteran, they can receive a very significant amount of tax relief, okay? So I just get $20,000. What is it for a senior citizen?
I think it's like 45,000.
$250,000.
What?
Essentially, they pay zero taxes on their property?
I remember that.
I think it's almost there.
You think it's older?
It's over, hang on, I'll tell you.
72?
Hold on, I'll tell you that.
I'm just gonna start throwing numbers out there. Teresa lets me do that.
Hi, Phyllis, Lena, what you doing?
Having lunch.
How you doing, Phyllis, Lena?
Oh, good.
Okay, I'm awesome.
Come to hide?
No, are you guys wrapping up? Didn't we say?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. We just have another meeting. So you're early for that.
We decided we wanted to run boot camp till 2.
Yeah, yeah, why not?
No break.
You know, I will find out for you. I'll print out, we'll trade. You give me that for the number, yeah. So there's no further notices that are gonna get mailed on this, so there's only one notice that goes out. The other thing that's really wonk-delish in Anchorage is we pay our taxes in 2 installments that are 2 months apart. Okay, so taxes are due in the municipality of Anchorage on June 15th and on August 15th of every year. So that is another reason why when it comes to those tax payments, guys, or when it comes to your reserve account, why when a buyer has to set up a reserve account, they reserve 9 months. Now, there's actually a function of RESPA that says the maximum amount that they can collect, but it does also have to do with the fact that since our tax payments are 2 months apart, there has to be enough reserves collected for that buyer to make that tax payment when it becomes due. Does that make sense to everybody? So when they're making those deposits into your escrow account every single month when you make your payment, okay, it's going to be able to have enough money to pay the taxes, right? Okay, and then anything else I can tell you about this? They will charge you a fee if you don't pay your taxes. Oh, and by the way, if you choose not to pay your homeowner's taxes, your home will be started to be foreclosed upon on a tax sale. And every single year, houses go through a foreclosure process with the municipality of Anchorage. Some owners will lose their home due to delinquent property taxes. Now, I can tell you that the municipality does this process every single year. They typically owners will come in and pay their property tax bill off. Okay, but there are penalties that are included in that, etc. Okay, but yes, can your property be repossessed or foreclosed due to not paying your taxes? Look at me. Yes, no joke. Okay, occasionally you're going to see a property go on the market that is a municipal tax sale. Okay, you might see it in the paper, being advertised, and occasionally they come up for a list.
And who is the client in that, the municipality?
I can't tell you who it's going to be. It could be a attorney firm.
Okay.
Okay, there could be other moving parts in there that I'm not aware of. Okay. All right. Now, wouldn't it be awful if you paid off your home and you just didn't pay your taxes and you lost your home for $4,000 a year? You lost your house. Wouldn't that be terrible? Okay. Any other questions? You guys, when you see your tax bill, one of the things I think you ought to start doing when you see stuff that has to do with real estate is you need to start reading this. Your clients could have questions, right?
So you don't know anything about that?
The process, you know what I do have? I do have a friend in the assessor's office. So how about I give them a little buzz later and ask them about that? I don't know that to be true, and I don't know that not to be true.
Yeah, I don't know
that.
But I told him that you can do it if it's too much.
Yeah, you absolutely can dispute your tax bill, but FYI, who works in the municipality's assessor's office?
I don't know.
Appraisers, trained appraisers. They work for the government, they get days off, and they have like really nice health insurance.
Do not mess with them.
Do not mess with them.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
If you need me this weekend, what do you do?
Call you before 9.
Call me before 9 p.m. And drop by for coffee. And you can come and drop by for coffee. I'm gonna be home. And you're in the neighborhood, if you need something. Okay, who's gonna be at Vivian's place in Am I gonna be seeing you?
Yes.
I'll have coffee. I'll have coffee too. Okay, right on. All right.
She'll be singing Marion happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Marianne. Happy birthday to you. Happy
I'll be here.
Tell us you're available. Huh? You're available. Of course I'm available. What are you talking about?
You want to switch seats or do you want to stay in your seat?
We have to be stay in my seat.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
You want to be at the head of the table.
No, I just wonder if you're tired of being in your seat.
We have to be close. We have to be close. We can't be like. Do we have to hug or anything?
Let's